cute. Oops. This fell over. I love it. And I like that this keyboard is like a subtle glow. Oh, did this just have a autofocus? We don't like that. Never want autofocus on anything. Thank you. But yeah, I really love this keyboard, and it came with just a regular like purple space bar on it, but then it also came with this one, and I was like, well, duh, I'm putting that one on. Okay, this one is making me take the yarn from the outside. Can't figure out where the yeah, I'm gonna have to just take it from the outside. It's fine. This yarn is so pretty. I really showed it, but it's these nice like autumn colors. I thought that was the keyboard. Stop. Let me just type on this. Jesus. God, it's so much nicer when it comes from the middle. Why can't I just find the middle one? I can't find it though. It's fine. The yarn is just gonna be like spinning, which is annoying. It's not like the end of the world, just annoying. What's the light blue thing? It's a loom. Oh yeah, I guess you weren't here yesterday to see what I was doing. I'm making scarves on a loom. It's called loom knitting. But it's like kind of like crochet. Except I couldn't learn how to like really crochet, so I do it like this. I hope to one day learn to actually crochet. I have all the hooks and stuff, but then I just didn't understand how to do it. Yo, Maps and Apps with that last early Bun Squad redeem. Hell yeah. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Bloop. Yoop, bloop, bloop. Oh my god, I hate pulling the yarn from the outside. Making my life difficult. But yeah, I learned about these looms from a 4th grader that I used to have in a class that I worked in. Because I would always go to recess with them because the student that I was working with needed like some extra help during recess sometimes. And so I like saw her doing this at recess and I was like, ooh, what are you doing? And she taught me how to do it. And then she let me take it home and then I finished the scarf and then I tried to give it to her and she told me to keep it. So I still have the scarf. Maps, you're good? That's great to hear. We had a Kids on Bikes one-shot. Wait, I think I missed something. Oh, my mouse moved because of the yarn. Okay. None of the 5 rings is last I played that had that. Oh, Exploding Dice. This was also a decade ago, so things have probably changed. You're too cute. Oh my god, Maps, that is the cutest high emote. I love it. Look at the little Santa. Look at the little mistletoe on the bow. Oh, that's precious. I love that. Goop. We're not Gwyneth Paltrow, actually. Did I just say her name wrong? Paltrow? Paltrow? I don't know. Did we want to watch, like, deep dives again? I wasn't sure if like I was being too quiet or something, so then I put something on to watch, but then I wasn't sure if that's like too loud. I don't know. It is so cute. It really is. I love that. Stop. I've almost hit my exercise goal from doing this all day. I've been sitting on my ass and it's saying I've exercised for like 29 minutes. I haven't left the house and I have not exercised at home. This is a loom. Also, you smell like rainbows. Oh my god, stop. I'll cry. I miss the kids so much. The "you smell like a rainbow" one was the 1st grader. That's such like a 1st grade compliment too. I love that. Little kids are so fun. The things that they come up with in their little brains. It's just my favorite. Like, how did you come up with that? Best compliment I've ever received. How did she think of it? One of my students made a picture for me for Christmas. It's a rainbow and under it a bear, a rabbit, and me. Oh my god. It's you and me and Co. Because I'm a bun and I always call Co Bear Bear. And then there's you. There was this one first grade class that I worked in, and like everyone was drawing me as like a princess with my guards. It was so funny. I don't know why they were drawing that. It was so stinking cute. I got like 3 drawings in the same day of me as a princess with my guards standing next to me. Whoa, True, how did she know? I'm like, it's us. Little yarn. Little yarn. Move out of the way, please. Yeah, so I said I was gonna start a stream at like 3 and then it ended up being like 3:30, but it's because there was a hair in my keyboard and I had to get it out. And it was like, I had to take off the X and the C keys and use tweezers. Like, I literally was playing the game Operation. And then I had to like double check with CO that I put the keys back on right, but like I didn't give any context. I just said ZXCV, right? Like that's all I said. And then I was like, for the keyboard? And then I was like, this is no context at all. The bottom row of the keyboard, is that how the order of the keys go? Like I took off the X and the C and I needed to make sure I put them back on right. Very ADHD of me to just like say ZXCV, right? Like you're just supposed to know exactly why I'm saying that. So silly. I was like, sorry, I realized I just yelled letters at you and then said, right? ZXCV, duh. Oh my god. Too funny. Arya, it's so great to see you. I truly hope you've been doing so well. I'm happy to hear that you've been spending a lot of time with friends and stuff. Also, when did you change your name? It's so good. It reminds me of my Tumblr girl era, where my blog was called Are You High Enough? It was not a pun on my name though, so here's wins. Sorry, I don't read webcomics. I mean, I don't get it. She wrote Bear, Rabbit, Vincent IRL name, none spelled right, and we're all the same size. You mean your name isn't Amiibo? I want a refund. Good blog name though, right? Oh, it was good. Someone else has it now because I changed it. I changed it like 2 days ago, maybe. Okay. I saw it in another chat that CO had open. Probably Shoujo. I don't know where it was now. Somewhere that CO had open. And CO was like, look at Arya's new name. And I was like, oh my fucking god. So I'm sorry you didn't get to see my like actual reaction to how good your name is. But it's... what you've done here is very good. Yeah, no, I don't think it was Shoujo. Maybe Zoop. I don't remember. I can't remember whose stream it was, but saw you in another stream's chat. I guess it doesn't matter whose it was. Maybe Shovda? I can't remember. I don't know why I care, but it's bothering me now that I cannot remember. Do you ever just like get bothered that you can't remember something and it's something that literally doesn't even matter, but like it's bothering you that you don't remember? Because that's what's happening right now. Like it literally doesn't matter, but I'm like, why don't I remember? This one looks like it might change colors faster than the purple one did, at least. The purple one ended up being a color block of 3 different shades of purple. And I made it like really long too, but it like wouldn't... I don't know, it's just a really big thing of yarn, so it wasn't like changing colors super fast. And I actually didn't even notice that it changed color at first, because it changed from like one shade of pastel purple to like a slightly different shade of pastel purple. And I noticed it once it was like longer. But I was like, when did this happen? Didn't even notice it change. Also, I'm glad, I was telling this to CO earlier, but I'm glad that I decided to do scarves and not hats, because the hats that I do, are a lot more tedious on, like, the hands and stuff. Like, it's why I put pencil grips on this little hook. There's another hook that I have that literally broke because of it. So I had to, like, pull it too hard. But it's because on the hats, it's like every 4th one or something. When you take this and pull it over, you like pull it over to the next loop over instead of just regularly pulling it over, and it like it just pulls the yarn pretty taut, and you have to like pull harder. Like this is all fairly loose, so I don't really have to do anything too like strenuous. And for having to make like 10 scarves in a week, we would definitely want to make sure it's not very strenuous. Every day, more often than I want to admit. Wait, about what? Fuck. Forgot what I said. You could imagine that. The thing where like you don't remember something and it's not like that important, but it's bothering you that you don't remember, or something else. Yeah, this is already gonna change. Ooh, this will be pretty. Well, now I'm just sad that the purple one didn't change very quick. I don't understand. I'll have to make the next purple one I do wider than 10 eggs. I won't make it as wide as this whole thing, but I'll add some pegs to it. Also, sorry for the late stream. CO had meetings today and I wanted to just make sure that they were cozy for them and didn't have to like move into the bedroom. Of course, especially for your first meeting. Yes, just like forgetting things even mid-fucking sentence. It's annoying, especially when it happens at work. Yeah. I am really bad at it now. Truly appreciate y'all still watching my stream, even though like I say something and then you respond to it in chat and then I'm like, what? And then you have to explain to me what I just fucking said. Like, I'm sure that's exhausting. So, thank you for not like treating it like it's exhausting, or like not making me feel like it's exhausting you. I don't know. I'm exhausted by it, so I assume others probably are too. Yo, there's a scarf coming out. How cool is that, right? Isn't that fun? It's cool how it kind of starts off as just like a piece of string, and then you see the scarf starting to come out at the bottom, and you're like, okay, we're making something here. Ooh, and this is changing colors right at the row, too? Oh, amazing. Very satisfying that it's not trying to start, like, mid-row. I just worked it into my bun heuristic. It's not exhausting at all. Stop, not your bun heuristic. I'll cry. A lesser streamer would pretend they still understood. You know, you make a good point. Like, I very easily could be like, yeah, annoying, huh? And just be like, I don't know what they're talking about, but just move on. You know what I mean? But like, no. I like to make sure that I understand what you're responding to. So, okay, that's a good point. Chat, is it okay to angle grind at 1 a.m.? I have no idea what angle grinding is. What is that? A skateboarding move? That's what it sounds like to me, and I don't think you're skateboarding at 1 a.m. Just typing out an explanation of Dina's joke in case you didn't get it. Wait, I didn't get it. Wait. It was a previous joke that I didn't get. Angle grinding is when you get a lap dance on an incline. Are you bullshitting me, Aria? Because why would Vincent ask if that was okay at 1 a.m.? First of all, that seems like the most appropriate time for that. Second of all, why would you be on an incline? An angle grinder is a power tool. Oh, yeah, let's maybe not power tool at 1 a.m. for the sake of everyone. Yeah, you're not gonna angle grind at 1 a.m. No. Objection. You will not be doing that. Hope this helps. You're not gonna wake people up, and you're not gonna potentially hurt yourself because it's late, okay? I only power tool at 1 a.m. in private. Rev, isn't Arya's new name great? I'm obsessed. This was in reference to ZXCV, which sounds similar to the webcomic XKCD. Oh, yeah, I didn't know the name of that. And that was the joke that I didn't get. Thank you. Wait, what? Arya. Why would an incline matter? I don't need to know. I'm not gonna ask. I'm glad something helps. I'm glad we figured out an angle that is helpful. Sexual geometry with Aria. Not sexual geometry. Oh my god. Gravity assist. Well, which way's the incline? Is the person that's sitting down like leaned back? Yeah, you're not leaned forward. That was stupid. Okay. Aria, what conversations would we have without you? None. I'm going to decline to explain more if you feel so inclined. I was trying to make an incline joke because you said decline. I don't fucking know. An amazing theater of the mind experience. Okay, good. That got a all caps laughter. I'll take it. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll be here all week. JK, I'm here forever. You actually LOL'd. I'll take it. It will just make things worse. Appreciated. Yeah. Agreed, Talia. Yeah, sorry to come back and immediately be horny. Just how it is. I mean, I would wonder if you were well if you didn't come back just immediately being horny in the chat. So I'm glad to know you're doing well. That means I'll sand a piece of ebony by hand. I mean, or you could just like not be working on projects with tools at 1 a.m., Vincent. Shocking idea, I know. Also, were you trying to sand something? Is that what an angle grinder is used for? I mean, I guess you're not gonna hurt yourself sanding something, really, but it does seem loud. I've heard someone use a weird tool at like a weird late time, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Vincent. I assumed it was a chainsaw and that they were chopping up dead bodies because they were a murderer. So, just some food for thought. You have a show tomorrow? Why decline to explain when you can recline to explain? Yeah, or at least I'm using it for everything. Is normally used to cut or sand metal. Oh. Sand, like, smooth out. I see. I was imagining sanding wood. That's the only thing I've done before.
Afternoon when we were over by
What is this weird sample? I don't like when there's just like weird talking as a sample. Need to set up a violin, nut, and bridge. Oh, like, so you're trying to do this tonight because you have a show tomorrow. The random talking for movies or shows? Yeah, especially when I don't know what it is. You know what I mean? Like, if it's like Steven Universe lo-fi and they have some samples from Steven Universe, then like that's kind of to be expected, you know? But this is just cozy winter evenings, so I'm like, why do we have weird samples? Also, hi, Safe Modes. How's it going? You know what? It depends for me. Sometimes it hits right. Sometimes I'm like, where did this talking come from? Like, did a video start playing somewhere? Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it can be done right, though. Maybe I'm just picky about it. I'm picky about my samples. Wow, a bun is particular about something? We are shocked. It's never happened before. You can use it for wood. If you have really discs, you can use the metal discs, but it's way overkill on wood and will probably ruin what you're trying to do. Interesting, okay. That's cute. Yeah. If you're not getting it, yeah. If you want that one, I'll do my regular. We like the banh mi salad, but it's a little bit more expensive if we both get that one. So we try to make it so only one of us gets it at a time. We missed 420. Blaze it! 6 minutes ago. Oh, do you not have it saved in the app? Sadly, we're not allowed to get involved with students. I mean, that makes sense. But like, did that read like she has a crush on you a little bit? Because I thought so. It felt like a Valentine's Day gift. Okay. Are you able to go get it? Okay. Good call trying to get it in before 5 though, because the wait time definitely goes up. Place one for me, friends that can. I guess I have an ad coming up. I can take a break and blaze it. What happened to the roommate Jeff you were gonna steal? The one that knows of shoujo? I mean, they're both lesbians. I could transition, maybe? I'm having a rep that I help out a lot gush to me about how much she appreciates my teaching style. That's so sweet, Talia. That means so much. I always really appreciate stuff like that a lot. I know my roommates read the card and they're both saying she has a crush on me. They also ate all the chocolates, right? It's like, okay, just the card would be okay, like, and not really mean anything, but then like the money was folded into hearts. Those chocolates, you know? Honestly, that girl's wasted on my roommate. We have much more in common as she likes retro gaming. Oh. Oh my god, this alarm is driving me crazy. Okay, I'm gonna take my break. I will be right back. Oh, about me accidentally teleporting to the island. Yeah, that would do it. What are you laughing so hard about? Literally the thing that I just like died laughing about. If someone hasn't clipped that, like, can you please? That was ridiculous. That was the stupidest thing I've ever fucking done. Heck of a sentence I never thought I'd type, right? Monsty's like, I promise it's not the one from the cereal. There's no crunch berries here. Despite how much we want them. What the Fi and Wi-Fi stands for? Oh my god. An 80-year-old professor mansplained Wi-Fi incorrectly to you? It hasn't happened yet, and I'm so proud. Genuinely, just the proudest. Ah! Well, there it is. God damn it. Literally as I was talking about it, I fucking cannot. I'm so disappointed. Let me take this fruit in. I need to pause the damn time. I need to go to the fucking... How are you supposed to do anything in this game? It slaps.
There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
I'm vibing so hard. I only bought a few. Ah! It's the dolly room. Why? Why?
Hey.
No. Dark why?
So I will say, like the level, that's fine.
No. That was terrible. I'm
It's
leaving.
definitely
I'm leaving
longer
this
than
cursed
the
home.
ones that you've had, but if you
Why you gotta move? Oh my god, I got so many hits in right there. That was amazing. Oh my god. How did I get that many hits in? No fucking way, I got hella greedy. Okay, I'm in the front right corner. That like echoed. I don't even give a fuck. We did it. Well, I got through it. Yum!
Still alive.
No!
Still alive.
What? No way. No fucking way is that how I beat that.
Flip that one.
No fucking way!
Yeah, let's
Wow. Like, look at her. Ooh. Art versus artist. Face for scale. I don't know what size. So you can't block my light because you are my light. I mean, do you get to say that to my husband? Because if he's anyone like anyone, the answer is yes. Hi, I am here, and now I don't remember if I even started the timer or if it was just really over. I'm not sure. Slim!
Air used to be free at the gas station. Now it's $1.50. You know why?
I just like spit everywhere. One moment. It's so good, yes! So every time we talk about coffee, which is a lot because Star and I especially love coffee, we love to talk about it. And every time Brad will be like, oh, I don't drink coffee. And so he posted that TikTok in Blue and Star's Discord and was like, this is me every time. Ah! I don't even care that I just said I fucking got it! Brad, you have redeemed yourself, my friend. That was you. That was you making me think of that silly laugh in that TikTok. That I got this motherfucking H. Shoutouts to Bread. Please click this link if you love cats and hate not following Bread. That's my friend. I know him. And he helped me get this H. That's what I was talking about in that. I knew you were DK because I ran past you and your arms were like, whoa, and I was like, Llamas, are you okay? My tattoo! That's my orange!
I'm the pinky.
Ah! We're double honking! I'm so How do I open this thing? It's so thin yet so thick. Oh yeah, it's my laces! They got here so fast! I thought it was my shorts, because my shorts are supposed to be here today. Well, metallic teal laces! Ooh! Ooh!
That was almost it. There you go.
Ah!
There you go. There you go. Jump. Jump up.
Oh my god, if I got killed by that muncher, I was gonna die. IRL. Die in the game, you die IRL.
Looks safe. Good job, baby bud.
I got it!
That was your first big item escort. That was a long
Wow. Yeah, I've never done anything like that.
Oh hey, this showed up less than 3-4 years of Bun Bun. Forever Bun Bun. Sayoked walk.
That was the first 4-year resub ever. I love you. Thank you so much. Forever Bun. I wanna be forever Bun. Oh my god, y'all, you hyped me and I didn't jingle the bells. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go through the activity feed really quick. Retroactive jingles. Mike, thank you for the 100 biddies. Bread, I'm jingling at you. Thank you for the 19 months. Wiz, thank you for the 1111 biddies. And also, happy birthday! Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my god, that was not it. Oh god, I jumped too high. Shh. Ah! Ah! I shushed you! What am I doing? Exclamation 9010? Jesus. Exclamation timer 9010. Let's try that again. Good luck working. What? Ah! Okay, I'm back. Wait, Rev, you gifted a sub to Passion. Thank you. No. I'll have to add Passion to the paper chain. That 80s song? What 80s song? Riff, thank you so much for that gifted sub. That was so sweet of you. Oh, the Forever Young song. The one that I sang in that clip. Always try to make it so we can actually like see the name as much as possible. What's the best 80s song? I don't know. I've never thought about it. Depends on the genre, I think. Yeah, I think so too. Oh yeah, med check, by the way. I just took some meds. I guess I took them a little early. I usually take them at 5, but... you need to take some meds. Make sure you take them. Even if you're not taking any meds, maybe take a sip of water. A little bit of self-care can go a long way. Maybe even eat a calorie. Have you eaten one yet? Was the Smiths in the 80s? I don't know. I was gonna say yes, but now I don't know if they were before that. Wait, who's calling you out? Oh, me. About eating a calorie. I thought you were responding to someone in the chat, and I'm like, wait, who called you out? It's okay. The only calories I've consumed today are coffee and goldfish, so... Very grateful that CO is grabbing us some salads for dinner. A lot of hair glam metal stuff from the 80s. That's so cool. Yeah. Agreed. Daily Meal of Champions. There would have been an Uncrustable too, but I forgot to get them at the store the other day. And then I was gonna go yesterday after I dropped off CO, but then I found out that Michael's actually opens at 8 a.m. every day except for Sundays during the holiday season. I'm always surprised by this every year. Like, wait, they open at 8 a.m. right now for the holidays. So I dropped CO off and then went straight to Michael's instead of stopping at the store. And I'll only stop at the grocery store, like, in the morning like that. Otherwise, it's crazy. But I do be missing my Uncrusties. Because basically, like, I'll take one out when I'm not even hungry yet. Because I know that by the time it thaws, I'll probably be hungry. And, like, that has just been working out really well for my ADHD. So that it's, like, there and ready for when I am hungry. And then I don't have to, like, wait for it to thaw. Because I grabbed it when I was hungry. I've had monster and tortillas with little cheese and pesto on them. It sounds a lot fancier and more filling than it actually is. It does sound good though. This is gonna change colors again soon. Yeah, I kind of thought the purple was gonna change colors like this too, and then it was super long. I'll have to show you what that one looks like because I don't think I actually showed it off on stream yet. It was delicious. Yeah, that sounds really good. I don't know if I would have like thought to do tortillas and cheese with pesto, but like that really does sound like a good snack. Oh, good night, Vincent. Hope your show tomorrow goes well. More time. I've been on a pesto kick and I will be stealing this. Hell yeah. It was a idea I had late last night. Turns out a decent idea to do sober. Oh, I love that. Get fresh parm and Armanino brand pesto if you can. Ideas can be amazing. They're the best. Torch, you just woke up. Nice. Hope you had a nice sleep. It's frozen and comes in squeeze pouches. Best fucking pesto I've ever had, and I've had a lot. Okay. Yeah, we are talking pesto. Not always, but more often than one who doesn't partake might think. Yeah. Sometimes the ideas are dumb. But sometimes they really hit. Nope. Get ready to go. My mouse keeps getting all moved around from this yarn. So this pasta sauce. Haven't gotten dressed. Like I said I needed to. Oh no, go get dressed. Love you. Yeah. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. Still haven't done that, and I'm in fact wearing less clothes than earlier. I'm bad at this. You started getting dressed. You started taking off the clothes you're not wearing outside so that you could put on the clothes that you are wearing outside, and you just haven't gotten to that second step yet. I'm kind of feeling like I want to watch a deep dive. I don't know. What do you guys think? Would that be annoying? I don't want to be annoying. I am usually faster at this if I'm watching something. Twisted World of Hilary Duff. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. There's like a lot. I don't know what some of these are. Okay. Drew Barrymore. Cocaine by 12. Okay, we'll watch that.
Welcome to a very dark and special episode of Chaotic Web, as this is the most brutal story I have ever encountered.
Oh no.
At only 11 months old, Drew Barrymore was thrown onto a set, and she seemingly never left, rising to superstardom with her hit movie E.T. and falling into addiction at a shocking 7 years old. Her mother Jade would leave her alone to adult boyfriends in exclusive Hollywood parties and squeeze Drew for every dime.
I did not know any of this.
Jade would expose her young
I remember she had a rough
Drew to
childhood.
hard only to blame her when she got addicted, handcuff her, and take her to rehab against her will.
They drove me here in the middle of the night and they walked me right through those two doors. And when you go through those two doors, you do not come out. And I was there for a year and a half and I hated it. I kicked, I screamed. 1 minute you're at movie premieres and clubbing, and the next minute you're in a full-blown institution with barbed wire everywhere, and you can't get out.
Drew Barrymore beat every statistic, but not without a brutal fight and divorce from her own mother at only 14 years old.
Yeah,
And
this
an
one might be
entire
rough.
ordeal
I'll let you know if I
exploiting the
change
whole
it.
ordeal before she even had a chance to turn 18. Now,
They like to
join
not
me
give
as
you
I
a
take
trigger
deep
warning,
into the
so-
scariest parties in LA and through the dark, lonely streets of Brooklyn as we dive deep into the tragic story.
I just
of
never
Drew
watch
Barrymore.
YouTube. Like,
But
I don't know
first,
what
a word
else to
from our
watch on
sponsor.
here.
This episode of Deep Dive is sponsored by EveryPlate. Now, we love EveryPlate because it is America's best value meal kit. Meals are
No, we don't care
25%
about the
cheaper than
sponsor.
grocery shopping, as you are only paying for what you actually need, with pre-proportioned ingredients and 50% cheaper than your per meal by going to everyplate.com and entering our code DEEPDIVE149.
Oh, I hit my
We
move roll.
truly love how affordable EveryPlate is. So don't forget, for $1.49 per meal, use code DEEPDIVE149 at everyplate.com. Now let's get back into the dark, dark childhood of Drew Barrymore. Now, like I said, the story of Drew Barrymore is a dark one, and it begins before she was even born. See, her father and mother were in a very violent and abusive relationship. Drew's mother recounted that she thought they could fix their relationship
You can't
with a
say the word
baby. However,
abusive?
it did exactly
Wow.
the opposite. One day while Drew was
The
still in her
censorship
mother's
is
stomach,
crazy.
her mother and father would get into a blowout argument. Drew recalled that he, quote, raged at her all the time. Then one night, she said he went berserk and beat her up. He hit her and kicked her in the stomach. I suppose he was trying to make me inside her. Finally, though, someone heard cries and came to her rescue and took her to the hospital. So all of this happened before Drew was even born, and her life would prove to be even more tumultuous. Now, we know Drew Barrymore as one of the most iconic and prolific actresses of our generation. And although she is a mega talented actress, she was also destined for this life whether she wanted it or not. See, Drew Barrymore was born to a family of all actors. And I'm not joking, like all the way up to her great-grandfather and great-grandmother, almost everyone was an actor with the maiden name Drew Barrymore. This bloodline goes all the way back to King Charles III. That's how long Drew and her family have been acting. The most prolific actor being her father, an actor by the name of John Drew Barrymore. Now, many of these actors were riddled with and alcohol abuse. Unfortunately, even including her elusive father,
Like,
John, who
we don't know what
sadly
you're
only 15
saying.
years old, was taken
Why do they have to
advantage of by
censor
his
words that they're
stepmother
allowed
at
to
the
say on
time.
television?
This
That's
led
so
to a
fucking
string of
stupid.
alcohol and drug abuse that lasted him his entire acting career until he died at only age 60. So clearly the Barrymore family was well acquainted with the woes of Hollywood and alcohol, but their biggest addiction by far was fame. And Drew's mother would make sure that her daughter was a star, no matter the cost. She would begin auditioning Drew, her newborn baby daughter, almost immediately. And when Drew was merely 11 months old, she was cast in her first commercial. Needless to say, much like Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, Drew's future was sort of written before she even had a say in it. Now, Drew revealed in her book, Little Girl Lost, that I'm gonna be quoting throughout this entire video, and just so you know, it's from her like 14-year-old point of view, and she is so wildly intelligent. But in this book, she would chronicle her parents' relationship and how wildly tumultuous her relationship with her mother was, stating, "Growing up as an only child, raised by a single working mother, I was riddled by insecurity, always fearing that people wouldn't like me. How could they? My father hates me, my mother likes me only for the money I earn. And I know for damn sure that I'm nothing but a worthless piece of flesh. When I was younger, she was never there for me. That's the way I felt, at least. And these days, she takes everything out on me. I mean, she is always so negative. She compares me to my friends. She's greedy with all our money, hardly giving me any. She's all
Welcome
business
back.
and no pleasure. And I think she gives me too much in some ways,
Drew
and
Barrymore.
not enough in other ways.
Which might be too dark.
Making money for her parents seemed to be the main objective.
He's like, this
And
is the
what better
darkest
way
one
for
we've
her
ever
to
done.
do
I was like,
so than
oh.
to start acting. But Drew wouldn't be acting in just anything.
Nope.
See, I've long questioned the morals
But then I'm
and
like,
ethics
what?
involving children in horror movies. Not just because of the brutality and gore, but because of the general nature of the films as well. We are talking about minors here. Like you saw in last week's Shelby Search Bar, Misha Barton's first acting role was in a movie called Lawn Dogs, in which she befriends a 21-year-old man at only 11 years old. And things start to get more private. Now, much like many young actors getting their start, Drew's first movie would be an absolutely brutal horror movie based around mind control, LSD ketamine experiments, and deprivation tanks. Along this audition process for various depraved horror films, Drew at only age 6 would audition for Hollywood director Steven Spielberg's all-new cutting-edge horror movie Poltergeist. She immediately went in and, quote, lied her face off.
That's right. Meeting Steven Spielberg. Yeah. And you were, how old at the first? Six years old.
And I lied to him. I lied my face off. I told him I was in a rock and roll band. I was a drummer, of course, because drummers are the coolest. And that I was a cook, and you know, I mean, funny enough, I went to meet on a movie called Poltergeist, and the director, Toby Hooper, wasn't there that day, but Steven, who was the producer, was filling in for him, and I felt like I had him in my butterfly net. I was so excited. Like, Pippi Longstocking was my hero, so like, I just felt like girls can do anything. You know, there's no ceiling, and I sold myself and like told my little stories, and I was like, and he was like, you know what? You're not right for this. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, but I'm making another movie, and I think you should come audition for that. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, sure. I'm sure he won't call. And he did, and I went in for it, and it was a movie called This Boy's Life. And after numerous auditions, I got that, which later became a different title called E.T.
Now, she would be cast in the iconic role of Elliot's younger sister, Gertie, who would be dazzled by their new extraterrestrial best friend. And Drew seemed to be actually dazzled by E.T. See, growing up in the entertainment industry is a lonely existence. Drew once said she'd walk into a restaurant or some room where there were other kids and sensed that everyone was looking at her, thinking, I'm sure she's the biggest snob or brat on earth. But Drew says, quote, I wasn't. I was really this frail little thing who wanted to shout, hey, I didn't want to be famous. I just want to be loved. I'm scared. I don't know how to deal with this. But Drew would find a friend in the highly detailed extraterrestrial prop that played E.T., stating in her book, I was a 6-year-old girl who always preferred make-believe and fantasy and playing dress up to reality. Anything where I could lose myself in another character. And then I was introduced to this wonderful, cute, wrinkled creature named E.T. I fell in love. To me, E.T. was extremely real. Yes, I knew he was something Steven Spielberg created, but I actually believed in him. I could touch him, hug him, kiss him. He put his arm around me. From the moment I saw him, E.T. instantly became my best friend. On lunch breaks, I used to take my food into the room where he was kept, sit down beside him, and carry on a conversation while I ate. I talked to him about my mother and where we lived. If it was cold outside, I wrapped a scarf around his neck. I was always excited to be with him. Occasionally, some of the older crew members sat down with us and tried speaking to E.T. When he didn't answer, they asked us how come he only talked to me and not to them. I would say he's very shy. Drew would later lead on that a PA told her that we found you over there just talking away to E.T. And so we let the director Steven know. And so Steven from that time on appointed 2 guys to keep E.T. alive. So whenever you came over to talk to him, he could actually react to you. This led to a groundbreaking performance by 6-year-old Drew Barrymore and completely catapulted her career. One of the first movies after E.T. would be about a young girl who is caught in the middle of her 2 actor parents fighting over her until she gets emancipated to live with her nanny. And y'all, art would truly imitate life with this one, but we'll get into that later in the video. So after E.T., Drew, even at 6 years old, was a bona fide celebrity. Thus, her mother began taking her out to various parties and clubs to soak up that sweet limelight. However, these environments were barely for adults and definitely not for children. This didn't stop Jade Barrymore, Drew's mother, from bringing her young daughter to Studio 54, one of the most legendary nightclubs known for the disco, but also known for promiscuity and drug use. As Drew's mother kept bringing Drew to these events, she would begin leaving Drew to party off by herself. Drew was now a lone wolf at 7 years old in the big bad city of Hollywood, California. Now, by the next year, Drew would already start smoking cigarettes. She said she recounted, well, if I smoke cigarettes, then I can drink. I started drinking alcohol with friends when I slept over at their houses.
Sorry, I asked right when you took a bite.
Here, a beer there. After a while though, drinking became the only way I thought I could have fun. Only I didn't drink to have fun. I drank to get drunk. Now, the Barrymores, while they were highly respected in the theater and arts, were known to be heavy drinkers. And that apple, unfortunately, didn't fall far from the tree, as Drew would have her experience with alcohol at only 8 years old, drinking 2 glasses of champagne. She said she enjoyed the alcohol as it helped her escape her problems for just a moment, which, y'all, I find really sad, because like no 8-year-old should be stressed and overworked that they feel like they have to turn to alcohol for some sense of relief. Like, how messed up is that?
No,
now, by the very next year, she had become dependent on alcohol at only 9 years of age. Now, Drew begins detailing how this spiraled into her transforming into a full-blown club hopper without her mom entirely. See, Drew became addicted to the nightlife, the booming music, everyone knowing exactly who she was, and getting that same recognition she so desperately yearned for on the set of those movies, saying, quote, "I was also a club hopper at 10, as much as someone that age can be. I would sleep over at a friend's house and we would sneak out. One time, a magazine ran a picture of me dancing and a headline that said, 'Drew Barrymore dancing at 2 a.m. Shouldn't she be in bed?' Maybe other kids that age should have been in bed, but that wasn't for me. I didn't care what anyone thought. I was accepted in the club world. I felt I belonged and I wanted to be there."
Like, who's
After a
partying with a
while, though,
10-year-old?
I started thinking, well, this is getting boring.
I've partied a lot, and if there was ever a 10-year-old there, I would be like, yo, whose fucking kid is this? Get them away.
There's nothing to it. When I was 10 and a half, I was sitting in the back seat of a car driven by a friend's mother. She started smoking I'd wanted to try marijuana for a long time, but I was afraid that if I asked, she'd say, "No way, Drew, you're too young." However, she offered me some and I said, "Sure, I'll try it." I was shocked, but she had a look that seemed to say, "Isn't it cute? A little girl getting stoned." Eventually, that got boring too, and my addict mind told me, well, if smoking is cute, it'll also be cute to get into the heavier stuff. Like, my usage was gradual, but what I did kept getting worse and worse, and I didn't care what anybody else thought about me. The higher I got, the happier I imagined myself, the more miserable I actually was. One thing Drew wasn't even allowed was sugar, saying, quote, "My mom wouldn't let me eat sugar. Studio 54 and alcohol were totally fine, but don't touch that sugar." And I did. I snuck chocolate in the closet. All the other habits were out in the open, but the sugar wasn't in the closet thing. Literally, I would hide it in a box in my closet. Now remember, Drew was doing some pretty hardcore substances. It didn't just stop at parties. As by 12 years old, Drew had developed a dependency on the intense upper. Now, this was a very strange time for Drew, as the hype from E.T. and other movies she'd done as a young child were sort of fading away. As Drew was getting older and older, the Golden Globes and the People's Choice Awards were keeping Drew out later than ever, but if she wanted to go out alone for a non-work related event, that was a big no-no according to Jade. But the biggest question for me, y'all, is like, who on earth would enable a child to engage in this type of behavior?
I don't get it at all.
Her father was apparently distant through all of this, and her mother takes a really
If a kid asked me for a drug, I would like laugh at them and be like, yeah, no.
With Oprah, her mother claimed that she would not be attending bars with her daughter.
Like 3 or 4 years later, you began to be suspicious?
You when she was going to parties and
Because you're a good person? Yeah, I guess so.
I was never with her
There's
at
a lot of
bars
people
at
partying,
night,
or maybe not
but
good
I
people.
would go with her to parties. There were a lot of industry functions and then private social/business functions. And when we got there, we would stay together for time. Then she would go her way and I would go my way. And not knowing about the problem, I was not as scrutinizing as I should have been.
You just decided to just let her have some space?
Yes.
9 or 10, that's exactly the age where you need some guidance, some definition, you don't need a parent to back off and give you space at 9 or 10, especially if you were where Drew was at that time.
Part of it was the fact that I didn't have a dad. I felt like my mom was abandoning me because she was always off at work.
Do you know now how you got to be so confused? I mean, how does a person born who looks like you do, who comes from the kind of ancestry that you come from, the kind of family, and is friends with Spielberg and E.T., how do you get to be so depressed? How does that happen? How could you not look in the mirror and think you were beautiful? How could you not think, gee, this is a wonderful life and I'm going to do everything to protect it?
I never looked in the mirror and thought I was
Oprah, that's
beautiful. I would
literally
have
not how
low
depression
self-esteem
works, but
with
okay.
Anybody I knew. And
You think we don't tell ourselves that?
So you'd look in the mirror and think what?
that I was overweight, that I had a round face, my eyes weren't good enough, my hair wasn't good enough, my legs were too short, my waist was too big, my feet were too big, my teeth weren't straight enough. I mean, just every little detail wasn't right.
Are you at a point in your life now where you can accept that this is who you are? Because I went through this, and it took me a long time to get to the point where I could really just accept that I don't have that. That is not what I have. This is what I have, and I'm going to have to work with this. Are you there yet?
Yeah, I'm there. It's scary, because I want to stay sober so bad. And there is a possibility that I could slip again. But I feel so confident right now in the fact that I do want to stay sober, that I think that I feel that I have a really good chance at achieving sobriety for,
Although now it's a known fact that she had been the one bringing Drew with her to Studio 54 to party with the Hollywood elites. Drew claimed that she would party with people she considered her friends, and that looking back, she can clearly see that they were not really her friends at all. And y'all, it's such a scary Hollywood thing to like imagine a room full of adults partying with a child and just acting like it's normal. It's so disturbing that nobody really stepped in and took control of the situation, because Drew was only 9 years old. Definitely not old enough to be calling the shots. Now, between the ages of 9 and 10, Drew's work dried up for a bit. She went to a school in a twisted mess of addiction that she was able to completely conceal due to her amazing acting abilities as a child. But after a year, Drew and her mother got the call that she was cast in a movie called Babes in Toyland that she would need to film in Munich, Germany. When she was in Germany filming Babes in Toyland, grown rocker Rod Stewart would party the night away with an 11-year-old Drew Barrymore, getting completely delirious into the wee hours of the night and nearly getting kicked out of the hotel they were staying in. Rod invited Drew to go on tour with him, and Drew's mother debated, but ultimately said no. At this point, drinking was the only way an 11-year-old Drew Barrymore knew how to have fun. And when her mother said no, she envisioned the tour bus of fun leaving her behind, the only happiness she knew. Now, this is when Drew would fall completely into substances for happiness and pick up a gnarly addiction. See, when Drew was drinking and smoking, Hollywood studios didn't seem to bat an eye at it. But when word of Drew's addiction got around, she began being blackballed across the entertainment industry. Producers didn't want to hire such a young girl with such an extreme addiction. Around this time, Drew was in a public limbo. It was before the news of Drew's addiction was public knowledge, but after all the Hollywood producers had caught wind. Drew was also a very public part of the First Lady Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign against drugs.
No, like, I'm getting so annoyed that they are censoring words that they're allowed to say on TV. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's making me very upset.
So she was being placed on a pedestal nonetheless. Now, when Drew's mother/manager alerted her that she was cast in the movie See You in the Morning, a young Drew, who usually loved to work, was completely against the job. She would have to leave her friends she'd made, and she wouldn't be able to indulge in the substances they'd all craved. She didn't want to do the movie, but her mother made her. According to Drew, this was the most depressing 4 months of her life, and truly flipped her mom into the complete enemy. During this time in New York City, Drew would start amassing more older friends, including her 17-year-old model friend named Stacy, who a 12-year-old Drew Barrymore would start going out to fashionable clubs with. Now, Drew would list multiple experiences of huge celebrities sneaking her into clubs while she wasn't even a teenager yet. A job that seemed like it could have been an escape from the riddled party scene of LA had found Drew this new movie cycle as well. This time, it was in the form of her fleeting, very ambiguously aged boyfriend, Bobby, and her new 17-year-old model friend, Stacy. Over the few months she was in New York, they would get her very well acquainted with the party scene. But after she got back from filming and heading home to Los Angeles, she would discover many of her friends that she'd previously indulged in substances with had gone to treatment and gotten clean. Thus, Drew again was all alone. She used this time to make more stoner friends, and by the time prom had come around, Drew was doing line after line with the older kids. Now, Drew's mother never had a serious problem with her substance abuse until she was no longer able to work. She would reprimand her, fight her, and ground her, but to no avail. Jade really sort of let anything slide. However, the tumultuous period Jade and Drew had experienced in New York City caused Drew's mother to see the warning flashes of what was to come, and she would begin making moves to set up an involuntary hold on Drew. Drew also wasn't being hired. The New York City movie with Farrah Fawcett had ended, and she wasn't making anyone any money. So her mother and manager decided
Talia, that sounds like a good call. Sometimes you just need a cozy night.
Sources. During a blowout fight, during one of the countless nights Drew stayed out past
Maybe
her
you're not
curfew,
getting dressed
she
because it's just
called
not
and told
happening
her mom
tonight.
to get out of her house, and that she didn't deserve to live there. Her mother agreed, but when Drew came back and saw that her mother was still upstairs, she was livid. She began destroying destroying her mother's house, but her mother wasn't reacting as she usually does. Jade would stand her ground while Drew tore the apartment to shreds. Drew knew her mother's rule of not drinking in the house, so Drew knew she had to do just that to send Jade over the edge. She went to the refrigerator and pulled out an ice-cold beer. Her mother told her not to drink it, and that's when Drew stormed into her room and slammed the door. Through the door, a 13-year-old Drew could hear her mother on the phone saying, "She's very bad. You need to come over right now and pick her up." Panic shot through Drew's body as if she was being scalded by hot water. Oh, she thought, the cops are coming. What am I going to do now? But it actually wasn't the cops at all. See, remember that friend Drew had that sobered up while she was in New York City? Well, Drew's mother had phoned her mother.
Oh no, I'm sorry you already had an IRL thing go wrong.
This is when Drew's friend's mother would reveal the cure was Betty Wyman's clinic called ASAP Treatment Center. Now, Betty Wyman has been caught up in numerous stories that we've investigated and was clearly an early player at setting up the corrupt California treatment system. But what's very interesting about the telling of this part of the story is up until this point, the point of view has been mostly from a 14-year-old Drew Barrymore. But this portion of the book is conveniently from her mother's point of view. And it's basically a long ad for the recovery center Drew was placed in. Now, I'm gonna get into this later, but Drew does defend her treatment process, saying, "I was locked up at 13 years old, boo-hoo, I needed it." But I can't help but read the subtext of this story. Her mother states multiple times that Drew hated every second of that treatment center while she was there, and it was full of young girls just like her. Now, Drew only stayed in this rehab facility for a record-breaking 11 days, but she didn't leave because of relapse. She left for the far away from home film commitment that her mother was not letting go. Now remember, Drew didn't even want to work at this point, and she is being revived back to life as a young 13-year-old girl. Yet Jade Barrymore had her mind set on Drew's career. Drew would leave rehab in the middle of treatment to go back to work. Betty Wyman would send a past patient / handler with her to make sure she didn't mess up. Now here they equate her arguing with her mom to drinking, and that's
why didn't you just wait for me to go on a break?
Betty says if Drew is so much has a
Baby.
drink or argues with her mother,
No, don't
to call
stop.
her immediately for
Oh my
reinforcement.
God.
Drew films this
Baby.
movie far away from home in a small town with nothing to
That's
do
what
but
we're trying
three
to do,
bars, but
sweet
she
pea.
remarkably stayed sober.
My
She
ad is
said
in
it was the
7
first
minutes
time she'd
still.
gotten back into her work since Cat's
I don't-
Eye. Now, how these huge studios were okay
You gotta
with
tell me
hiring a
before.
weak young 13-year-old girl straight out of rehab.
How
and
would
sending
that be
her back
timing
when
it
they were
right?
done working with
When
her?
yours was
I'll
gonna
never
go
know.
off in like
But on
2
September
minutes.
5th, the movie wrapped and she returned back to ASAP Recovery Center ASAP. Now remember, this was what Drew described as her prison. She had had a good attitude, but she was furious that she had to go back against the wishes of the doctors and therapists at ASAP Recovery.
We're gonna just take a break. Be right back.
Oh. And the other two, like, enjoy the gasms. Gasm is my tier 3 emote, in case you didn't know. Aria, oh my god. Oh my god. Oops. A dog!
One of these. You know, like sparkle water. That's fun for me.
I don't know what that was. I'm just stuck.
Hey, Bun Bun! We hope you have an amazing birthday and an even more incredible year. Take care. I love you so much. Say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Hey!
No, I'm just crying at hearing Lexi's voice. Oh. The hour that Queen has.
Queen, thank you. We need to get one of those.
Oh my god, wait. It like actually worked though.
That's adorable.
I'm sorry, the alerts don't usually. I don't usually.
Thank you, Queen.
I don't use.
Apparently, I don't know how to respond. Bread has won the internet, and I guess we can all go home now. Someone tell their mom to come pick us up, because it's time to go. Like, Bread won.
And we're gonna fly. Alright, we're gonna fly, and I'm gonna need you to pull back a little sooner than that. PB, let's go!
Look. Cape is not my strong suit. Well, I love Jody. Jody's my favorite. Fucking Jody. Oh my god, Jody. It's a problem. It's a problem.
Especially about one specific gal. I felt that.
You have a hype train. You have a level 5 hype train.
I gotta teach up here and let him go. You can just slide down and grab him. And it's pretty cool. It's a little late on the jump. You don't want to be on the very bottom. Oh, am I jumping too late off of the slope still? Is that what it is? I think that might be what it is. I still am trying to slide for too long. Kudos to the friends who help out, right? Oh, it's 11:11. Give me a shooting star to make a wish. Yes, no! I was trying to... If that was not the most me shit I've ever seen in my life. Look like you'll be okay, but you already fucked up. Long ago. You know?
Yep. Hey, I watched the entire thing. Good
Oh
job,
my god!
baby.
I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it!
Oh, I got little feet.
My feet
Her little
was
feet
kicking.
was like, and it was very cute.
I got it! I got it! I got it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I bonked my head!
Woo!
Yump though!
Yum, yum, yum.
Woo!
Your press will also be saved.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if that was like really annoying to see. I don't actually know what that was like viewer wise, so I apologize. Oh my god. Extreme close up. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna stop with the Wayne's World references now. Okay. Please just like stop. Let me stop dying. I can't talk. Please let me stop dying on balls in space. Balls in space. Balls in space. You know what I mean? Oh.
I have to actually steer this to make sure we don't die during this.
KO, you little bitch! Oh my god, stop! I didn't say KO! No! I had no idea! I'm crying. I was like, damn, poor little snakes. Like, they're just trying to fucking snake through the woods, live their fucking lives, hella misunderstood by everyone,
everyone just be like, oh, snake, you know? Like, how fucking sad. Like, oh, it made me so sad to imagine being a snake and just everyone is so scared every time they see you and you're like, what? I'm just trying to live. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna eat you. The fuck? You're too big.
That at least seemed like
Oh my god, Eldad's here. He liked my hack. Thank you.
Hey Eldad, how's it going?
What? In my chat? I'm not fangirling at all.
Let's go ahead
I'm so glad that you liked it. I hope you're having a good night.
Yes! Destroyed the bitch! No, I knew this build was good, and I know this is gonna be a peeb. I already know. Sub 25? Do you think? You think you're superior to me? I am superior to you. It was just proven. Hades. More like Hades nuts, am I right?
I did it.
Yeah.
I'm of someone very sore right now.
Look at this build. Was that it? Was that the one? God fucking damn it. Now I throw it to the left. I'm so... But like, what did I do wrong that I didn't make it over? Like, I specifically made sure. Okay. All right.
I mean,
No! I even jumped, but not high enough. Like, I don't really know. So, what? I cheesed that jump. Did y'all see that shit? That was some fucking Marcy August shit. Oh my god. Ooh, that was good.
And I got a maple bar and 2 donut holes.
2 donut holes.
In the bag, it looked like a donut dick. It was just a big ass maple bar.
Just a maple bar with 2 little maple balls at the bottom.
And I was just like, alright. Who the fuck?
And I was just like, that looks like a dick.
Donut dick staring at me out of the bag.
Donut dick.
You think you have a new order?
Donut dick. In case. Silo. Another helicopter. There we go. Nope, still not big enough for that. Where was I picking up buildings before? Maybe over here. These ones are littler.
Alright. It's not as game changing as last time, but it's literally a net positive for me, because everyone's ahead of me right now. So, cool. Thank you for taking that shortcut, Amanda.
Well, it's not my plan, but even better. Whoop. Honestly. Oh, except now you're gonna pass me up. It would have been better for me if she had gotten it! God damn it, CO, no!
Whoop, whoop. I've been holding on to that goddamn warp block all game, just for that. And now I can just curse random people for the rest of the game.
Well.
That's why when you whispered to me, I just laughed, because I was like, I have a plan, I'm sorry.
I thought you laughed at me because I was loud. Garage time! Butthole bit patches, that'll pull me out of lurk. Okay, so
You know, like the original bit badges, like if you don't upload like new badges for them, they look like buttholes. I'm not the one who made this up. Cheebs is the first person I heard this from, so if you want to take it up with anybody, take it up with her. I mean, don't go into her stream and
Okay, so see where that blue coin is? That's where you gotta kick it forward. Gently drop it.
Peeb! There's an arrow! There's an arrow! There's an arrow! So now our time difference is an hour off, and I don't know in which direction. And I'm not gonna try to figure it out, especially not on stream. I don't know. I'm really not like as bad at math as it seems like I am during stream.
Okay, I'm back. Also, CO is live. Also, I decided we'll finish this Drew Barrymore one, and then we'll try to find something less dark. Like, I like to learn about, like, the secret behind da-da-da, but, like, we can't just keep watching dark shit. So, we'll finish this one, and then we'll find, like, maybe a Defunct Land or something to watch. I don't know too many YouTube channels, but Defunct Land is, like, interesting without being, like, dark, you know? Talia, thanks for the welcome back! Also, hope you're okay from having an IRL thing going wrong, by the way. Yeah, Defunct Land is fun. I remember watching a cool one about, like, the fast passes at Disney and stuff, so we're, like...
Oh, it's true. We can't do categories too. Enjoy the lurkies, Aria. Keep by your chicken. I saw that also. I'm assuming you basically like probably one player set.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was not our car. It's fine now. It was just a lot of stress earlier. Okay, good. I'm glad it's not something that's, like, carrying into now. But I'm sorry that it was stressful earlier. I like how this one is turning out. This is really pretty. I was hoping the purple one would change this often. Oh yeah, hand me the purple one. I haven't shown it. It's right there. Me too. Yeah. So this is the purple one. And you see what I mean? How, like...
Okay, so in order to make any actual progress...
Like, these are two different light colors of purple, but, like, they didn't change for so long, and it wasn't that different, and so I had to, like... I don't know. It's only 3 different colors, and I thought it would be more, so... I tried to at least make it to where you could put it around, like, twice, or maybe 3 times if you want to. Okay, good. Because it was just, like, a chunkier color block than I anticipated. So I made it longer so I could at least get to the dark one, too. Thank you! See, that was when I started yesterday, and then I finished it today. And now we work on this one. Like 10 out of 10, very nice scarf we'll purchase at the store. Those colors are just my type. That's so sweet of you. That means a lot. I also definitely picked the yarn just based on, like, ooh, I think this yarn is pretty, and, like, not necessarily, like, this person will love this yarn, so, like, I hope that they will like it. Alright, let's finish this Drew Barrymore one because we're invested, and then we'll find something else.
Drew's mother had another film obligation for her, this time in Manhattan for 1 week. Drew's mother figured she'd been doing fine, as she'd been sober for 78 days to this point, but her mother was wrong. Drew knew it too. She felt a sick feeling in her stomach on the plane on the way to New York City. She knew it couldn't be good. Her mother would leave her completely alone, no sober coach, no nothing, and let her go back to hang out with Stacy at the old clubs they used to frequent. While they were there, all of Drew's friends started doing lines. She declined as she was scared of Betty Wyman.
Hi, Crunch.
And knew she would get
The Disturbing Childhood of Drew Barrymore.
However, her friends asked
We're
her
gonna
one
watch
more
something
time
less dark
after
once
they
this one
did
is
it,
over,
and
but we're
Drew
already halfway through. We're
fainted.
invested.
Drew recalls the dramatic scene on the dance floor. A 13-year-old Drew, minutes after her last line, sobbing about 78 days of sobriety lost. Now, she hadn't even had 1 minute.
I don't know, I really like these deep dives, but they get very dark.
Of the social construct of sobriety on such a young teen girl. I mean, they even go as
How
far
are you
as
doing
to
today,
go into
Crunch?
dry periods
Lovely
versus
to see
sober
you.
periods. And I just think it's all a little much. I mean, throughout her book, Betty and Drew really sympathize with her mom, but this all goes back to her allowing her and encouraging her to go to these adult parties and then leaving her completely unsupervised with no guidance. If her mother hadn't done that, she wouldn't be having to differentiate the 12 steps as a 13-year-old.
That's crazy.
Barely a step for every
Like,
year
it's
she
clearly
was
her
born
mom's
at that
fault, and then
point.
her mom's, like,
Anyway, the
abandoning
tears
her,
were
like,
off, and Drew convinced her friends
you're
Stacy to
unmanageable.
do just one more line with her.
You
They
made me
perk
like
up,
this.
get their noses sore, and dance the night away without a care in the world. Now, Drew goes back to where they were staying and tells her mother that she's sober and everything is fine. Jade actually buys this.
Why is this so
letting
flashy?
Drew get completely away scot-free. But the looming fear of the drug test was still imminent in a 13-year-old Drew's mind. Thus, she decided she'd already messed up. Why not go all the way? Her and Stacy, who was now 18, devised a plan to go to Hawaii with nothing but their handbags. They drove to LaGuardia Airport, hopped on a plane to Los
What?
Angeles, went shopping with her mother's stolen credit card,
No.
and shielded themselves with very wishy-washy alibis to her mother along the way that she, for the most part, believed. However, when Drew wasn't home the next morning, which again, y'all, Jade is letting her stay out all night in New York City, Jade told Drew she was calling the cops.
That's
her mother
insane.
then canceled the stolen credit card and immediately alerted Drew that she had limited time. Drew and Stacy fled from friend's house to friend's house until they were only an hour and a half from their escape to Hawaii. It was a mad dash against the clock. However, this is when Drew would walk back into her room where she would see a strange man and woman in her doorframe. Drew, who wasn't dressed and still had lines she'd just done, told them to get out until she got dressed. They didn't listen and handcuffed Drew while she was still unclothed. They took her back to Betty Wyman's clinic. The two goons for the hospital asked about E.T. when she was in the back seat, silent. They even asked her for an autograph when they uncuffed her. Drew was heading back into her personal prison at the lowest of lows, and fans were asking for autographs on her way into her personal hell. This time, it was even worse, too. Drew was allegedly tackled to the ground by 4 techs after she verbalized that she didn't like the way another student
Yeah,
was being
I've seen her as an
treated.
adult
Betty
talking
Wyman
about it
held the
too,
treatment
so
over Jade's head as well.
maybe
saying,
that's why I
"If
was
you want
okay
your
with it
daughter to be
too.
sober,
Like, she
you
seems
have to
okay now."
abide by even stricter rules and give Betty even more control over you and your daughter, including the job of Drew's manager. Yeah, that's what the book says. I don't know if she was taking percentages, so I guess her mother relinquished the power of being Drew Barrymore's manager to Betty Wyman. A mastermind therapist, it's very, very sketch and sounds a lot like the Britney Spears situation. During this time, they kept Jade away from Drew and didn't tell Drew why.
Like, I would literally just put on Real Housewives if I could, but I know you guys don't care about that, and also I can't just like
bring
put Peacock
something to the
shows
hospital.
on.
Jade would say, "When I have time." The estrangement between a 13-year-old Drew and her adult mother was inappropriate to say the least. Jade had a duty to her daughter, and after making wrong choice after wrong choice, she was barely even aiding in the recovery process of her 13-year-old daughter. Treatment seemed to get even more severe, and Betty Wyman believed, quote, Drew had to confront herself first. She had to be dragged kicking and screaming
NMD.
if need be.
Yeah,
Now, in
look, it's like
treatment, Drew
pretty
met a boy
autumn
whom she really
sunset
hit it off
colors.
with. And when they were caught talking together in a storage room, Drew was given ITP for 3 days, what Betty Wyman refers to as intensive treatment
How are
program,
you? It's great
which
to
can
see
most
you.
closely be related to solitary confinement. She needed to write a paper while in there as well, and the assignment was cruel. The first topic Betty gave her was is Rick just another number on your long list? Attempting to demean, degrade, and humiliate Drew for a natural human emotion she had towards her new crush, Rick. Drew was given ITP 15 times in her first month and a half, which if it was only 3 days each and she didn't get it the first couple of days, that meant she spent nearly all her time in solitary confinement, in between grueling therapy session after therapy session.
Ew, how's
One
that supposed
day,
to help
when
somebody?
Lori called Drew into the office, they very coldly alerted her that her grandfather had died. Betty snapped, "Deal with it, Drew," while Drew was wallowing in her own tears. Drew even attempted to escape the facility through the window, but a tech found her and put her back in ITP. Betty was physically and
Also,
mentally
for the record, we're
monitoring
gonna watch
and
something less
testing
dark
Drew.
after this.
But as Drew was being placed in unimaginable
Not supposed
conditions
to help us supposed to
over
break them
and
until you
over,
can
she
control
finally
them.
decided to cooperate and did whatever they said until she was given a pass to Growth Group, a section of the Betty Wyman
Silly.
recovery process where they all go out and do fun things, showing that you can have fun without
They keep
substances.
saying words like
For most of the
recovery, so
attendees, this was their
here I
first
was
time they
thinking
were
they were
bowling,
supposed to
doing
help.
barbecues, and going to concerts while sober. But to Drew, this was her first time ever even doing these things. See, the entertainment industry had swallowed her up from the age of 11 months old to her present day. If she was, quote, having fun, it was either in front of a camera, in a club, or with a bunch of age-inappropriate celebrities. This was her first time trying normal kid things. And remember, Drew is still only 13 years old. Now, Drew's mother would start to visit her again. One night, Drew recalled her mother came to visit, but arrived 5 minutes after visiting hours had ended. Jade persuaded a nurse to let her back, where she greeted Drew and slipped her a script. Drew felt like her only worth to her mother was money. She said, quote,
Gotta get some
"Can't
stuff
you
together
just
for
be
work
my
tomorrow.
mom for a goddamn
Some gifties
minute?
for the
Don't
kiddos.
you
Oh.
listen to a thing I say?
Yeah, Drew Barrymore's
I don't
childhood.
want you to be my manager.
should
I
put-
want a mother. Other kids' parents bring them McDonald's. Why do I have to get scripts?" Jade shrank out of the hospital distraught, realizing
Maybe I
she
can put
made
this
a
here.
huge mistake. In the following family session, Drew pleaded to her mother, "Sometimes I don't want to work," she said. "I just want to be a little girl. I
is only
just
so
want to be
helpful.
ordinary Drew, not Drew Barrymore." Her mother would breadcrumb her with a pair of slippers, and it worked. Drew, writing in her
The
book
disturbing
that kids were
childhood of
always getting
is where
little
it cuts
gifts or
off.
presents. Everyone, it seemed, except me. Oh, what did my mother bring me? A script. She wanted me to work, which I knew I wasn't ready for. I told her that in the session after I blew up at her. And though she said she understood,
Yeah, we watched
I
a 3-part
wondered.
one on the
But
Olsen
when I
twins
finally
yesterday, and
got
I
that
can't stop
special
thinking
little
about it. It
something
haunts
that
me.
told me she cared and that she loved me for being me, well, it sounds stupid, but it made a difference. Drew went through
I
the
saw somebody
motions
just
and was
come in.
eventually
Hi,
given
Goose
her
Rider, how are
discharge
you?
date from Betty Wyman's rehab center. However, one day after Drew received
Yeah,
this
I
news,
agree, Crunch.
so did the National
And I agree, NMD. I
Enquirer,
want to save them
which,
all
y'all,
too.
Again, how these internal affairs at rehabs get leaked to the media.
Like, I just want them all to
usually
be
the call is
okay.
coming from inside the house. But the scene was described in Drew's book as follows. In the final days of December 1988, Drew Barrymore was experiencing the worst time in her life. She had spent the past 6 months undergoing intensive rehabilitation treatment for a 4-year addiction to alcohol and drugs, an addiction that had turned her into a bloated and bruised remnant of her public image. That whole enterprise had been hellish enough to make Drew think she'd been through everything life could possibly throw her way. However, on the eve of her long-anticipated pre-Christmas discharge from the ASAP Family Treatment Center, the private and alcohol hospital where she had been residing off and on since early summer, Drew and her mother Jade Barrymore were delivered a startling jolt of bad news. The gossipy tabloid, the National Enquirer, was about to blow the lid off her tightly guarded secret, whether or not she approved. Drew's struggle with booze and drugs was about to be made public, and there was a serious concern among those close to her about the effect that this shocking revelation would have on a 13-year-old Drew, who, again, at only 13 years old, was re-entering
was
the
she?
world as fragile as a baby doe learning to walk.
Sorry, you
Drew
said it
stating
like
in her
5
book, "My
times in
mental
one
state at that
sentence."
point was delicate and raw. Excited to go home, I was struggling to digest everything I'd been
We laugh
dealing
so we
with
don't
in
cry.
treatment. I'd been learning
find
how to
things to joke
manage
about.
again in the outside
So we
world.
don't.
I'd finally gotten reacquainted with myself after years of masquerading as someone else. It was a lot to contend with. The prospect of stepping beyond the safety of the hospital was frightening enough by itself. I didn't need to be worrying about gossip columns magnifying and distorting the difficulties I'd been trying to overcome. Needless to say, I was furious. While everyone else, including my mother and my therapist, grew dizzy from concern, I erupted into a rage. A huge, horrible, angry outrage that evidenced the dark and temperamental side I inherited from my Barrymore ancestors. It seemed to vent my frustration some, and then I cried. I cried so hard I found myself huddled in bed, trembling uncontrollably. A low self-esteem had plagued me for years, almost as far back as I can recall, and repairing it had been a major part of my treatment at ASAP. Consequently, imagining the god-awful headlines, Drew Barrymore addict at 12 years old, or Barrymore burns out in teens, and the impression people would get of me was all my worst possible fears.
This was weird. I didn't do that one.
I would have been the last person on earth to deny my problems, but I wanted to have the option of confessing them. In the position I found myself in, I felt hopeless, like a drowning swimmer gasping for air. I didn't know what to do, and I fell into the worst depression. Her book continues on. Was the little girl from E.T. really battling a cocaine and alcohol addiction? Betty Wyman worried about Drew's reaction. Her condition was fragile enough without the attention. Her re-emergence into the outside world posed enough temptations. She didn't need the burden of public shame and humiliation piled on top of that. Miraculously though, through the frenzy, Drew remained relatively stable and centered. Compared to her mother, she was the Rock of Gibraltar. She even hatched the plan to tell her story in her own words to People magazine. If her alcohol tribulations
oh my God, they can't say the word drug? Like, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
The story should be factual and honest, and if possible, it should act as either a deterrent or an inspiration to people her own age.
Like, what has
who
YouTube
might also
become?
be struggling with similar problems.
TikTok.
Drew left the ASAP hospital on December 21st. It was 3 months and 1 week after she'd been brought in forcibly from her
because they're the
home
only
by
ones talking about, like,
detectives, with
all
her
the
hands
words you
cocked
can't
behind
say.
her back after a delirious 48-hour cross-country romp. She walked out 25 pounds lighter than when she'd arrived. The National Enquirer's story was out that week, and the telephone rang off the hook. Friends, people Drew had worked with, acquaintances from years back, all wanted to know if it was true, and if it was, how Drew was doing. Reporters stalked the front of their house. They had to sneak outside through back doors and neighbors' cars. It wasn't a pleasant scene. After all, it was a hard scandal for a young, 13-year-old Drew Barrymore. However, this didn't stop much, as only 1 week after being discharged, Drew immediately was hired by the Disney company to do an after-school special about drug use with outspoken child rights activist and actor Corey Feldman. Now, this book described Drew relapsing on a joint and the clinic pressuring her into feeling bad about it.
Like, I
And
can't
y'all,
fucking
this was
decipher it.
A completely different time. However, during this time, she would date a 22-year-old actor named Peter.
Piss me
and
off.
they name this off in the book like it's a good thing, like they do with all of Drew's predatory relationships with adult men. Again, y'all, she was 13, but like I said,
How old was
she
she?
switched from sober to California sober and hid it for months. The guilt of returning to caused the now 14-year-old Drew Barrymore to one day dive behind her mother's vehicle while she was pulling it out of the driveway. Her mother slammed on the brakes and stopped her car. She lived and still didn't tell her mother about her new California sober habit. Now, this is where the story gets very strange. Now, her mother and Peter strangely started to grow close. I don't know if the mom was trying to make Drew jealous. It seems like they have a weirdly competitive relationship, but these Hollywood mothers are pretty grotesque sometimes. And Drew actually became an outsider of her own family. Her mom became better friends with her boyfriends than she was with her mom or her boyfriend. The fights with her mother resumed, and she attempted to run away. She went back
Christian
home
does have the
for a
perfect
few
tone for the
anxious
subject
months
matter.
until Drew decided
I don't remember what I
it
said.
was time to move out, which I don't know how she was able to
See, I
threaten
was loud.
that and then actually like do it at only 14 years old, but she did. And somehow when she moved
Sorry,
out,
we just have
Peter
extra
stayed and lived
talking
with her mother.
with this.
It's unclear to me whether they were dating or not, but like that sentence alone, like, oh, that sickens me. And like the mom and Peter went to New York together without Drew. Again, like he was probably more age appropriate for her mom, but maybe it's the best case scenario and they're just weird boundaryless friends. I don't know, but ooh. Anyway, while they're living in LA, Drew moves out and has to get a job working the door at some club at, again, only 14 years old. She also explains that all her money from her early movies was put into a trust that she couldn't even touch, which is there a reasonable way to do that? I'm sure. But Jade, as a mother, if you were going to let her like go move out on her own, she should have had more than enough money to live on. She had to scrape by during these times and was being kept away from the money she had worked so hard to earn, even at the expense of her own physical and mental health. Now, during this time, Drew had hit rock bottom again, but this time not with substances, with her depression. She called her friends over and threatened to unalive herself on her wrists. Her friends called the hospital and they took a 14-year-old Drew Barrymore to Cedars-Sinai, where her mother gave permission for them to do whatever they needed to do. On the phone while in the hospital, Drew finally came clean and told her mother she smoked again. And her mother, without consulting Drew, sent her right
Like, is she
back
smoking
into
weed? Is
ASAP
she smoking
recovery.
crack? What is she
Drew would
smoking?
experience the nightmare of ASAP and Betty Wyman all over again, this time with no mercy. Betty and Lori would even cruelly out her smoking in front of the entire class before she had even confessed it. They were humiliating her even more this round. The group would quote,
Stop with the
whip
flashing.
and
Oh my God,
flog
this-
and humiliate a
I'm not gonna have a hard time changing
14-year-old
it after
Drew
this.
with the truth. However, this was Drew's final straw with her mother, and she knew just what she had to do. One day, she stormed Betty's office and told her that she has to do something about her insane mother. That's when Betty hatched the brilliant plan to put Drew's mother in an Arizona rehab facility called the Meadows. Now, they say Jade's stay at this rehab facility was
that's
for
the one that Raquel went
codependency,
to
and
from
I'm sure that was
Vanderpump.
part of it, but
pretty
again,
sure.
look at Drew's bloodline. And I'm sure they wouldn't mention this because the book that a lot of these quotes were in, one, is impossible to find. It has been completely wiped off the internet. And two, Drew and Betty Wyman wrote this information together, and it's kind of a push fest. Like, you'll see Drew still like swears by her treatment today, but then has like conflicting reports. We're gonna get into it. But this book is a big ad for recovery and major PR for Drew Barrymore. However, like I said, Drew's mother allegedly checked in and out of the rehab the same day and only stayed in there for 6 hours. When Drew caught wind of this, she was furious. The mother that had put her through living hell couldn't even take an ounce of what she was dealing. She told her mother, quote, "You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, and it's gonna be short and simple. I'm 14 years old. I've spent 7 months of my life in this hospital, working damn hard to get better. You've spent 6 hours in a
Those are my
hospital.
rings.
How dare you do that when you say I'm important to you? This is important to us. Stop being so selfish. This is not about you. This is about
They can't say
us.
goddamn?
This is to get you better so we can have a relationship.
I'm
What
gonna
do
lose
you
my
think
mind.
I'm doing in this hospital? I'm not working completely for you. I'm trying to make myself better so we can go home and live in a healthy, natural environment. And if you don't go back, I mean, if you can check out and I can't, well, that's just game playing. My life is not a little game. So if you don't go back, please don't be surprised when I don't return home." And with that note, Jade actually went back to rehab, but she began literally verbally attacking her own daughter in treatment. And Betty now had complete control over both of them. And that's how Drew's recounting of her 1988 through 1989 psychiatric holds with her mother ends, with her about to be released and no real ending. But the story picks back up outside of the book. See, this book doesn't care to mention that shortly after Drew's release, she would, quote, divorce her mother and emancipate herself. Now, most child stars actually do this to work more hours.
While traversing extreme peaks and valleys of global fame, hidden medical hospitalizations, artistic milestones, rapid adultification and multi-layered abuse I wish on no one, I narrowly survived the toddler to train wreck pipeline. A full-fledged system has emerged. It's
Toddler to train
expertly
wreck, wow.
constructed and it's bolted in place by censoring the harm happening behind the scenes, manicuring aspirational lifestyles and outcomes, and then watching young lives tragically implode. Agents are encouraging me to look at early emancipation so I can work longer hours. This is going to increase my hireability.
And while this could have been true for Drew as well, she was in multiple predatory movies before she turned 18. Drew's mother was also clearly never her mother, and Drew knew that even from the young age of 14. Also, this is all sold in a book while Drew is still only 14. Yeah, y'all, it's hard to remember. I know I keep saying this, but this book is from the perspective of a 14-year-old. Drew Barrymore.
It is really hard
took
to
these
remember
low
because you
points
don't
created
keep
by
saying it
Betty
enough.
Wyman and her mother Jade and turns them into one of the most prolific acting careers of all time, starring in hit movies like Scream, First Kiss Baseball, and even Charlie's Angels. But before this, she had an acting career much like Alicia Silverstone, which y'all need to check out that video over on Deep Dive.
Is it not Alicia? Why do you say
But I
Alicia?
want to get into some of Drew's predatory movies. Now, first, I wasn't even sure if I was going to mention this one, but I want to talk about the subtext of Conspiracy of Love. Now, y'all, Drew was in a made-for-TV movie about a grandfather and granddaughter who develop an special connection that this like caricature of a concerned mom is so against. Like any second they get to, she's like yelling and angry. It's like literally like a Victorious sketch of like people exaggerating a story. Like this woman is insane. No real person acts like this. Anyway, the mom is against the granddaughter and grandfather's relationship, so they have to keep it a secret.
What?
And the mom finds out they're still meeting up with each other and gets a restraining order against her own
Why
father.
is this a
which
movie?
seems like a metaphor for whoever was writing this. Like it seems like a lot is missing from this story. Like I don't think
What?
I'm reading too much into this, but like why would a mother get a restraining order on her own father unless it was pretty serious? And the scenes are just like weird. Like the trailer.
No, like
just
why
ends
does
with
this exist? Who would make this?
guilty of anything.
What's the target audience for
We
this?
stand guilty of love.
Movies were really weird before the internet existed.
A trial of the heart.
You're some kind of kid.
You're some kind of grandpa.
Ew.
And if the movie was called like Grandpa Mike or something, like that would be one thing, but the movie is called Conspiracy of Love. Anyway, she would also appear underage in the Amy Fisher story, a movie about a teen who wounds the wife of an overage
So glad we found
man
out about
she
that one
calls
for
a
no
lover,
reason.
And she would be completely nude while underage in the movie Doppelganger. She would also star in Poison Ivy at only 17 years old. And that movie is about a quote, seductive teen who befriends an introverted high school student and schemes her ways into the lives of her wealthy family. Notice how these teen girls are always the villains, yet also getting exploited. It's very interesting. Anyway, this movie even contained a nude scene of an underage Drew Barrymore, which I don't think makes it legal just because Drew's emancipation. But she would also star in Crazy that same year, a movie about a quote, trashy teen who murdered her sexually abusive stepfather, then helped
what?
get
Her what?
reformed prison pen pal
I'm gonna lose it.
released on good behavior so that she can re-corrupt him.
No, I need
Would
to.
all
I
come a
need
head
to finish
when a
this.
17-year-old Drew Barrymore
I'm
would
invested.
appear
Sunken
completely
cost.
nude on the cover of Interview magazine and have graphic shots in the magazine while she was still a minor. Now, Interview magazine recently republished all of these images in a positive light, and it's so nasty. So what is Drew Barrymore up to now? After all of these exploitative movies, Drew Barrymore would land the role of a lifetime in Wes Craven's hit movie Scream. This
Is
would
it not
elevate
pronounced
her career to the
exploitative?
next
If I've
level,
been saying
and
it
she would
wrong?
star in many, many more movies throughout her career. However, in 2016, Drew would return to rehab in Utah for alcohol binging after her divorce. However, Drew reformed very quickly and actually even got a talk show where people are dazzled.
I love
by
that
her
you know it's
every
a fallacy and are
episode,
still in
she's
on
able
it.
to use these horrific life experiences to help.
You're saying
other
it fine,
people
better, in fact?
and
Okay, he said it weird.
Really, like, actually relate to them.
Just needed to make sure.
That's all special effects. Or was it? One host, one time.
Like, I just wish so much happiness on
I
her.
love my kids so much. I just want to squeeze.
And if she's a shitty person, I mean, how could she not be with this raising? I don't remember
Drew
if there's a
Barrymore
reason we're
has
mad at Drew
and will
Barrymore,
always
but
be a legend. Her mother saw that in her as a child, Betty Wyman saw that in her as a test subject / prototype, and the world saw that in Drew Barrymore, the movie star. Now, in 2023, Drew would open up about her stay at the
almost
rehab
done.
facility one more time, letting
Oh, yeah,
the
it's
Los
supposed to be
Angeles
done.
Times
2 more
in
minutes.
on her grim reality, stating,
Last time I saw her was on the
"I
Norm
will
Macdonald
always
show." Oh,
have
yeah, he
the
has a
They're
show.
coming mentality. It's the
Ed?
one thing that I
Yeah, I'm like, wait,
unfortunately
he died,
can't
didn't he?
shake. I'm pretty sure that this will all go away at any moment. I will get locked up again and I will lose my job.
You mentioned Paris Hilton was on your show the other day, and she said something about that she was locked up and thrown into isolation.
Yeah.
And you said,
Had.
"Oh,
Yeah, that's what
I
Sio
know
said
what
too.
that's
I was like, wait,
My
didn't he
mom
die?
put me in a place that was like a full psychiatric ward. I was in a place for a year and a half called Van Nuys Psychiatric. And you couldn't mess around in there. And if you did, you would get thrown either in the padded room or get put in stretcher restraints and tied up. Some days it was really funny. I would rile up all the girls and I'd be like, listen, this place, these people don't care about you. Let's show them, all right, everybody. I would totally rile the entire joint up.
If your mother had been more equipped, if she had just sat you down and said, Drew, why are you so angry? What's wrong?
You know, I think she created a monster and she didn't know what to do with the monster. And
Right.
this was her last gasp. And I really was out of control. And I forgive her for making this choice. She probably felt like she had nowhere to turn.
But I will never lose sight of this part of my story. Life is so
To
wonderful
forgive her? Wow.
compared to what it was in this place.
And I don't feel bad because he would laugh at that.
Actually get to be where I am now. Because when I was here, I
Wait,
didn't
about me
see
forgetting that he died?
I thought I would be here forever. I never thought I was going to make it to somewhere better. And I'm just so happy with my life. And
Aw.
I don't know if I would have the life I have if it wasn't for a place like this.
Well, I'm glad that she's happy with her life now. So definitely I've watched this Fast Pass one before. Whoa, it like tells you what it is when I hover over it on the little now playing thing. That's interesting, huh? The History of Action Park! Fuck yeah, we're watching that! Action Park! Action Park!
and open once again.
Fantastic. Anna Gilligan is there this morning. Hello, Anna.
We hear it.
Hi guys, yeah, I think you're seeing some guys jump
Cannonball
off the
Falls?
Tarzan jump here at Action Park. It's been closed since
Why is this in
1996.
German?
They reopened it on June 14th. I'm here with the owner, Andrew Mulhaville. He's also the son of the man who founded it. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here. Thanks for coming out. What a day we have. It's beautiful here at Action Park.
So I gotta ask
Why
you,
was it in
because Action
German?
Park got a bit of a reputation.
It was in German! Anyway, Action Park, very dangerous.
Some people got injured.
Let me know if it's too quiet.
That was 30 years ago. The world has changed. I mean, when my dad started the park, he was the guy inventing the rides and bringing inventors in. Now it's highly regulated. Everything's engineered.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
The year is 1976. Gene Mulvihill, the head of entertainment company Great American Recreation, has added a new attraction to Vernon, New Jersey's Vernon Valley Ski Resort. 2 brand new alpine slides were installed to keep business up in the off-season. An alpine slide is a one-person cart ride, in which the rider rides down a hill in a smooth track. The rider has a brake lever in between their legs, giving them complete control of their speed. The attraction had become popular for ski resorts in the late 70s, and Vernon Valley Ski Resort's Alpine Slide was advertised as an attraction for all ages, claiming, "We've had grandfathers and we've had kids of kindergarten age coming down our runs alone." I also have a picture showing a mother controlling the sled with an infant in her arms. It's that easy. After the success of the slide, Mulvihill went forward with his plans to expand the ski resort into a water park during the off-season. He added 2 water slides and a racetrack, and more slides, a softball field, a tennis court, and a swimming pool were added shortly thereafter. The Vernon Valley Summer Park was rebranded to Action Park, a thrilling amusement park where you control the action. More slides and rides were added, and they began their big marketing push to draw audiences into their new water park.
Just go to Action Park, there's no other park like it.
When this first came up, I swear you said Action Pork and was confused.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
It's like coming to Broadway. It's wonderful.
Race like a pro.
You're like, I have no idea what that is, but I guess we're watching it.
These are the most amazing rides in the world. I love it here. There's nothing in the world like Action Park.
The park was revolutionary. Not only was it one of the first water parks of its kind in the United States, but it also marketed itself as the biggest. It was eventually home to 75 rides, 40 of which were water slides.
So many.
Action Park was split into 3 themed lands. The first was... Motorworld consisted of 3 types of attractions: land, water, and air rides. On land was the popular battle action tanks. For an additional fee, guests could ride inside tanks equipped with tennis ball cannons. The goal was to shoot the other tanks in the caged area on one of their targets, disabling their cannons for 15 seconds. Those that chose to ride the tanks were allotted 5 minutes to do so, and those that did not want to ride could pay to use a stationary cannon from the outside. Maintenance employees attempting to fix broken down tanks would be subject to fire from the rowdy guests, making the attraction a nightmare to work at. The other 2 land-based Motorworld attractions were the Lola cars and the Super Go-Karts, both of which were kart race attractions. The Super Go-Karts were driven on a small loop. The carts themselves were designed to max out at 20 miles per hour, but the employees found that sticking a tennis ball in the governor device allowed the cart to go as fast as possible, with the new maximum speed being around 50 miles an hour. Head-on collisions frequently sent guests to the hospital, and the fumes from the engines overwhelmed riders at times. The Lolo cars were mini open cockpit race cars driven on a longer track, and they cost an additional charge to ride. Their maximum speed could also be tampered with by park employees. These were also used after hours by the workers, sometimes being taken off the track and driven on the nearby highway. There were 2 water rides in Motorworld. The super speedboats were driven in a small circle around an island in a pond that also had a large population of snakes in it.
What?
Guests would often attempt to bump nearby boats, as if they were on Motorworld's other water attraction, bumper boats. These were boats placed in a small pool and were designed to withstand guests crashing into one another. These were known to leak gasoline, which once required a guest to be examined after too much fuel leaked on their skin.
Oh my
The boats were also
God!
incredibly small, and riders with long legs had to position their feet off the side of the boat to fit. This led to injuries and bone fractures after collisions.
Like, has anyone gotten more hurt at a different?
One was Space Shot, which was a typical.
Has anywhere else ever had like more injuries than this place?
Given it was only open for Action Park's last operating year. The second air ride was another upcharge attraction, Slingshot, which was also fairly safe. This ride was
I like that everything was an upcharge attraction. You had to pay to get in, but then also pay to do these other things.
Upside down as they flew through the air. There's no doubt that Motorworld had its dangerous attractions, but this is just the beginning of what Action Park has in store. Another section of the park was... Many non-water-based attractions were located in their own section of the park, sometimes labeled the Alpine Center. These included the aforementioned Alpine Slides, as well as a bungee jump titled the Snapple Snap-Up Whippersnapper Ride. Originally having 2 jump stations and then later 4, guests could jump off the tower for an additional fee. A skate park also had a short run at Action Park. It was poorly designed, as it was surrounded by concrete and had uneven edges, which led to many injuries during its existence. Interestingly, Action Park also had an attraction entitled the Action Park Gladiator Challenge, partially based off of the popular American Gladiators TV show. This included obstacle courses and jousting matches against the Action Park Gladiators.
I wanted to make sure I said your name
Finally,
right.
Action Park had its own monorail called the Transmobile. This went to the Ski Lodge, the Alpine Center, and to Motorworld. So far, Action Park has proved to be dangerous, but where are the absolutely terrifying rides? Where are the rides that are so insane that their mere existence is unbelievable? Moreover, where are the water slides? This section put the action in Action Park. Waterworld had it all. It was home to the Tidal Wave Pool, a 100 feet by 200 feet pool that could hold anywhere between 500 and 1,000 people. The pool's floor was slanted, and the further a guest went in it, the deeper it got. Waves went 20 minutes on, 10 minutes off, and they could reach a height of over 3 feet. This was challenging for swimmers of all skill levels, as the pool was hard to read and the fresh water was more difficult to swim than salt water. A dozen lifeguards were on duty at the pool, and they would have to save around 30 people on a busy day. The Tarzan swing was a heavily advertised attraction in which guests would swing on a 20-foot cable over a pool. This spring-fed pool was so cool that lifeguards would have to rescue guests that could not swim after the shock of the cold water. This was also a popular attraction for men to pull down their pants or women to pull up their tops for the line of people to see. The appropriately named Aqua Scoot gave guests a sled, with which they would slide down an assembly line style roller coaster, hurtling them toward a shallow pool that they would skip across. If the guest was not in an ideal position, it would get caught under the water, sending the rider crashing forward. There were originally a pair of these slides, each 30 feet long, but a third slide was eventually added. The diving cliffs had 2 jumping bases, one 23 feet and the other 18 feet tall, with the pool below being 16 feet. The pool was also for non-jumpers, some of which were unaware of the cliffs, which resulted in collisions. There was only one lifeguard on duty.
Yeah, maybe don't let people swim in there if they're not jumping.
No one was at the bottom of the pool. The super speed water slides, also known as Geronimo Falls, were a pair of high-speed vertical water slides. One of them was steeper than the other, and both were dangerous. Near these was the safer Kamikaze, which was a more traditional tube slide. The kayak experience was pretty self-explanatory and used underwater fans to simulate water rapids. This was dangerous, but that goes without saying at this point. A similar ride, the Roarin' Rapids, allowed guests to ride in a 1 or 2 person raft down a similar river. The Surf Hill had riders slide down a multi-laned, multi-hill slide on a mat. Riders could easily cross over to the adjacent lanes and cause collisions.
Yeah,
and the
seems
Seventh
safe.
Hill, nicknamed the Backbreaker, had an additional hump that would send riders flying, resulting in injury. The Colorado River Ride was another raft ride, this time allowing up to 4 people, and it went through the wooded area of the park. At one point, the riders would come to a fork in the river and had to choose between 2 paths. The first path took guests under a waterfall and a series of tunnels. The second path included a waterfall and another fork, with one path being steeper than the other. The ride also included a foot-tall jump that would allow riders and their raft a short airtime. The Aerodonium was a skydiving simulator that caused injuries when guests would try to stop their falls with their arms. Waterworld also had a variety of other typical water slides and pools that were less notable, but there is one in particular that has yet to be mentioned. This is the attraction that made Action Park the most infamous, the Cannonball Loop. A tubed water slide with a vertical loop, similar to that of a roller
I got
coaster.
Geronimo
It was
Falls
rumored
and
that during
Cannonball
the
Loop
testing of the attraction,
confused,
Mulvihill offered
apparently.
$100
Or, like,
to
I combined
employees
them.
who were willing to try it.
This is before OSHA got a hold of parks, yeah.
Their heads. When it was open, guests would be weighed, hosed down,
Like,
and given a set of
everything
instructions
at
to
this
decrease
place
the
is the
possibility
biggest
that
liability.
a
I
hatch
don't
was added to the top
understand
of the loop to assist stuck riders that could not
how
make
it
it all
ever
the way through the
existed.
slide. Many guests that
But
completed
what
the
was
loop
this,
would
like the
come out at
70s?
bottom, suffering from bloody noses or other injuries, either from hitting the
Yeah.
top of the loop or the impact on the way down. The Cannonball Loop was indicative of a larger issue with Action Park, as many of the other attractions were poorly crafted by designers that were less than engineers, and most were designed to minimize cost rather than maximize safety. The rides became even more dangerous when paired with the fact that the park sold alcohol at many of the convenience stands, often to minors. There was even a microbrewery near Motorworld. Many of the guests visiting the inexpensive park came from low-income areas, and did not have the necessary swimming skills to navigate some of the attractions and pools. Action Park also heavily marketed to Spanish populations, but there were no translations or translators for the guests when they visited, so explaining safety instructions was virtually impossible.
You already know that Action Park has the most innovative and exciting rides. The Alpine Slide, Grand Prix race cars, and spectacular water rides. But Action Park means more than just great rides. It means super live shows, fantastic summer festivals, and scrumptious food and drink, including an authentic German brewery.
Capitalism
Come to
screws
Action
the
Park,
people again,
because the
right?
rides aren't the only thing that's great. Labor Day Polish Festival, September 6th.
Hey, Star, how's it going?
The majority of those employees were teenagers and were not equipped to handle the rowdy guests at the park. So on any given day, you could have an overcrowded water park filled with drunk teenagers that couldn't swim.
There's a
riding
really
shoddily
bad
built
scripted
attractions
movie about
supervised by
this
teenagers that may or may
Johnny
not be able
Knoxville
to
is in.
communicate with them. It is no wonder
We
what
thought it would
happened
be
next.
good because we liked watching this, and then it was not good, so don't watch it.
On July 8th, 1980, a male employee was riding the Alpine Slide when his cart went off the track. He hit his head on a rock during the crash, killing him. He was only 19. 2 years later, on July 24th, 1982, a 15-year-old guest was overcome by the waves of the tidal wave pool and drowned.
Oh my
On August
God.
1st, a mere week later, a 27-year-old guest was riding the kayak experience when he was trying to re-enter his kayak after falling out.
I feel so old watching these
The live
commercials.
wiring that powered the underwater fans. The electrocution sent him into cardiac arrest, and
It's
he passed
because
after
this
being rushed to the
place
hospital.
could not
2 years
exist
later, in
anywhere,
1984, a guest died on the Tarzan swing after a heart attack, supposedly due to the
close to the
unexpected
present.
shock from
Oh,
the cold
1984
water.
it
That
just
same
said.
year, on August 27th, a 20-year-old drowned in the tidal wave pool, and on July 19th, 1987, another guest drowned there, giving it the nickname the Grave Pool. These deaths are
Grave
tragic
Pool?
and often overshadowed by the lunacy and legacy of Action Park. Interestingly enough, Action Park was able to avoid many lawsuits with these deaths and many other injuries.
That's
due in part to
insane.
its reputation, and also the lax regulations New Jersey had for amusement and water parks. Great American Recreation was even able to expand the Action Park brand to other parts of the country, opening Pocono Action Park in Tannersville, Pennsylvania in 1980, and Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey in 1984.
Get wet at Action Mountain. Feel the thrill as you zoom through the black hole. Spin and splash on our bumper boats. While the kids play in our fun-filled kiddie area, cool off in our huge swimming pool, or race around the Grand Prix track.
Oh, there's another one I swear that's called Cannonball Falls.
At Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey.
It's awesome.
Pocono Action Park had many repeat attractions as Action Park, and was closed in 1991. Action Mountain ran into some financial difficulties with
We
the
can watch a
IRS
Disney
in
one
the town
after
it was
this.
located in, and was closed in 1986. So why did the original Action Park close? While Action Park and Mulvihill were able to avoid lawsuits with many of the accidents and deaths, the 2 deaths in 1984 stemmed cases that rightfully plagued the park with a variety of legal problems. Mulvihill eventually pled guilty to 5 charges of insurance fraud. He and his associates claimed that the park saw over 1 million guests a year, and therefore the death toll was comparatively low.
No.
The local ER, on the other hand, said that they would have to treat 5 to 10 guests on some days. In response to the high amount of guests visiting the hospital, Action Park bought Vernon, New Jersey, new ambulances. Despite all of these issues, the downfall of Action
bought
Park
them new
wouldn't come until
ambulances for the town?
1986, and it was actually due to Great American Recreation.
They said, "We're
financial
sorry,
issues
here's
and
some
not
more
the park
ambulances
itself."
to help.
On September 2nd, 1996, Action Park ended its final season, still with the hope that it would reopen the next year. However, Great American Recreation's bankruptcy made it impossible for Action Park to continue operations, so it didn't reopen. After this, the ski resort and Action Park were handed from investor to investor, undergoing renovations for 2 years before reopening in 1998 as Mountain Creek. Safety was a priority under this management.
There it
and
is.
a valiant effort was put forth to distance Mountain Creek from Action Park's reputation. However, in 2010, Mountain Creek underwent a bankruptcy of its own, and the water park and ski resort was sold to the Mulvihill family. 2 years after this, in 2012, Eugene Mulvihill passed away, and his son Andrew Mulvihill took over ownership of the park. 2 years later, in 2014, Mountain Creek was rebranded back to Action Park. The park reopened many of its classic
What?
attractions, and started construction on new, terrifying ones. The Sky Caliber was another attempt at a 360-degree vertically looping water slide, although it used technology to enhance safety.
No,
From my
why?
knowledge, it is yet to open at the park, and there's almost no information on its status. The new Action Park tried to use nostalgia to draw guests back for 2 years, before in 2016 it was renamed back to Mountain Creek, in order to once again get away from the negative connotation.
Well, yeah,
of
why
Action
would you
Park.
name it back to
Early
Action
this year,
Park?
It was announced that Johnny Knoxville would be producing, writing, and starring in a film inspired by Action Park, but it was not shot on location.
No!
Death is heartbreaking, especially in environments designed for happiness and joy. Despite 6 people
Like,
losing
why did
their
they not
lives
film it
there,
on
Action
location?
Park is not remembered for its death toll. It is remembered for and by the kids that grew up with it and survived it. It is seen as a place where the quote-unquote popular and brave teens hung out. The
No.
fact that it was referred to as Traction Park or Class Action Park doesn't
Class Action
matter,
Park.
because its inherent danger is more of a fond memory to the majority of its visitors. The burns, bruises, and the fractured tibias were a rite of passage for its former guests.
Not the fractured
You think you're cool
tibias.
because you survived a tame roller coaster at Disney in California or at Universal in Florida? Well, welcome to Vernon, New Jersey. Were you able to survive Action Park?
I'm imagining those I Survived books. I Survived Action Park. Oh, is it done? Okay. This one's done. I have an ad that's going to go in a couple minutes. Do you want to take a breaky? You don't have to. I'll take a break. Are you on webcam? I guess you could be. Okay. Why don't we take a break before we watch the next one? Do y'all want to do like a Disney one? We could do the Fast Pass one. Wait, Abandoned Nickelodeon Studios Florida? I might want to watch that. I like abandoned
In the late
stuff.
1980s.
Nope. Pause. Okay. We'll wait on this one. Let's take a quick break. Please enjoy the clip show. Please do not watch the ads. Take a bathroom break. Smoke break, whatever you want to do. Eat some food. BRB. Oh my god. Is the sound it's making.
That's what I did as I beat it. Come on. Miyamoto is who I am mad at. Who the fuck made this? Who made Mario? Who decided he'd be super in the world? Oh, there we go. Now we get it. Now we get a peeb. I could explode right now, is where I'm at. Just like an accidental. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe. Thanks. Bye. Bye. Cut that part out. I love you. Chance back. You survived in the beginning of the video. I started recording. And then stopped recording. Okay. I knew it. Oh, that's great. Gazora's domain. Farewell. Oh shit. I guess I'm going inside this beast. I am scared. I don't know what I am doing. Thank you for telling me I did. Oh my god, this quote! I hear frogs. Sebastian was not wrong about frog weather. The stakes are so high, right? Okay, I'm gonna go with a heart because I love you, Bon Bon. It's a heart!
Hello, ostrich.
We both did it!
Try this again.
Oh dear. Ah! Key! Oh, now it can go? Now it can go? Ah! I hate this game!
Yes, the best part.
How are you?
Where you go through the mini
Yeah.
town.
Little tiny town, get our bell.
Big ass goose. Little ass town. Oh, look at me, I'm a farmer. Oh, drop you in the...
Oh, I have a flower. I'm fancy. Flower in the mouth.
Oh, look at me, I'm a phone booth.
Trapped a guy in the phone booth. Get on TV. The shop. Right, how much can we destroy? Okay, yeah, that's what we want to see. How much can we actually destroy? Like, I just wanted to cook my own of this soup because it smelled good. Because it smelled good? Because it sounded good is what I was trying to say. Anyway, it probably did smell good. Now I want soup. What am I doing? I'm looking for chickens. I got distracted. Okay. Chickens. No, this like there's a spot of my stomach that has been hurting since yesterday. And then I slept for 12 hours and was just like, ugh. And then I'm like really cranky today. I feel like I gotta make these wishes. I can't just not. Sorry. And I don't even have the webcam like plugged in to turn on if I get it. I can't. It was Chi-Chi!
Off-banner bullshit.
Well, I brought my angry eyes. Well, basically, let's do my face journey here. I can't do this. What?
I mean,
Please just let me get it. Yes! Yes! What the hell?
that was awesome. Good job.
That was great. I clipped it. I didn't think it was clipped well, so if someone wanted to like clip it better. I was like, I can't do this, and then I fucking jumped over. I was like, let me try this. Why would they have me putting that?
Because you're on the green, technically.
Yeah, I guess so.
Woo! Bun bun bun!
Hell
Oh, man,
yeah.
That one.
It's not a matter of needing to. Ooh! Did y'all see that? Look at how I saved that. Oh, Lord. Just fucking shell jump.
That'll come with experience.
Shell jump, nerds. I did it on the first one! You go west of Hawaii, there's no more time, it just becomes nothing. No, it becomes tomorrow somehow, but you went backwards into tomorrow. And that is, no, oh my god, no. Mm-mm. No. Oh my god, holy, no. Mm-mm. Oh my god, you broke my brain. You broke my brain. Monsty. Wait, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't remember how to get skin. Vax over here Seinfelding about ketchup, and what the fuck is ketchup? Her, like, nest looks terrifying from out here. I never really looked at the whole thing. The clip show's getting good. I said poggers. I never say poggers. Poggerino. Hades is a daddy for sure. Yeah, I mean, just look at him. Pet, pet. Ah! You can pet the dog. I love him.
You can pet the dog, Cerberus edition.
Pet, 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 pet. Lick, lick, lick. Pet, pet, pet. Have you seen Snow IRL? Yes, Mare. It's a valid question. It's a valid question. But I mean, like, I'm not in, like, Florida or something. You know what I mean? Definitely a quick road trip away. Have I been to the snow in a minute? No. Have you seen her hair? Yes, Theo showed me yesterday. It's so fucking cute. She's stealing your vibe? No way. No. I'm not the owner of teal hair, okay? I mean, I am an owner of teal hair. I do have teal hair that is on my head that I own physically. But, like, I'm not gonna, like, DMCA anybody for teal hair.
Change directions that many times.
That is scary. This will be fun with lag, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, whoa, what?
I will say this is probably the best Mario Party 10.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, abandoned Nickelodeon Studios, Florida, from a year ago. Let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs. Are we interested in this one, or do we want to do a Disney? I don't know. We don't have to do this one. We'll try this one. If we don't like it, we'll go back to
Entertainment Goliaths, Disney and Universal were both planning to open
credit. Hell yeah.
inspired theme parks in Central
Good
Florida.
job.
They were pitching Florida as the new Hollywood of the South. And when both of these theme parks opened,
can always add a task after you do it, just to mark it
tangible
done.
example of that concept, in this case being within Universal Studios Florida, was Nickelodeon Studios. It was coined as the world's first headquarters for kids, and it was part functioning studio where many of the iconic Nickelodeon shows of the 90s were filmed, and part theme park attraction, where guests could actually watch
Whatever you
the
want to put on is more than
production
fine.
of those
Okay.
very shows. But this
Is
was
it too
all
loud? Can you still
relatively
hear me?
short-lived, and it was all closed down by the mid-2000s. It would then continue to sit abandoned for years to come. What's up, guys? My name is Jake.
I think it's possible on MD if you're really
85th
focused
episode of Abandoned,
and you
let's
get like a
revisit
system
an
down.
iconic abandoned
you know?
theme park attraction I did a video on
Yeah,
all
you
the
can
way
do
back
it.
in early 2015. And let's take a deeper look into this fascinating story and find out what has happened since. This is Nickelodeon Studios.
If not
Florida.
10, 15. I don't see it taking longer than that.
In the mid-1980s, as it happens, both the Walt Disney Company and Universal Studios were both planning new theme parks in Florida. Disney World, of course, was already well established, with 2 existing theme parks. Championed by their CEO, Michael Eisner, the plan was to build a large live-action and animation studio in conjunction with a theme park. Universal, on the other hand, was already
I'll make it a
working on
race.
something
Hell
very
yeah, you
similar.
got
They were
this.
planning their first theme park outside of Hollywood, and just like their competitor, later named Disney MGM Studios, Universal Studios Florida would feature both an active production studio as well as a theme park. All of this was being touted as the new Hollywood of the South, a cheaper alternative to shooting
I wanted to
film
go to
and
Orlando
television in
so bad at that
California,
time.
and a way for these companies to make additional money on tourists coming to view those very productions
Like,
live.
take me to
It was an
Universal Studios
interesting
Florida
idea, and there was a
right
lot
now.
of hype around it, as well as a fierce
That's how I felt as a
rivalry
kid.
between Disney and Universal. But then there was Nickelodeon, a popular and by now well-funded children's network that had been producing original programming like Rated K for Kids, Mr. Wizard's World, Pinwheel,
I
and the
don't know
extremely
any of
popular
those.
Double Dare. But
Okay,
the
I do
thing
know Double
was,
Dare.
Nickelodeon had all of these shows
Each
being
pen is
filmed in
individually
different
wrapped. Oh, like you have to
locations
unwrap
across
it
North
and then
America.
attach.
They had no large central production
Yep.
facility.
Okay,
And that left
you're
them
good.
fragmented
You got this.
without the ability to scale new productions. By the late 1980s, Universal Studios Florida was more or less finalized in its overall design, even with some initial construction already underway. In fact, their sound stages in Florida were already nearing completion. Ultimately, Universal pitched Nickelodeon on the idea of joining forces and setting up a production facility, but crucially give Universal a serious draw for younger children, as well as a year-round interactive attraction within the production central area of the park. The deal was inked in 1988, with Nickelodeon signing on for a multi-year contract, allowing them use of a large administration building as well as 2 dedicated sound stages flanking it. They would become Stage 18 and Stage 19, with the middle building being called B17. It was clearly a last-minute addition to the park, which is why it's not depicted on most concept art as well as the public model. It was now going to be placed along a new street just south of the park, jetting off the main thoroughfare. On June 7th, 1990, Universal Studios Florida had officially opened to the public, and with it, so did Nickelodeon Studios Florida. The studio facade was plastered in a very 90s color scheme, but overall playful and colorful, very indicative of the Nickelodeon aesthetic. The courtyard was also adorned with Nickelodeon-themed benches and the Slime Geyser, which was theatrically unveiled later that year. There were also some photo ops, and later a few props and a gift shop. However, when the park first opened, you didn't necessarily feel all too disconnected from where you just arrived, as just beyond those photo ops was a weirdly large empty field and then the parking lot, which the trees didn't really do a good job at hiding. No matter, as the real attraction was once you got inside. After you queued up under a large green canopy, you'd be brought through the studio, ascending up an escalator, up a large open-air loft, which was later painted with character murals. You'd be brought down large, elevated, and glass-enclosed walkways over top the stages, looking down onto the productions and having a guide explain to you what you were looking at.
Maybe
Since
it's not
Nickelodeon's
better
contract
floating?
with Universal stated that they needed to be in production pretty much every day of the year, there would always be something for guests to gawk at. The tour would also bring you by control rooms, costuming, a kitchen, and rather intrusively, the dressing rooms. Plus, kids would have the chance to participate in game shows and activities, as well as audition to be on the actual televised shows that were being taped that day. For those who weren't selected, well, they would at least have the option to be in the live studio audience. Through the
I was
early
distracted.
1990s, the tour
What
would
about the dressing
constantly
rooms?
evolve, and so would the roster of shows being filmed at the studios. Nick Jr. filmed Eureka's Castle and Gullah Gullah Island.
Oh my God, Eureka's
Sketch comedy
Castle, I
shows
forgot about
included
that
Roundhouse
show.
and all that, but the most sizable roster of
Oh, the
titles
tours went by
came
the
in
dressing
form of
rooms. That's
game
fucking weird.
shows Like Figure It
Wait,
Out,
that's too
the
close.
numerous Double Dare variations, Nick Arcade, Nickelodeon Guts, Global Guts, What Would You Do, and Legends of the Hidden Temple. Some other hit shows included Launchbox and Keenan and Kel. See, I
Oh,
said it
Keenan and
properly
Kel
this
used to
time.
stress me
Yeah,
out
well,
so
you know,
bad.
it almost took me a decade to properly pronounce it in a video, but it's fine. If
Hmm.
you weren't one of the 7,000 people who screamed at how I pronounced it in my original video, then I can't help you.
What did he
Anyways,
pronounce
those were just
wrong?
some of the
Keenan
more
and Kel?
notable shows that were being filmed there. And of course, there were plenty
Hold
more.
on.
Really, almost every
What did he
original
pronounce
show
wrong?
Nickelodeon... See, I said it properly this time. Yeah, well, you know, the numerous Double Dare
I need to know.
variations, Nick Arcade, Nickelodeon Guts, Global Guts, What Would You Do, and Legends of the Hidden Temple. Some other hit shows included Launchbox and Keenan and Kel. See, I said it properly this time. Yeah, well, you know, it almost took me a decade to properly pronounce it in a video, but it's fine. If
How do you
weren't one of
pronounce
the
Keenan and Kel
7,000
wrong?
people who screamed at how I pronounced it in my original video, then I can't help you. Anyways, those were just some
No,
of the
like,
more
how do you
notable
pronounce
shows that
Keenan
were
and
being
Kel
filmed.
wrong? Did he say,
And of
like,
course, there were
Kenan?
plenty more. Really, almost every
There's only
original
one
show
N.
Nickelodeon produced through the early
Kenan and Keel is what
1990s
Theo
was
said.
filmed in the Florida studio. If you want a more detailed timeline
How did he
of where
fucking
and
say
when
it
these
wrong?
actual shows were in production, I highly suggest watching Paparina's video on Nick Studios. I'll leave a link in the description below. Clearly, though,
Key
the
and Peele,
early
I know, I
years
thought
of
it sounded like Key and Peele
studios
too.
were an exciting time. The opening telecast, for example, was a big event.
I mean,
in and of
similar
itself.
show,
And
honestly.
throughout America, commercials would air
Like
on
the kid
TV,
version of Key and
compelling
Peele.
children to come visit and go behind the scenes. at
But more
Nickelodeon.
stressful.
The studio would also be
God,
heavily
my
marketed in
anxiety
other
probably
forms,
stems from Keenan and
mainly
Kel.
in the programs themselves.
My grandma
often
loved that
showing off
show,
the
though.
studios,
Oh, she's
interacting
so
with
cute.
guests, holding special events, and announcing its filming location
Hmm.
at the end of each show. One particularly notable one was the 1992 time capsule burial. A special broadcast was filmed just for the ceremony as kids pulled together a collection of pop culture items that were relevant of the time, not to be opened until 2042. Mike O'Malley hosted the ceremony and himself made predictions, stating that kids of the future will always be able to visit this location and the world's first headquarters for kids,
What?
which would really turn out to be wishful thinking.
Right?
Regardless, Nickelodeon at the time was extremely
People always
popular,
think things are
and the
gonna last
studios
forever,
were
and,
big
like, a lot of
draw for
things don't.
Universal's guests as a whole, especially since Universal was a bit of a letdown on opening day. It didn't have a vast number of attractions. Nickelodeon was a central part of the Universal experience, especially for those who actually wanted to see behind the scenes of TV production. The park's tram tour would also drive right through the courtyard, as well as take guests beyond the pathways and behind the main stages. But as time passed, Nickelodeon was starting to feel the long-term effects on how shooting in Florida would actually work. It turns out, people don't really want to have to relocate to Central Florida. Now yes, production labor was often cheaper and Nickelodeon wasn't forced by law to hire union staff. But on the other hand, there was also a significantly
Florida
less
would not
capable talent pool.
have that.
As for the talent themselves, well, many strongly objected to actually moving to Florida, so most would just fly across the country for filming. It began to get complicated, especially as directors brought their shows off-site and filmed them elsewhere. There were also just logistical headaches on the core design of the studios. Long-term, it was beginning to become a challenge to have theme park guests constantly flowing through active and inactive, made to look active because they were contractually made to, production space. Staff and talent were always being observed, making this a less than ideal place to work.
Yeah,
this
that's
is a
not
problem
fun.
that Universal Studios Florida was
Who wants to be
facing as a
constantly
whole,
observed at
as
work?
was Disney
Oh, wait,
MGM
me.
Studios. Theme park rides, never-ending guests, and even the weather with the never-ending
This is
rain
literally-
on the metal sound stages.
This is literally my job, y'all observing
Disney
me.
was starting to plan and even build new attractions completely divorced from any backstage theming. Universal was also expanding in a big way, turning this single theme park
She's losing
into
her
a
mind,
whole
y'all.
resort, complete with new infrastructure, hotels, vast landscapes.
Yeah, of course, no Union in Florida. I thought the same thing.
District, and a completely new theme park that would ultimately become Islands of
I should put
Adventure.
this away.
This was a big, nearly $3 billion step for the entire resort, and it also meant that the original Universal Studios park would see some updates. By the mid to late 90s, it was following in Disney's footsteps, building brand new attractions based on IP instead of backlot theming. It was a new direction for the park and saw the elimination of the studio tram tour. The fact of the matter was, Universal Studios Florida wasn't seeing the number of high-profile film and television like they were in California. Because there was nothing interesting being filmed on site, guests weren't all that interested in the backlot tours. Nickelodeon Studios was becoming the only way to see a real production, but even there, original programming was beginning to dry up. More producers and directors advocated for moving their productions to California,
Well, yeah.
notably Keenan and Kel and all that. For the entirety of 1996, there were no live audience game shows being filmed on site, and the
Wow.
studio's fate was becoming more and more apparent by the following year. In 1997, Nickelodeon purchased the Earl Carroll Theater along Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. They renamed it to Nickelodeon on Sunset and began transferring some of their productions over to that facility. Meanwhile, Nickelodeon laid off around 10% of their full-time workforce in Florida. While some of those live-action productions were moving to California, animation was now becoming a larger part of the network's overall roster, and that was all being produced over on the West Coast. The Florida studio didn't even have a facility capable of producing animated television. By the late 90s, Universal Studios Florida was operating at a net loss, utilizing their studio space less and less.
When he
But
said it
they
all that, I
couldn't
thought he
really
was
do
just saying
anything
et
about
cetera,
it
and then I
other than
remember.
essentially sublease their space to third parties.
We
since they were
watched a Christmas
contractually
episode
locked
of all
into the
that yesterday.
facility
It was like a
until at least
compilation of
2005. Universal certainly wanted them
Nickelodeon
to
shows.
stay, as the attraction for the studio was still pretty popular, despite the park-wide shift in theming. By the early 2000s,
And I apparently
production
still know
within
all
the
of
two
the words
stages
to the
would
intro
become less
song.
frequent, with even more
I lip-synced
employees
it.
laid off. This was also following the lackluster opening of Universal's new theme park, Islands of Adventure. And that paired with the tourism downturn of 2001, well, Universal was in a bad place overall. Nick Studios Florida was hemorrhaging money and providing little value overall to the greater network. Fewer productions
What
also made
isn't
the
in
tour
your head? Because
attraction
that
a
is,
lot
yeah, I
less
think that all the
interesting, and
time
left it
about
feeling a
the
bit
weird
tired and
stuff
even
that is
dated.
still in
Things
there.
were getting so desperate that Nickelodeon began auctioning off
But if it's to
thousands of
music,
old props.
there's a
Now,
good
this
chance I
wasn't to say
remember it,
Nickelodeon
especially if I
didn't
hear
have
the
a place in
music.
theme parks, because it obviously did with the opening of a Jimmy Neutron simulator ride,
Jimmy
as well as a water play area at the
Neutron.
Universal Park in Hollywood. It was just the studios in Florida that was quickly becoming a redundant facility in the network, which meant there was just no sense in investing money in it for it to be an up-to-date attraction. I think everyone knew by this point there was no long-term future for the studio, and they were simply running it out of obligation until their contract expired. And that was coming up soon. Through the early 2000s,
I think Taylor Swift
there were
lyrics
really
took
no
over
updates
physics
made
in
to
my
the
brain.
experience, apart from a 2004 paint change following some
Look what you
damage
made me
after
do.
Hurricane Charley, which actually saw the removal
I don't know a
of
lot
the
of T
90s
Swift lyrics,
Nickelodeon
but I like that
aesthetic.
song.
But this was merely cosmetic, and by early 2005, it was obvious Nickelodeon would
I
not
have some
renew
favorite
their
T Swift
contract.
songs, but not because
Nickelodeon
like I've heard
Studios
them all
Florida
and those are my
closed on
favorites.
April
Just
30th,
like of the ones I've heard,
2005.
those are my
The
favorites.
studio's
You know what I mean?
attraction had been opened for just under 15 years.
It's like what
Over
you made
the
me
next
do,
year,
and
the studio facades
also
would slowly lose
oh,
their
I don't even
branding
remember.
and theming, with the administrative building becoming just a green, nameless structure at
Oh,
the
what's
dead
the
end
one?
of Universal Studios. The sound stages lost their advertising, all references to Nickelodeon were painted over, and the slime geyser was removed. Nickelodeon Studios was now an attraction
The
of
one that's
past,
like you're being
and
too
Universal
loud.
was looking to reuse
Oh, you need
some
to
of that
calm
real
down.
estate as soon as possible. In November of 2006, it
Is
was
that it?
announced that Stage 18 would be converted to the Sharp Aquos Theater and would be hosting the Blue Man Group, a live stage show that was pretty popular at the time. Preparations for this got underway
Okay,
pretty
yeah.
painting
Yeah.
painting Stage 18 blue with a
Potatoes,
massive
mushrooms,
Blue Man
spinach, and
Group
eggs.
mural,
Nice.
moving the
Also cheese on
secondary
top.
park
Yum.
entrance back, turning this courtyard into public space. A long pathway would extend just beside Hard
That makes
Rock
sense,
Cafe,
Vex.
and the show opened on June 6th, 2007.
So this
By
man does have a very
point, the
specific
Nickelodeon
voice.
Time capsule from 1992 had
Okay, yeah,
also
those
been
are my
dug
two
up
favorite
and
T-Swift songs.
relocated to the Nickelodeon Suites Resort over by Disney. It would actually remain there until 2016, when the hotel was closed and rebranded to a
I won't lie,
generic
it's because the
Holiday Inn.
kids
The
like
location
those
of the time
songs.
capsule thereafter
Like
was
the second
sort of up in
graders
the
I was
air,
working with,
though
and I
it
was like, maybe I
confirmed
should
that
listen
it
to
had been
T-Swift
moved
more.
to the animation studios over in California. Now,
We listen to a
following
lot of
the
Kids
opening
Bop.
of Blue Man Group, Nickelodeon did actually return to Universal Studios Florida for a brief period in 2008, utilizing the larger sound stages behind the old studios for the filming of My Family's Got Guts. Once the show wrapped, though, it would be the last time Nickelodeon would produce anything from the Universal Studios in Florida. While Stage 18
Oh, I
was
just
now
realized I don't
home
have
to this
captions
new
on, and
Blue
that's
Man
why I
Group
feel so
show,
lost in this.
Stage 19 and the middle iconic Nickelodeon administrative building, well, they were just left essentially abandoned. Neither were removed or really altered in any significant way. From the outside, they just got a very
I forgot to turn them
white
on.
and blue paint.
No, I can't hear without
Though,
captions either. I
curiously,
feel
the
like,
orange
where am I?
railings were actually left as they were, not being painted to blue until 2013.
like,
This
it
left
fucks up
almost
my
no
processing.
visual design cues from the original Nickelodeon days, apart from one wall facing away from guests, though it too would be painted over in 2016. But inside, well, it was a completely different story. As early as 2006, people would start finding their way inside the now closed studio and attraction, and they would find pretty much everything exactly
And that's on
as it
ADHD.
was. Photos
Yeah.
began emerging of large props, both from the attraction tour and the actual production sets themselves. Meanwhile, over in the administration offices, well, they too were left completely untouched. Back in the 90s, when the studio first opened, all of these offices were highly themed and continued to evolve as new shows
Like without
came out.
captions, I
By
feel like I'm just like
2012,
floating
all of these
around and
spaces
can't
continued to
focus
sit
on it.
there
But if there's
abandoned.
captions,
This
I
was
can actually
notably
just be sitting
documented
there
by
and like
Adam Blue.
listening.
In the late 1990s,
Does
the
that make
escalator
sense?
room that spanned 2 floors was, as we know, a large open space filled with the bright Florida sunshine pouring through the square windows on the 2nd floor. It was decorated with large cutouts and murals of the Wild Thornberry animated show. And now, nearly
the
a
Wild
decade
Thornberries, I
since
love
the
that
show
show.
had been taken off the air, it sat disused and abandoned, no longer an active thoroughfare for thousands of daily guests. Nickelodeon branding of the era would be found all across doors, seating, with the distinctive typeface found everywhere else. Disused and likely outdated production equipment were left in control rooms. Dust was now collecting on the old dressing rooms, and the interior hallways were left exactly as they were the day the studio closed, adorned with floor-to-ceiling artwork from Ren and Stimpy. Some of the larger and less themed spaces were being rented out or used by Universal for smaller events. But
It's so
presumably,
liminal.
the administration space was left completely unused, which
So
is
that
likely
having
why
captions
it
on is more
remained
mainstream in
stuck
our
in
age? Yeah,
time.
same.
And it was pretty shocking to see this, as everyone thought Nickelodeon from the 90s was now gone forever. But in
I always
fact,
feel
behind
so
those
bad when
walls
like
was
I've
a
known someone
completely
for so
different
long
world
and I
from a
have a hard
completely
time
different
understanding
time.
their
For a
accent
full
sometimes, you know?
decade, these interiors of Nickelodeon
Like,
studios
please just let me
remained
get used
as
to
they
it.
were, completely abandoned. Finally, in 2015, Universal Studios
I'm
production
sure as long
arm
as you're kind
announced they would
about
be
being like, I'm
investing
so
a
sorry,
little
can you
over
repeat it
$1 million
again?
into renovating the space to
They don't
accommodate
mind.
modern equipment and build out a live and post-production support facility.
I
And it
think
made
for
sense
me,
to
I
do
definitely
this,
have audio
especially if Universal
processing
saw there was
delay.
enough demand when renting out their other stages, including the
Or
adjacent
auditory.
stage 19. So work began in
whatever.
2015, first with ripping out the escalators in the main entrance room and taking down the old murals. I remember being allowed inside the former studio back in December of 2015, capturing this footage from the now freshly painted
Right, I'm so glad I know
escalator-free
him well
room.
enough that I
It
can
was
just
now
ask you how we're
bland
both
and
frustrated,
generic,
but not with each
free
other.
of any
Yeah.
Nickelodeon theming. Really, as was the rest
Yeah,
of the
that's
structure,
nice.
now completely devoid of any personality.
Auditory
the
stuff
open
comes with
space was as
ADHD. Yeah,
utilitarian as
that makes
possible,
sense.
with live
I'll have
events
like the
and
most
production
acute
gear
hearing of
stacked
like
up everywhere. From that
some
point
sound
on,
that keeps
that's how the
happening that
former
like
Nick
no one else even
Studios would
hears.
remain. Universal would construct
But
the
then,
massive Rip Ride Rocket roller coaster in
like,
the summer
auditory
of 2009,
processing
and
is,
its load
like,
station would tightly
give me a
squeeze
sec.
up against stage 18, with the
Need some
pathway
think
to the Blue
time.
Man Group hugging the final few turns of the track.
That's why I like
By
streaming.
2012,
I'll
Sharp
say it all the time
Aquos
because
had
I
dropped
can
their
socialize
sponsorship for
without
the Blue
having
Man
to do the
Group.
auditory
Their logo was, of
processing. That's
course,
what drains
removed,
me.
and the facade saw a new paint job. It wouldn't be until early 2020 when Universal had shut
Like, I
down
could never
the
hang out
park
with a
due
friend
to the
for 10
pandemic.
hours, but I
Blue
could
Man
stream for
Group,
10
of course,
hours on
shut down
accident,
with
like
it.
yesterday.
However, upon the park's reopening, Blue Man did not join it.
You know what I
In
mean?
fact, the show's parent company, Cirque du Soleil, had filed for bankruptcy over the pandemic, suspending all shows out of crippling financial pressure. By early 2021, it was announced Blue Man Group would not return. Stage 18 was painted over in solid blue, and City Walk access to the building was now closed off. The theater would be used on and off
What
for
is the
seasonal
Charlie Brown
events,
teacher thing?
notably
I
the
swear I
park's
get
Grinchness
that.
event, which streams guests into the former
Where,
Stage
like,
18 theater.
you can't
for
really
Grinch
hear what
themed
they're
Christmas
saying,
shit.
you just
Apart
hear
from
they're
that,
talking.
it's pretty ironic that once again, this area has been left in a limbo, abandoned state. Blank blue signs now
I'm not
dot
sure
the
what that's
area, and a
called.
permanent pathway is now gated off. The whole facade
But it
and
happens to
courtyard
me
area
sometimes.
looks more or less the same as it did since 2007. Just now, with an
Especially if
empty
I'm
box
already
office
just like
booth
overwhelmed
no
and
future
like
plans.
done with my
Today, the same remains
auditory
true.
processing
There
for
are
the
no
day.
future plans, and the whole site is in a bit of a weird area. The former street that led you there, which is now adjacent to the Despicable Me attraction, is just a dead end with a gate. You
Oh my
can
God.
look past the gates, but the whole area looks desolate, and it doesn't seem like there's any immediate plans in the works
That's so
to
weird.
put the area in use. The buildings, however,
Spaces
are
like
being
that just make me
used.
feel
It
so
seems like
weird.
the most regular tenants are the students at the Dave School for Animation and Visual Effects, which has a permanent residency within Stage 25.
I don't know,
Though it's
liminality is
possible
such a
there is
weird
more
feeling.
permanent tenant within Building 17 that isn't widely publicized. But with the closure of Blue Man Group, regular public access to the area is no longer possible. You can view the structure from the balcony of the Hard Rock restaurant, peek at it through the in-park gates, and maybe get an up-close look during park events. All that's left, though, is the overall architecture for the studios, hidden behind white and blue paint. At this point, there really isn't much left to see, inside and out. The only obvious tangible remnants of the area's past are in the bathrooms adjacent to the building, as on the floor you'll find the distinctive lime green tile. Nickelodeon Studios Florida, both in its tangible structure and in concept, is now a relic of the past. Both Universal Studios and Disney's MGM, now called
Oh my God,
Disney's
yes,
Hollywood
NMD. I always
Studios,
felt
have
so bad when
largely
it was a
dropped
student.
The backlot behind the scenes theming. From what I understand, Disney rarely utilizes their back-of-house production offices.
Years ago,
and
I
has
had one
either
student
demolished or
who
completely
really
replaced
struggled
all of their
in
sound
first grade
stages,
because he
filling
was
them
learning
in with
English,
IP-based
and
attractions.
you know,
Universal
there was
followed suit on the
only a
attraction
little
side of
English
things,
at home,
but kept all of their sound
and
stages, with Nickelodeon proving to be the
we
largest
had like
and for a time
a really
most
good
successful
rapport
production
because
company
I was
in all of Florida. In fact,
always,
Nickelodeon would
you know,
continue to
around
be
the
the
kids and always
largest
trying to help
production
the
network
kids that
creating
maybe
content
struggled.
in Florida through its entire run of this dream as the new Hollywood of the
and
South. And while Universal
usually the
does
only one
utilize
that
their
could,
sound
like,
stages for external
understand him.
production use, I don't think it's anywhere close to what they had
That's
imagined.
'cause I talked to
But
him
as
a
time
lot.
went on, the logistics and costs began to make no
But even then,
sense.
sometimes
It wasn't
I
a
would have a
viable
hard time
long-term
too. I
business,
think that just
and
it happens
enthusiasm
sometimes.
rather abruptly shifted away
And
from Florida
as long as you're
and
kind
onto
about it
other
and
profitable
not, like,
avenues to go down. It's
making
clear
fun
that
of
the
anybody,
dream
I think
Disney
they're
and
okay with it,
Universal
you know?
had to bring Hollywood to Florida just was a failure. But it really was a big shame to see this happen, especially for someone like me who loved Nickelodeon programming growing up. I even have photos of myself standing in Nickelodeon photo ops at Universal,
that's so
one
cute.
with a Nickelodeon stage looming precariously in the background, preparing to close
yeah, that
just a few
Nickelodeon
years
blimp.
after I visited. And now, with nearly 20 years since its closure, well, the remnants of the vibrant and nostalgic past is now nothing more than a seemingly innocuous, bland structure. Even with the new use given to a portion of the studios,
so weird.
it too is now abandoned with little hope for a future. And while Nickelodeon does have other attractions and weirdly modern and luxurious resorts around the world, it's undeniable that it's a different network and a different company. I think the studios in Florida was a really unique and really special way for a network to connect with its audience. It was a way for the cameras to turn around to the actual viewers and see kids interact with
Yeah,
their
it's
favorite
Thursday.
shows. It
Good
was
night,
just good
Vex.
television.
Thank
And
you
maybe
for
that's
hanging
coming
out.
from
We'll see you
someone
tomorrow.
who has rose-tinted
I'll
glasses,
be live earlier
looking
tomorrow.
back fondly on something I grew up watching. But I really do think this was all lightning in a bottle. And clearly I'm not the only one thinking that,
Yeah,
as
I
there's
mean,
lots of
I
people
mostly
out
just
there
wanted
who
to be
have
working on the
massive
couch for a
connections with
bit,
this
so I was in a
stuff.
different
I mean,
position.
it's why so many people watched my original video despite it being so poorly produced. It's also why we see classic items go up for auction and sell for insane prices, like this original time capsule cover that went up for auction and sold for close to $20,000.
Stop.
Same for this toilet paper from 1993, which sold for a little over $220. But regardless of how the physical relic of Nickelodeon in the 90s is now long gone, It still exists in the thousands of hours of media produced there, and the millions of kids who fondly remember visiting it. But as the doors closed for one final time, and those iconic, once abandoned interiors finally cleared out, I guess at the end of the day, both its viewers and the network grew up. Thanks for watching this video, and if you remember watching my original Nickelodeon Studios video back in 2015, well, thank you so much for sticking with me and my channel. That was an incredibly important video for the channel, and because it was so poorly put together back then compared to now.
Great. Back to Defunct Land, but not Action Park again.
Over the years, it has been my good fortune.
Oh.
No, we don't want that. No.
Alright.
A roundabout history of the Ferris wheel? That's no, I don't like Ferris wheels. Let's see. History of Bear in the Big Blue House. How cute. The history of Gullah Gullah Island. You also should bed/wind down. Have a good night. Be cozy. Sleep well. Oh, I'm not even like near the microphone. I'm sorry. Have a good night. I don't know if I want to watch any of these.
Love you all. Sleep tight, etc.
Oh, Crunch. Have a great night. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I don't know what to watch.
Over.
New and improved and open one.
I want to see what was on over here. Insane theme park ride accidents? No, I'm good. That will haunt my dreams forever. Like, it will literally haunt my dreams forever. Abandoned Disneyland People Mover. Let's go to Bright Sun Films.
Disney has a long history of closing attractions
That's some
and
good
then
ones.
leaving them abandoned, many of which I've covered.
Yeah,
on this
no,
channel.
we won't watch that.
But of all the decaying Disney theme park rides, none have lasted as long as this once beloved classic
I don't like shit
attraction
like that.
turned
Makes
failed
me
thrill
anxious.
ride, which sits today as a ghost, in clear view of all Disneyland guests. What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and in this 89th
What's up,
episode
Jake?
of Abandoned, let's take another look at perhaps the most prominent abandoned Disney attraction still left, the Disneyland People Mover.
I remember going on the People Mover.
It was 1964, and to celebrate the launch of the brand new Ford model, the Mustang, the Disney company, on behalf of Ford, came up with a massive pavilion for the New York World's Fair. The main attraction of this pavilion was the Ford Magic Skyway, a slow-moving dark ride of sorts that would take guests through time, all while sitting in actual Ford vehicles being propelled by motorized small tires along a track. Once the fair was over in 1965, many of the Disney-produced attractions would be brought over to Disneyland. However, Magic Skyway was omitted due to
Apparently I
Ford's
just got
lack of
this.
interest in sponsoring a new attraction. But that didn't
Ooh.
stop the concept of the ride to
Nice,
evolve
I love
further.
that little rip
By the
emote. You can make the little
mid-1960s,
raft.
Disneyland was growing, and with Walt Disney's
Enjoy.
particular
Oh, a nice
interest
new
in
bit badge.
futurism and transportation, Tomorrowland was lacking the kinetic
Oh,
energy Walt
fudge ice cream
wanted
is what
for
I
the land
pick.
of the future.
Because
So
I'm weird
he
and I don't like
tasked
the
WED
texture of cookie dough.
Enterprises, now Imagineering, to come up with a new concept for the land. Ultimately, they landed on Tomorrowland 67, a complete
you haven't already
overhaul with the
made
theme
your
of
choice.
the world on the move, now incorporating some of those World Fair attractions like the Carousel Progress, but also adding attractions like Flight to the Moon and Adventures Through Inner Space. But at the center of it all would be a new structure containing a spinning ride and something called the People Mover. This was taking the technology and ride system developed for the Ford Magic Skyway attraction and evolving it into something brand new. Walt Disney was also developing Epcot at the time, the planned city for the Florida project, and one which would incorporate new modes of transportation like monorails and people movers. So the planned
Maybe I'm
Disneyland
thinking
People
of the
Mover
monorail.
was going to be incorporated
I wanted a
not
people
only as a
mover
technology showcase,
when
but
I was
as
a
a
kid.
legitimate testing platform for the future Epcot city. Walt Disney, however, would die in 1966, just as the new Tomorrowland was being constructed, obviously never seeing it complete. But progress continued on, and the People
No, I'm trapped
Mover
by a cat,
amongst
so I
this
can't make my
newly
choice. Oh,
refurbished
okay.
land opened
Yeah,
in
you just
July
live
of
there now
1967.
until the cat
Unlike the
decides
Ford
you don't.
attraction, the People Mover would be made up of 62
Oh, the
four-car
boy.
trains that would constantly be moving. That was the whole point,
right.
to have a non-stop transportation method not propelled by onboard motors,
Meds.
but by the track itself. Each train would be painted a bold color, with the trains themselves designed by famed Disney Imagineer Bob Gurr, having its own roof and railings since the slender track it would ride along would have neither. The track was also long, spanning thousands of feet, around 3/4 of a mile, pretty much covering all of Tomorrowland. Riders would board trains via a moving walkway and silently travel above various show buildings, weave around the
He is so
Disneyland
cute.
monorail.
What face is he making right
Autopia.
now?
For a time, view the Progress City model, and in 1977, it would be expanded to travel through the newly opened Space Mountain. The total ride length was around 16 minutes, and it quickly became a favorite for many, especially for those
Maybe
who
I
wanted
don't
a
care
more
about this,
relaxing and
actually.
scenic experience. And this
Bankrupt Six Flags. Hmm. Absolute content, a happy boy. Ugh, the cutest. Okay, I don't know what to watch. This is why I don't watch YouTube. You have to fucking find things all the time. That's why I don't understand why people like short videos. I don't want to fucking look at videos constantly. This alpha ruined his relationship in seconds. Wait, Gunner TV. Yeah, let's watch Gunner TV.
No.
Okay. What are we gonna watch?
Oh man, I think that was another base we could have refueled at.
Wait, this is Gunner TV live? Is that different?
No, that's his channel. You would just have to start over. School Academy, probably season 1. Better place to start season 3 for the videos.
MILF Manor. Oh, I forgot that was a show. No. Oh my god.
Alright, well we have
Beauty and the Geek?
I guess yeah, there's a couple of different ones for you to watch.
Hmm. Can we watch someone reacting to shows that I like?
I mean, you're watching your reaction.
I guess so. I'm reacting to a reaction. I don't know. I don't really feel like watching reactions. Twisted World of Hilary Duff? Well, I need to know. Ugh. The entire story of Arthur in 93 minutes? No. I cannot. The story of Oregon Trail? Stop. Wait, Ocean Gate is worse than you thought 1 year later? No, I don't need that. I don't know, I might go looking for that 90-minute Arthur video later. Do we want to watch it? Alright, let's do it. Why not?
Growing up in the late 90s, there were a lot of
We do
great
love
cartoon
Arthur.
shows on TV, but few of them, if any, have ever captured the hearts of kids across the world quite like the four-eyed aardvark and his cast of colorful friends. We're, of course, talking
Like,
about
I just
Arthur.
want to watch Real Housewives. I don't know. What a wonderful time of day.
Arthur, our
To
beloved
work
friend,
and
first
play,
captured our
hey,
hearts
and
in
get
the pages of
along
Mark
with
Brown's
each
children's
other.
books, which debuted in 1976.
You got to listen to your
Soon
heart.
enough, the success
Listen
of
to
these
the
books
beat.
led to the creation of the
Listen to the
iconic
rhythm,
animated
the
television
rhythm of the
series
street.
Arthur, which
Open
premiered
up
on
your
PBS
eyes,
in October
open up your ears.
1996. Over
Get
25
together and
seasons,
make
Arthur
things
became a staple of
better.
children's
Working
programming,
together.
offering not just entertainment,
I
but also
need to stop
teaching
singing it.
valuable lessons about friendship, family, and growing up. The series ended in February 2022, making it one of the longest-running animated shows in history. Today, we'll be taking a look back at the highlights, memorable moments, and some of the best episodes from every Arthur season. Without further ado, let's
I'm
get on the
actually
train
thinking
to
this will be
Elwood
interesting.
City. So, the very first episode kicks off with DW, Arthur's little sister, waking Arthur up in the middle of the night, convinced they have a secret lost
I, like,
brother
read all the
because she
books, I
found
watched
some
all
old
the
photos of
shows. I love
without
Arthur.
his glasses. Arthur tries to explain that it's actually him in the photos, but DW insists he was born with glasses, which is exactly why I love kids.
You were born with glasses. You were only 2 years old then, so you probably don't remember.
So Arthur decides it's story time and tells her how he first got his glasses. It all started when Arthur couldn't read the numbers on the blackboard in Mr. Marco's math class. After bombing a quiz and struggling in gym class, Arthur finally gets sent to the eye doctor by the school nurse, who says that he needs glasses after checking his eyesight. Arthur picks out some round frames and can see very clearly. A bit too clearly, actually. He starts pointing out his mom's gray hairs and the bags under his dad's eyes.
Mom, you have gray hairs on your head.
The next day, he heads back to school, only to get teased mercilessly by Francine and his other classmates, calling him Four Eyes. Even Buster, Arthur's closest friend, joins in, which really bums the poor guy out. As somebody who wears glasses myself, I am super offended. Arthur tries everything to get rid of his glasses, from launching them out of
He
a
looks so
slingshot
silly
to
without his
convincing
glasses. Like, his
DW
eyes are so
to
small. I can really relate. I look weird without my glasses,
really
too.
works, and his mom eventually catches on. So Arthur decides to ditch his glasses at
'Cause we're
school,
squinting.
into a disaster where he walks into the girls' restroom by mistake.
Do your best
Horrified,
to see.
Arthur's convinced that he'll just be a four-eyed weirdo forever. But then Arthur sees a TV special about his hero, Bionic Bunny, and learns that the actor who plays him wears glasses too. This gives Arthur a confidence boost, and the next day, he ignores the teasing and aces his math
This
quiz
isn't blocking
before
anything
pulling
anyway,
up in
the
Francine's face on the
math quiz is
basketball
right
court
there.
and sinking the shot like Steph Curry. DW finally accepts that the kid in the old photos is Arthur, and moves on to her next big mystery, her mom's secret divorce. Oh, wow.
Dad doesn't have a beard, Arthur. Maybe Mom's divorced. I'm waking her up right now and demanding an explanation.
What?
Francine's episode starts with her saving the day in a kickball game like the superstar that she is. But the real drama happens when Muffy decides Francine needs a
Francine and Muffy.
makeover for school picture day. Francine is really not into it, but Muffy drags her to her place and then to a fancy salon. Francine is not thrilled, especially when she ends up with a curly hair disaster instead of the sleek style that she was promised. The next day, Francine tries to keep her hair safe, skipping kickball to avoid messing it up. But when the game gets really intense, Francine can't resist jumping in to save her team. Her hair takes a hit, but Francine doesn't really care anymore. She's tired of trying to look perfect. When it's time for school pictures, Francine is a mess. Dirty dress, messy hair, the whole deal. Muffy kind of freaks out, but Francine just smiles for the camera, happy to be herself. In the end, she even trades pictures with Arthur, and they both
So are
share
we
a
just
laugh.
going through
Muffy
every
walks
single
out,
episode?
realizing Francine will never be just like her. And honestly, that's totally
I don't know
fine.
if I want to watch this.
Kickball? You
I don't want to watch anything!
Arthur is super excited about going back to Camp Meadowcroak, but his excitement crashes when DW drops the bomb that the family's going on a vacation instead. Arthur tries every trick in the book to convince his parents to let him go to camp.
Because none of those shows were interesting to me. I looked at his playlists. Oh man, oh, Karen Huger body cam footage. No, I already watched that 30-minute video today. Let me tell you, Karen did not have a good day today. We did get You Are Poor and White. And then also, I'm Thomas Jefferson's concubine. But I said that much more clearly and enunciated and less slurred than Kern. Oh, Kern. Oh, boy. She took it to trial. She said, I'm lit. He said, I know you're lit. She said, I hate you right now. Oh. I think it's jumping episodes. I know, I was just bored. Real Housewives of Atlanta moments that live in my head rent-free. Maybe you guys will get some of my references if we watch this. Who gonna check me, boo?
Who gonna check me, boo?
Oh no, I'm gonna reference it before they even say it.
Are you okay?
I was shocked, honey. I was in tears almost. And it has a white refrigerator. I was like, oh, not a white refrigerator. Girl, please put your shoes on. Let's go find you a home, honey. Ooh.
And are you cancer-free now?
You know, they found out that I did not have cancer. I had some other problems, and
So you didn't have cancer?
no, I did not. I lived about 3 weeks. I remember sitting in a Chili's waiting for the test results.
Red bar, $10,000.
Wait, you want to have
Red bar, $10,000.
Get her out of my face.
Red bar, $10,000. Oh my God.
I was just bored. Sorry, Talia.
Marla's supposed to come. The devil is a lie and the truth ain't in you.
What's 2 + 2, Kim? I said 4. How do you spell cat? I said K-A-T. She's like, did you know that when you were 2? She's like, so do I.
The house ain't doing
She said cat spelled K-A-T.
on some baseboard.
You are a dumb hoe. Shut up. Yeah, you want to hear me? Fire. You up.
She said, you are a dumb hoe, shut up, in a fucking microphone. I mean, megaphone.
Doing your thing. That's hard for me to jump. Here we go, one more time.
Candy's face when she was trying to sing.
Candy sucks.
Nini's faces are the perfect reaction to everything.
Who said that?
Thanks, love.
Kim, is that not the funniest thing?
Stop, this lives rent free in my head all the time. Her eating this pizza with this red light laser
Kim, that is so funny.
fat removal thing on her. Literally ordered a pizza and made her daughter bring it to her while she had that machine going on her to like try to burn the fat off. Oh my God.
Well, all right now.
An iconic moment.
No, you want to build me up and tear me down.
When you accuse Apollo and I of having AIDS, I thought...
AIDS! Let them know, Greg.
Oh, I can show a
Put the
picture.
horn on their ass.
Stop, Nini and Greg!
So he's talking about your clothing line, She by Sheree. Are you bringing it back?
Oh, She by Sheree.
If I'm going to...
clear.
Yeah, like
clear.
spring,
Where is your scooter?
fall.
Where is your scooter? Where is it? Friend, open the door. Okay.
You know what I mean? This is 265 days a year.
That is funny. 265 days. Where the hell that bitch live at? I see you. We good. Okay. We good. I see you. We see each other. We see each other. This ain't Phaedra.
Don't call me out my
This
name.
ain't Phaedra.
Don't call me
You
out
ain't
my
gonna disrespect
name.
me and my
Don't call me
husband.
out
I
my
know
name.
that.
I
This
just
ain't
did.
Phaedra. This ain't Phaedra. You ain't gonna
flirty,
disrespect our
innocent,
marriage now.
own
You
it.
can disrespect her and Apollo. Ew to the nah. To the
No, no, no. I reference that all the time.
Okay, well, what you said was some bull.
Oh, you look stupid.
You look stupid. Just like that tired Mama Joyce wig you're wearing. It's real old and tired.
Not the Mama Joyce
I've
wig.
been riding since I was 7 years old.
Me, picturing Phaedra on a horse. Oh, Okay, it wasn't a good look. I don't care if I stripped when I was 20, 30, or 40. I don't want a dildo up my ass today. I'll drag you in this bitch.
And your interest son and your whole daughter.
Kimara is across the street. Kimara is across the street.
I felt the need to tug on her wig. I did not try to pull it off. I did not want to pull it off. I just wanted to shift it a little bit.
Just wanted to shift it a little bit.
You call Christopher. You know the damn truth. But I tell you one thing, you put your hand on that girl, I'm gonna drag your ass up and down the damn
Mama Joyce.
walk a damn rag. I wish the
Always
hell
doing too
you
much.
Put your hands on that girl. You old low down helper.
Hey, what? I'll flip you over the couch, really. I'm the wrong one, okay? For real. For real.
For real, for
I was
real.
that bitch. I was Giovanna from Clark. CAU.
I was that bitch.
Who was this wonderful person that was given a fashion show with no fashions? How dreadful.
A fashion show with no fashions. How dreadful. I say that one all the time, too.
All right, LaToya, never, ever, don't ever.
Dallas wrote a song for Cher. So I said, a lot of people say I sound like Cher. When I said that, he goes, perfect. I have the perfect song for you.
The clouds pass the moon where the stars shine.
Call the ambulance. I don't want you to be able to choke on a chicken bone and he come over here and tell me I got to get out.
You get that emotional because I didn't invite you to a party?
Are you on medication? I'm not on no damn meditation.
Cynthia, you bald head, scallywag. Joggers.
Excuse me?
Hey, Mr. Lindsay Lohan Daddy, you hold on 1 second.
I don't want you guys to fight.
You carry your ass back to Malibu.
Well, there has to be an opening for the railroad at some point. Because somebody's driving the train.
She's on the railroad! It was a train!
We have now.
It wasn't a train, baby.
Really? Like, you really thought, like, there was an actual train that took them through?
I'm saying
No, you think that when you're like a child and then you're like, oh no, it's not that.
That is just a euphemism, baby. Just a figure of speech.
I'm thinking it was like widespread.
What happened to hello? How are you?
I can't.
My name is.
Oh, Portia, baby girl.
He was looking for you and he was gonna blow you to
Close your legs to married men. Close your legs to married men. You heard it? Close your legs to married men.
Who idea was it?
Miss Fader's the classy attorney.
Hey, babe.
You're not gonna believe the text I just got from Kim. She says in the text, I can't believe you talked about me. You have no class. You are so evil. Don't ever call me again. You are a low-budget bitch.
I'm a low-budget bitch. Can you more hair care? No, that gets stuck in my head.
Nasty.
Don't ever bring anybody around me like that.
So nasty.
And that's what happened.
So rude. So nasty and so rude.
I'm an icon. You're an ex-con, bitch. Bye.
Is she single?
We're gonna start bidding on this $2. Anybody wanna be now? Anybody wanna be?
I guess that was her character when she worked at Cheetah Club or whatever club she was working in.
Lord
but-
Jesus.
See,
Just
and
because
not
you
only
strip
that-
in a nurse's outfit does not make you a nurse.
Something in the buttermilk ain't clean.
Now I understand some people don't like strippers. But Nene was a stripper. And it's like, come on. You showed your service for a quarter, child. Whatever you throw at me.
I know I said I'm 29, but I know I'm really 80. It's getting weird. But I still need to get this watch.
Bye, Portia. Okay, bye, Ashley. Have a nice day. Bye, Ashley.
I thought it was fun. I like the beat. So.
This is not sweetie, okay?
Chateau is shambles. Chateau, she can't pay. Chateau, she ain't doing shit over there. Chateau, The bitch ain't never gonna live here. Chateau, she wrote a book so she can pay for Chateau Sheree.
Hey, what's wrong with the bob? Something.
What's wrong with the bob?
Your bob don't look like hers. They're just tight.
How long is this?
That was the fucking Nutcracker.
You're a whore, and I called you a slut because if it looked like a duck, it quacked like a duck, and it's yelling and swimming a pump, it's a duck.
Whatever happened to customer service?
You stay out of women's business. You stop trying to be a damn bitch.
Honey, she wants to throw her money away, throw it right in my bosoms. Aiden can use some new shoes, some Pampers, and everything else, and some souvenirs.
You better be glad Candy helped you with that song, because she hadn't helped your ass with not even have a beat going. You sound ridiculous.
I'm so flawless.
You wish you were flawless, bitch. This is flawless.
You over there looking like a white woman in drag. Shut the hell up. Every day somebody thinks I'm Beyonce.
You don't look like Beyonce. I'm sorry. I don't know who told you that to try to get in your panties, but it's not true.
Oh, you took my heart, you.
You get hit below the belt, you gonna get punched in your face.
Oh, hell no. I know that dress ain't got you thinking that kind of
No, I'm saying you don't hit nobody below the belt.
Go
There's
get
plenty
my
of
damn
things.
wine check. And Kim is making out with a man on the street corner.
Everybody messing around. Get that on camera. Get your ass over there.
Good night, Kenya, because you get nothing else from me today. Goodbye. Don't make me call Portia.
Oh, Jesus. You trying to talk about my Aquafina because you sitting on Captain Crunch. So, hey.
The right word out of my mouth. I'll toss you out the window.
Demetria wants to have a glam squad just to go upstairs and eat a baguette. Honey, that is fine with me.
Trust me, I'm a very intelligent woman. I'm educated. I have a pedigree.
It could have been a scheme that Todd set up for him to come to you with the bush.
Cheers to the girls' weekend.
Cheers,
Let's get it
bitch.
calm. You better watch those B words, baby. You better watch those or you end up over in the ocean.
Oh, nasty noise, Captain Crunch. Somebody might like it. It don't look like Walter do.
Loser. Well, Candy, won't you check around Puerto Rico and see if there's a studio we can go drop some beats?
Jealousy's a disease. Get well soon, bitch.
You need to back up. You need to back up. You
I always forget Kim Z was the first one to say that.
In the
We always think it's Meredith.
The truth is the numbers speak.
Everybody get to stand up. You ain't even got nothing out yet. You don't even know what you finna say.
Okay. Go ahead, Nene. Hit me one more time with it. Go ahead.
They just want to pause on you. Yeah.
I'm the only black girl that's beautiful here. I'm gonna check soon. Am I not the most beautiful black girl you've seen?
Just says, like, you know, Candy the stripper when I put the wig on.
Sheree is screaming at me and acting crazy as if I sliced the air mattress that she's been sleeping on for the last 4 years.
Not do that.
I will drag that hoe
You got business.
But, velvet tie.
I'm sorry. I was a stripper and I liked it.
Or like gasp after
I'm
that.
gonna get you a sandwich in just a minute.
Don't do that, Sadie. I need plenty. I got room to grow. Do your size one day. Room to grow.
Are you attracted to Peter?
Have room to grow to your size
I'm
one
attracted
day.
to him,
That's really
even
what
when
she
it's cold
said.
out.
You need to shut your mouth, Portia, because if it's not a dick in it, you don't even know what you're saying.
Oh, girl. First of all, Candy was a damn hoe. She everybody for free.
Yeah.
That bitch.
You know, Hollywood has been really good to us.
Oh, there is an ad starting in a minute.
Hey, she knew she had me.
We
who's
will take a
huge
quick break.
personality. She had Joyce, who's huge.
I'll try to find
Lisa was
something
on a
that we all
bottle
wanna
of
watch.
Riesling, and she was shaking like a bobblehead, and Cynthia was just there.
I don't know, YouTube is making me bored.
That's a dirty, low down.
It's funny, I don't have a short attention span for ADHD, you know?
I know what we're discussing, but I'm
Like,
going over to
I
Kim's
just
house
want to
to
binge
discuss.
something. But I also have too short of an attention span to want to watch a movie. That's too much shit jam-packed into, like, a short amount of time. And then also, if it's a longer movie, then that's way too fucking long. I can't deal with it. Okay, anyway, be right back. Immediately. Gotta yo, though.
Tripping me out there.
I forgot a Yoshi can just eat those.
Left, right after grabbing the other first.
Oh no! Mayo! Mayo!
I think you're right. That time I got a little bit more.
Mayo!
Than I did before, so I think that's what.
Is it worth this? Oh my god, Yoshi! Okay, it's not worth this.
Fun figuring out the stress of Yoshi in vanilla. But I'm not.
She didn't say anything about them, so I assume they're good. Okay. She said it was probably just her sleep schedule and food catching up with her. Oh. I'm glad she doesn't think that it's COVID or anything. That's good. I did fall asleep. That was a good one. Thanks for the hug, Olive.
There we go. Yes.
I don't know what I did.
We got the robot to water the water. No! I moved it up and then I jumped into the ring.
I
and
have
moved it back
no
down.
idea what that one wanted. Like, none whatsoever.
Dodge. We both fucked that one up pretty bad. He sent the email. Watch out. Go to the middle. Go to the middle. Stay in the middle.
She doesn't like. I knew it was him. I didn't want to know it was him. Anyway, Danny DeVito and I are besties. He DMs me on Discord. Oh my god. Why did I not recognize him? It's because he didn't have pink anime hair. I'm dying. I only recognize DeVito with pink anime hair now. Only the most cursed version of him. I wrote them for tech details and said, hey, if you'd like, I can join you on stage for a bit since I'll be there anyway. And they said, no, we're good. No. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm laughing so I don't cry. The secondhand rejection is real right now. I'm rejection sensitive, so I do apologize, my friend. We're not advertising. Nope. Oh. Okay. Oh! I'm sorry, did I hit the P switch before I needed to yump, or did I just yump but then hit my head? I'm not sure. I don't actually know. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Gotta get to sleep. Have a bitch. I really appreciate it. I definitely used to have a hard time with like figuring out like regrabs and like left rights and stuff, and I feel like I've definitely gotten a lot better at that. Oh no! Ooh! They didn't kill me that time though. I would say that was a peeb. That was a brand new peeb. Big peebin'. Bun. Hi, it's me, your local rainbow. One time a first grader told me I smelled like a rainbow though, so like, it is me, your local rainbow. It's so nice. Which will be horrible though, if I ever want to get rid of it. Oh, a dog? It's a corgi! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's the little tiny corgi, it's a fucking tiny little fucking pretty fucking corgi. Ah, it's a big corgi. Oh my god. So little. It's so good. Like my hair's so faded. Okay. Alright.
I mean,
No! I even jumped, but not high enough. Yeah. Theo got to stream at least. She almost fell off and then didn't. Oh no, there she go. No, 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 no. I didn't follow the apples like I should.
Didn't follow the apples.
There's a spot of my stomach that has been hurting since yesterday. And then I slept for 12 hours and was just like, ugh. And then I'm like really cranky today. I feel like I gotta make these wishes. I can't just not. Sorry. And I don't even have the webcam like plugged in to turn on if I get it. I can't. It was Chi-Chi!
Off banner bullshit.
Well, I brought my angry eyes. Well, basically, let's do my face journey here. Someone is subbing!
Em, thank you. Did this thunder... This squirrel just summoned thunder and did a Hadouken? I have to actually steer this to make sure we don't die during this.
KO, you little bitch! Oh my god, stop! I meant to say KO! No! I had no idea! No! Stand up! Oh, thank God! Ancient core! Where do I look?
Just look at the shape.
Oh, it's a bun! Oh, that took me a second. Look at the little ears. And the little tail. The tail, I want the tail. And it's called Cottontail Cottage because it's on the tail. Oh shit, I'm just in the grass. I can't see shit, but I fucking murdered y'all. Oh fucking shit, fuck. Oh no. Oh, this got serious.
You did it. Good job, Mega. For some reason, I will always.
Okay.
You stay behind me and get these ones.
It's not stopping them though.
Another raid.
Game's done quick with the raid. Holy shit.
Hi.
Oh my god.
I didn't read that right at first.
Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Welcome. Is this the Frost Fatales raid?
Wow.
Holy moly, welcome in, friends. I'm Bun. This is Theo. We're celebrating my birthday.
Hi.
With a tip-a-thon. We're playing Blanc together for the first time. Let's...
Hold on, we can't switch over. I'm navigating ducks over.
We're navigating ducks. We're navigating ducks. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in.
Ducks keep trying to walk over.
What do I do?
We just gotta escort them over.
Okay. All right. Exclamation B day for what we're doing, but we're doing a tip-a-thon. I took those bumps like they were nothing. Oh, Marcy came flying through. Marcy was like, no, I can handle him. Oh, Tinko's up here. Star, Den, Theo, Miney. Oh my God, everyone. Oh, Marcy's just coming back. Lexi. Oh, Lemi's in second. Oh, we got Paper Crane and then Blue. Andy for a second. Lexi's like, no, I'm taking this one. Marcy's like, nope, here I am. Star's coming back in. We got Den. Theo's coming back, and Brett and Fernap. It's going too fast.
Okay, we're back. All right. I found an episode of Dark Side of Reality TV about the Real Housewives. Yeah. And then there's the Rise and Fall of America's Next Top Model, which I might also be interested in. So I don't know. I'm sorry if you guys hate this, but I don't know. YouTube is just so boring to me, so hopefully this will be good. This might be loud.
Cheers. Don't be fake.
I've never been fake.
They're the
Bunny,
most
thanks for
famous
the lurk.
housewives on the planet.
Would anybody like a shrimp?
Is this too
Real
loud?
Housewives live in fabulous mansions. They drive fabulous cars, the whole nine.
They were women that lunched and women that played tennis and women that gossip.
She said you asked her.
That might be better.
The Bravo franchise is a global
I've been lurking and will
phenomenon.
continue to lurk, but wanted to
With a
say
spin-off on
hello.
almost every
Oh, you're the
continent.
best, Bunny.
In
Hope
my
you're doing
mind,
well.
The show was a reality soap opera.
Controlled largely by one man.
I'm literally reading a book
Everybody,
about this right
Andy
now,
Cohen,
pretty
there's
much.
a new way they watch because of you. People
reading it
have
for
really
months.
strong opinions.
I've had to
about
renew
our
it
show.
a million times.
it was going to get so big.
Good morning.
In unison there, very impressive.
People just really buy into us.
Are you friends again now, or what's happening?
It's a show that comes fully loaded with conflict and drama so unhinged it's barely believable.
You're making this up, right?
They're not playing. It's for real.
This wouldn't happen in real life.
It's a train wreck. It's a cat fight.
You're supposed to be my friend.
Am I really that psycho?
Stay out of my life.
This is definitely one of my biggest regrets.
To me, bitch. You better watch your hands.
All my crazy little girls.
But in recent years, the housewives have become mired in controversy.
Former Real Housewife of New York, Bethany Frankel, says reality stars should go on strike.
The lawsuit alleges Andy, quote, engages in cocaine use with housewives that he employs.
She claims that she was pressured by producers to drink.
The more we fall, the better they do. You're a gladiator with tits.
20 years after it first aired, how did a show about housewives create some of the most outrageous moments in
Housewives.
television history?
This was my life that you are destroying. I will never forgive Bravo
Oh,
for
that was when Vicky's mom died. I mean, Bravo definitely has some blood on their hands
It all
for sure.
started here, magical Costa de Casa in sunny
Like, I
Orange
love
County,
Bravo shows,
California.
but
There was just nothing else
Fuck.
like it. That place where you can have shopping and horses and tennis and golf. It was just a magical place to live and raise your family. I'm Gina Keogh, and I was the very first Real Housewives of Orange County.
my mom's friend knew her.
Hi, ladies. Come in, come in. I got my real estate
Not like well,
license
but
10 years ago,
her
I
kids
believe.
went to school
my
with
first home was
this lady's
$1,000,006.
kids.
Beautiful grounds. It's one of the
They
original houses
lived in the same
Kodo.
neighborhood,
Is it
obviously.
really?
At the time, my life was, pretty much dealing with my husband, doing my real estate and driving the kids around.
Let's
head out in case we hit traffic.
Glad she got rid of him.
Living next to Gina is the man who dreamed up the housewives and started it all.
I had this idea that emanated at a dinner party where I was kind of with people in Costa de Casa. And I wanted to do something that could be interesting, some type of a documentary or docu-something on these people.
Scott Dunlop, he was a producer and an actor and just a really cool guy. And he would always come over to my house and go, oh my God, this revolving door you have, it's like a Curb Your Enthusiasm. There's always the most interesting people.
Enjoy the day, gang. Reality television was taking off. And in Kodo, it's a bedroom community where all the men traditionally leave and the women are left on the ranch.
What you got planned for today?
To kind of run wild.
Did I get a martini?
Is that what meanwhile back at the ranch means?
Dunlop's idea is for a documentary-style show following the daily lives of a group of upper-class women, their families,
Also, this is apparently just a Vice
and
show.
incredibly wealthy lifestyle.
Just keep them on. Those are yours. And he took that and pitched it to Bravo, and they said, we love that concept, but go get 4 other families.
When Scott approached me, I'd like, you're nuts. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not skinny enough.
I'm
Vicky.
not cooking dinner. Nobody's
I mean,
gonna
Vicky's
freaking
had
be
several
here.
different faces over the years.
I'm like, I'm not
Let's be
acting. This
honest.
is my real life. And they're like, this is exactly what we want. We want to go behind the gates, behind your doors, and really see how you all live back
It was called Behind the Gates at first.
Appointment in 3 minutes. Okay, I'll bring my laptop in the car. My name is Vicki Gunvalson, and I was one of the first cast members of
The
Real
OG
Housewives
of the
Orange County.
OC. Just say it, Vicky.
I was living and still live in Dakota de Casa. Was married to Don Gunvalson, 2 children. Brianna was 17, Michael was 18, and I am an insurance agent.
Vicky is the OG of the OC.
There it is.
Hardworking insurance executive.
Hi, Kathy, Vicki Gunvalson. Just wanted to follow up with you.
Said, let's take a jump off the diving board here and have some fun this summer.
So I'm like, okay, we'll try it.
Michael, when you get to be a dad, you're gonna have to do better at packing.
Besides Gina and Vicky, Scott Dunlap cast Kimberly Bryant, Joe De La Rosa, and Lori Waring. 5 women, all larger than life.
If his friends think I'm a MILF, then great.
Take some of my emotions.
I think a good Real Housewife
The
is
kids were really
someone
involved
who
in these
isn't
early
afraid to be
seasons.
themselves, somebody who is living a big life
Compared to
and not
now.
afraid to sort of speak their mind.
I want it to look good. I don't care if it's coming.
But it was definitely more of like a
I
docu
like shoes,
series kind of thing when it
And
first
in the
started,
beginning,
and then
that's what
Tamara
producers
came.
focus on. Real
and brought the drama.
housewives living real lives. Nothing is staged.
Apparently I don't need to
And
watch
they make
this.
Up the show as they go.
Season
Apparently,
1
I'm just
was
giving
very
you other
focused.
facts that this
It was
video
just
is
like,
not even
okay,
telling
you're
you.
coming over today, what do you want to film? I'm gonna go pick up Brianna and I'm taking her to get her hair done.
I don't have a special interest or anything. Oh my
That's
god.
weird. Okay, let's do it. Now, there's no drinking tonight. Okay?
We
No
can't
drinking.
choose our special interests, alright? They choose us.
Oh my god.
Real Housewives
There was
is my
nothing
trains,
pre-thought.
unfortunately.
There was nothing pre-scripted. There was no ulterior motive. It was just film my life.
The show debuts in 2006, and despite featuring
Vanderpump.
many mundane, everyday moments, draws enough of an audience to get renewed. But for season 2, it gets a major revamp under the direction of the man at the top, Andy
Alex
Cohen,
Baskin?
who has spotted
Oh, not yet.
its true potential.
Andy Cohen,
In
of
my
course.
mind, the show was a soap opera, a reality soap opera.
What?
Yeah.
What's so bad at everybody is that let me eat my sandwich.
Andy Cohen was an executive at Bravo, and he really is the mastermind behind the Real Housewives.
This is a study in affluent human interplay.
He recognized that there was something special there.
Get out. Get out. Get out. You drive like.
This is a show about mothers and children, about husbands and wives.
You can't get mad at me about that.
I'm not mad at you about it. I'm mad at the situation.
That's funny.
And this is a show mainly about friendship.
It's a soap, but it's real, gifting viewers iconic moments like this.
Time to go on a cruise.
So, season 2,
Oh,
I decided
why
to
would you
take
bring a
trip
family
to
van?
Rome, and the stretch limo was supposed to show up at the
Why
house
would
at
you
7 a.m.
ever send a family
Suitcases
van?
are packed,
Oh, it's
Don's
coming.
bringing all the luggage down, and he
The
comes in
first
and he's
meltdown
like,
on Real
"Did you order
Housewives."
a family van? I'm like, no. And I about lost my shit.
I am not happy. This is not funny. We are going on a cruise. This is not funny. You have a little family van. When do you ever bring a family van to pick up 6 people? Okay? This is ridiculous. You guys are everywhere. Why are you sending a family van?
My kids were so embarrassed, and Don's like, you know that's gonna stick, right? I'm like, what's gonna stick? He goes, you losing your shit on this family van. I'm like, it's not, they're not gonna air that.
They definitely will
It's
air it.
stupid. And sure enough, it's one of the biggest scenes ever in the history of
Yep.
Bravo.
Sorry about
I mean, it's not bigger than Teresa's house flip?
Season 2's revamp
Table
pays
flip?
off.
Whether you like these characters or loathe them, the series has become must-see TV for millions of viewers.
It gets double the viewers of season 1. That's 1.2 million people in awe of the housewives' wealth and unfiltered
Why do some
drama.
people say it like
Getting
housewives?
bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because Kyle always
And
says it like that
I
at the end
definitely
of
felt
Real
like,
Housewives of Beverly
shit,
Hills.
this
She's
might be
always like,
something
tell her more about the housewives. And this guy says housewives
I
too,
just
like with a
remember
Z.
friend calling me and saying,
In house.
you have to check out this show
Which is a
about
soft
these,
S.
these rich, out-of-touch white women who live in this part of California that we've never heard of before. And I tuned in and was
Ooh,
hooked
top 50
instantaneously.
stores that don't exist anymore.
can't watch.
That seems like something I would watch too.
With Orange County conquered, the network quickly looks to expand its empire.
I know, but the
Beginning in
thing is they
2008,
make
Bravo
everything so
starts
short, and then you have to
franchises in New
find
York
something
City,
else, and it's so
Atlanta,
annoying.
New Jersey,
I don't want to find things. I just
Washington,
want to do
D.C.,
things and have something
Beverly
on.
Hills, and Miami in quick succession, turning whole new groups of housewives into overnight celebrities.
Housewives.
I was literally on the show one night.
I need to stop
and the next
repeating every
day,
time. It's so
I was
annoying.
in the McDonald's drive-thru, and the lady at the drive-thru window was like, "Oh my God, you're Cynthia Bailey. I just watched you last night on Housewives," and to be recognized like immediately, the instant celebrity
Wow.
is just crazy. Like I was literally like on the show one day, and the next day I was famous.
Wow.
Genius, that was it.
You know, this is so different for me to come and see you at work, honey.
Oh my god, that was like in Karen's DUI. She kept asking the cop if he knew who she was.
My
Like
name
she
is
asked him
Cynthia
at least
Bailey,
20 times.
And I was on 11 seasons.
And
of the
the
Real
poor guy
Housewives
kept
of
having to say
Virginia.
he didn't know. I've never like felt
I
bad
am
for a
originally
cop, but like
from a small town
she kind of
in
made me feel bad for the
Alabama.
cop.
I ended up moving to New York City right out of high school to pursue my modeling career.
She was very drunk.
And from
Like
there,
how she didn't
the rest is
kill
history.
herself or somebody else
marry you.
is insane.
taken.
I don't know how she walked away
There's
from
a
that.
lot of perks that come with fame. I check into a hotel and they upgrade me to the suite because I'm Cynthia Bailey. Like, oh, Miss Bailey, we saw that it was you. You had this really basic room, but we just gave you the penthouse suite. Yeah, that's nice.
You become important in your own mind. My manager told me, fame is like a drug. You know it's bad for you, but you want more of it. And I thought, do I want more of it? I've never done drugs, but yeah, I want more of it. I want more fame.
We're the originals. There's nothing like the OC.
The women embrace their sudden superstardom.
Yeah, but Tamara wasn't there till
and there's
season
no
3,
more
please.
holding back on camera.
If you want to have this conversation now, I'll have it now. Bring it on.
Ugh,
Can't just
Alexis.
do the same old drive around and look
Yeah,
at Tina's real
same.
estate clients.
With that
I know
face.
Your client will love it. It's a beautiful house. They realized that the conflict
Who is
and
that,
drama
Lynn?
was what
Forgot
everybody
about
wanted
Lynn
to
for a
see.
second.
And the more drama, the more ratings.
You're insulting my husband. Your husband was rude to my husband.
So that's what they did.
Everything good?
How are you, buddy? Good. What are you drinking there? It's straight vodka. That's what I thought it was.
Just straight vodka in a martini glass?
The final party for season 5 of The Real Housewives of Orange County. Tensions had been really high
For you.
between Tamara and Gina.
Oh, when she throws the wine in her eye.
They've been drinking for 2 hours. And I go,
Yes.
what's wrong with Tamara? Look at her over there.
She like can't
She's
even throw
really
wine in a face
acting
right.
Like she's upset about something. So she comes over and she has this wild look in her eye. And I'm like, this is not going to go well.
I'm disgusted at the human being that you've turned into. Why is that? Really? Why is that?
So, as a producer, you kind of know something's going to happen, but you're not sure what. So, you just make sure that the cameras are around.
Okay, first of all, it's not.
Did it say who this guy was?
business.
I
Do you
missed it.
understand me? Stay out of my.
So, the final party for
Beautiful house. They realized that the conflict and drama was what everybody wanted to see. And the more drama, the more
Maybe I went back too far. I don't know. Sorry.
My husband. Your husband was rude to my husband.
So that's what they did.
Everything good?
How are you, buddy? Good. What are you drinking there? It's straight vodka. That's what I thought it was.
So, the final party for season 5 of The Real Housewives of Orange County. Tensions had been really high between Tamara
They're not telling
and
us.
Gina.
Did they already tell us earlier?
Everybody's drinking. They've been drinking for 2 hours. And I go, what's wrong
Oh,
with
I think I
Tamara?
was.
Look at her over there. She's really acting like she's upset about something. So she comes over and she has this wild look in her eye. And I'm like, this is not going to go well.
I'm disgusted at the human being that you've turned into. Why is that? Really? Why is that?
So, as a producer, you kind of know something's going to happen, but you're not sure what. So, you just make sure that the cameras are
Should
around.
probably eat my food.
Okay, first of all, it's none of your
Keep getting
business.
lightheaded.
Do you understand me? Stay out of my life.
Everybody else has a small glass of wine. She's got a goblet.
This is a letter from my attorney. It's a letter of assistant deceased. Go give it to my attorney. No, here's your letter, bitch. Touch me. I'll throw your skin ass in Show me. Show me. Don't touch my
I'm gonna miss it.
Oh my God.
That's when Tamara threw the wine and then chaos.
Stop. Go back.
She's got
I want to see her throw it.
This is a letter from my attorney. It's a letter of assistant deceased. Go give it to
Assistant
my attorney.
deceased.
No, here's your letter, bitch. Touch me. I'll throw your skin ass in Show me. Show me.
Assistant
Touch my
deceased.
daughter.
She throws it right in her
That's when
eye.
Tamara threw the wine and then chaos. I think I blacked out.
Get out of here. Nobody wants you. Nobody likes you.
It was ugly.
She just threw drinks in my face and all over my clothes. I've never seen anything like, I've never seen a dog act like that.
When she threw that wine at me, people were calling saying, you guys have trended #1 for 3 days. That's all anybody's talking about. And then, of course, we set the standard for everybody else.
Stupid bitch!
Yep, there's the table flip.
You're a f***ing jerk.
Just 4 years after first hitting the air, the drama of The Real Housewives has become so infamous.
There's always really major, scary arguments that go on.
Now I gotta watch it. It has its own news cycle.
It was the worst fight on television, like anybody's ever seen on television.
And for additional post-game analysis, fans can tune in to Watch What Happens Live. Executive producer Andy Cohen's
I really never
very
got into
own
Watch What Happens
late-night
Live.
talk show, where he's
Where's the dog?
gleefully fanning the flames.
Did he say the defense after the line about the STD?
I really can't even talk about this right now because
Okay.
I'm so upset.
It's hard to imagine Bravo without Andy. He has the same winking tone as the shows.
Mhm.
He really enjoys the gossip and the drama of them.
I love big
Titties.
tits.
Yeah.
But hold on. No, listen to me.
No! Oh my god. Of course that was Tamara. I knew it was.
With Andy Cohen, we have this figure who
Oh,
is
he
really
loved
sort
it.
of blurring the line between executive and friend.
It smells so good. Oh, look at all the jalapenos.
I think that anytime you have somebody who is occupying
The salad.
multiple roles, some of which are in very real positions of power over somebody else, I think you have a recipe for disaster.
We love our housewives. They're all our children. I love them. All my crazy little girls.
When I started The Housewives, you know, I really, really thought Andy was just amazing. And he was like the big boss. He was like the Charlie of the Charlie's Angels. I felt like he was my friend. I'm Aviva Drescher, and I was
Oh
one
my
of the
god, I
Real
didn't even
Housewives of
recognize
New
you.
York. So a friend of mine who was in PR said, I would really like you to try out for The Housewives. And I said, no way, those women are batshit.
You're a phony and you're a fake to me. And you lie. And I don't like that. See, now that smile again. Oh my God, I can't take that smile.
Yep, there's
At the
Ramona.
time,
I
my
know that whiny
philanthropy
voice
work
anywhere.
involved raising money for causes that help
Unfortunately.
amputees buy prosthetics. Because I had an accident when I was 6 years old and I lost part of my leg. So I went from no way to yes.
I always thought this
because I felt
part
like if
of
I
her
got
story was so
on
interesting, but then
television
she was
wearing
like
a
the fakest
bikini
of them
and
all.
going for a jog, that would just help so many more people
Like, on
than the people
purpose.
I was helping one-on-one.
Like she thought that's what she
In
was supposed to
2012,
do
as
for the
Aviva is
show.
set to join the show, The Real Housewives of New York are in their 5th season, boasting up to 1.5 million viewers each week. Her reach to help amputees would be huge, but she's about to get her first taste of just how much power Cohen and Co. have over the cast.
Oh, don't make me hate Andy.
When I was
They
first
gonna make me
handed
hate
the
Andy.
contract, the financials
I
are
don't
a
know!
joke. You don't start off doing The Real Housewives for money. It's insultingly low. But the contract itself was horrific. It was basically just saying, like, if we catch you making a #2 on the toilet and we choose to air it, too bad. And if
Yeah.
we want to air it for the next 20 years and give you no money for it, too bad. We own you, you get nothing, and we can do whatever we want.
I definitely feel like this is a deal with the devil.
It's a raw deal, but one every housewife must decide to take if they want in.
So the first season, we got no pay.
Nothing, zero. Season 2, I believe I got paid $5,000 for the whole season. Yeah, not much money. I didn't even have an attorney look over my contract. It was like, yeah, I'll sign it. I had no idea what I was doing.
At the end of the day, it was a joint decision for me and my husband. And I said, you know what? Let's just do it. I'm gonna just not make a #2 in front of the camera. I'm gonna be authentic and I'm gonna be myself on camera, and that's that.
Oh, you know, Luann, I'm so mad at you.
What do you mean?
But maintaining control of their own narrative is much harder than it sounds,
Liar! Liar! Grow up!
as producers have access to all aspects of the women's lives, and nothing appears off limits.
What you been doing? Just living.
So, all right, this was like one of the worst filming experiences of my life. My castmate at the time, Phaedra Parks, she and her husband Apollo were going through like all kind of craziness in their marriage. Apollo was good friends with my husband, Peter. Apollo told Peter that Phaedra was cheating on him with a guy named Mr. Chocolate. You can't make this stuff up.
Oh, I forgot
and then,
about
of
Mr.
course,
Chocolate.
the producers were like, well, you have to tell the girls. So I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, I could just put it on the table, but if we're not really gonna put it on the table, then it is what it is.
I'm like so stressed out about it. I don't like it.
Let me just go ahead and put everything on the table.
I'm literally praying for like a power outage. Anything to happen so I don't have to say this. I'm getting like text on my phone and people in the corner with the teleprompter.
Do it now.
Like, drop the bomb, drop the bomb, drop the bomb. Bring up
A
Mr. Chocolate.
teleprompter?
So finally I'm like, so,
Peter told me that he found out that you were dating some guy.
She was so pissed.
And who you again, the man that you've been sleeping with. Oh, no,
I don't like bringing bad news to people.
you don't want to know the truth. The truth is you go around calling everybody you niggas horn getter.
I don't like bringing hurtful things to people, but unfortunately, on a reality show, we have to talk about it, and that's just how it works.
Identical scenes are playing out across the Housewives multiverse,
They were behaving like savage beasts.
leading critics to ask the inevitable question.
First of all, is that for real or are they just playing?
They're not playing. It's for real. We cast highly dramatic women. They feel the way they feel. They just happen to feel things maybe stronger than your neighbor next door.
I can promise you, the cast on its own would never have an argument. I can assure you. We are grown women with children, and it's not our first time at the rodeo of life. Even the ones who you think are the worst are 1,000 times nicer than what you think they are. We don't want to hurt someone's feelings, but we have to hurt someone's feelings in the name of making a great show with great ratings.
Nobody likes you. Nobody wants to be around you. Don't tell me anything, mother.
The truth is, we always want drama on these shows. It's fun to watch. The audience loves it.
You're getting away from me.
But I think the level of drama now has sort of really exploded.
It ain't gonna happen, bitch, because you don't exist.
And shut the up, okay?
There's a real sort of pressure on these cast members to bring it, quite frankly.
Who's you?
My husband.
Oh, really?
The husband that you wish you had. You done slept with everybody. You're a whore.
I feel like we are like gladiators with tits. We are in an arena with millions of people watching. That's what it feels like, being involved in the drama on Real Housewives. It feels like you're a gladiator with tits. The goal is to make us look batshit crazy. And if you didn't produce drama, you were gonna get fired.
By 2014, the show has become a money-making machine, with every franchise consistently placing in Bravo's most-watched top 10. And the Housewives able to deliver the drama are richly rewarded.
When I came back the next season, I had a very significant bump financially. I want to say I went from 40 to probably 200,000.
Damn, I've earned this necklace. I've worked hard for this necklace.
And then every year after that, it was like another bump. By the time I got to my 11th season, I was doing very, very well.
My final full-time season, it was significant, 7 figures. I never really thought I would ever make the number that I was making.
Wow.
But reaching this level of success isn't easy, as trying to please both Bravo and its drama-addicted audience can prove crazy-making.
I think that's very, very difficult to produce drama and to please everybody and to keep yourself likable by the majority of the audience. I feel like I definitely lost myself in the process. I was just trying to make a great show with great ratings. And at some point, you just lean into it. You're just like, okay, we're making a show, and that's what you're doing. So if you can't beat them, you join them.
I heard that you were mean. I heard you did mean things. And I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm disappointed.
and she calls them white
You're
trash.
both white trash, quite frankly.
I went from likable
And they have to look up
to
what white trash is.
unlikable when I called the girls white trash in St. Bart's.
You might want to apologize for saying that. For saying white trash?
When it was aired, I think that's when the audience turned on me. They didn't like me at all, understandably. At that point, I just decided that I was going to lean into the villain that I had become.
You pretend to be so real. There's nothing real about you, Ramona.
And it was more important to please production than it was to be myself.
It's all about fun. I can't want fun.
Sacrificing their own dignity for the cameras is one thing.
So many
But not
jalapenos, it's so
everyone
good.
involved in filming asked for this.
So tell me what's going on.
I'm here to seek legal counsel for filing for a divorce.
So when you're on a reality show, it's like living your life twice. If you're having marital problems in your real life, you have to deal with that in real life, and then you air it on the show. I remember like when Peter and I started having marital issues, it was just really tough because we were really going through it personally. And then you go on social media and they're saying, oh my God, he's such a narcissist. How could she be with him? After a while, it starts to mess with you. Are they seeing something that I'm not seeing?
I can see that. Not Papa Smurf. And he got arrested, I think, today.
People have asked me if I regret doing the show.
Her ex-husband.
And when I look at my relationships,
When's the last time we did this?
I don't even know.
In a while.
Some kind of
I'd say
fraud.
yes.
I guess we can call it a date night. We haven't been on a date in a long time.
Rich people love fraud, is what I've learned.
100% the show had an impact on our relationship. Being on TV, 100% had a role in our divorce because it puts a lot of pressure on a marriage. I think we would have survived if I wasn't on the show. So that I regret.
What are you doing?
Yeah, she definitely regrets divorcing Dawn.
I feel like I failed my marriage. It's hard.
There's a lot of pressure in being open enough to share what's happening in your life. So many housewives have gotten divorced on the show. A lot of people like to blame the show for these divorces, but the show's not gonna make something out of nothing. These are real people's lives and they have issues in their marriages, and it ends up exploding because the truth always comes out. The camera never lies.
Between the stress at home
I mean,
and the
editing
pressure
can
on
lie,
set,
though.
the women are pushed to breaking point. And while it may look like yet more housewife chaos, what's happening underneath is much more troubling.
So I don't have a lot of regrets on the show. However, this is definitely one of my biggest regrets. I was already going through some stuff with my husband at the time. I was not in the best headspace.
I'm good. Like for the rest of the day, y'all forget about me.
I remember not eating before that scene. And there was like a bar on the boat, and of course, I wanted a margarita as soon as I got on the boat. And I'm like, all right, I got my cocktail, let's shoot.
No, margarita.
And I remember actually Portia and I drinking together.
It's very small.
At some point during the scene, Portia called me a bitch. And I was like,
Don't call me a bitch. I'm not calling you a bitch. I'm just playing with you. What? No, you don't. Oh, so you playing? No.
I don't know if it was the alcohol.
It's disrespectful and your ass know that it is. Hold on.
I don't know if it was not eating that day.
You're telling your long
I'm
ass
sure it was
shit.
both of those things
I just
combined.
kind of snapped.
You're not me, bitch. Okay. What? Are they fighting? What the?
I don't fight women. I've never been in a fight in my life.
Come on.
Like, that's even still hard to talk about right now. Like, I don't even know. I just felt so upset with myself.
Do not follow.
One of the things that I promised myself was I will never, ever, ever lose myself in a moment where I show up in a way that I'm not, that I don't feel good about.
Hi, puppies! For the most part, I was really happy with how it was portrayed, but there were seasons where they didn't have it correct at all, and I got really upset, and I thought, you know, you're not showcasing me who I am. So when I started putting my boundaries up and saying, I'm not filming that, I'm not saying that, they would go to the other cast members. Ask Vicky about that. Ask Vicky about that.
It's why are you dating Brock? Why are you dating Brock?
They just found puppets that they could manipulate, and they do encourage liquid courage. I mean, they do.
If the Housewives' engine is built on drama, then its fuel is booze.
Alcohol.
And you can tell because they never have a
emotions.
sober
So take
housewife.
you to the deep end.
You know how many
I was never one of those producers that.
Well,
you
that's
know,
not true.
filled
Gina
them
on
with
Orange County
alcohol.
stopped drinking
But
after
I
she got a
think
DUI.
Alcohol plays a role on the show because it's
She really
truth serum.
reevaluated
And I
her
think
life
a
and
lot of
made
times
important
it
changes, so
loosens
good for
people
her.
Up to the point of probably saying things that they regret.
Alcohol is a big part of Bravo's culture.
Have you ever gotten
Alcohol
so
is a
drunk
big part
during
of reality
filming you
TV.
couldn't remember what you said on camera?
And some of the most iconic moments are based around alcohol. Luann de Lesseps falling
in the bush.
Vicky Gunvalson at Ondelez. It feels fun as a viewer to see that stuff.
Ew, in the gutter.
My name is Anna Peel. I'm a journalist and a Bravo fan, and I wrote an investigative piece on Bravo and the workplace culture there for Vanity Fair.
What am I
I'm listening.
supposed to
Where's the
do?
link?
I'm like the fat lady. But you're like the one that says, oh, I'm this fat, and I'm the one that says, I'm this fat. Get in here. It's still so good.
Oh my god, this
It
is when
came to
Tamara
my
breaks her foot in the hot tub.
That there were people who had been out of control.
She like falls on her entire body here and is fine, and then jumps back in the hot tub and breaks her fucking foot.
Supplied by Bravo, they weren't cut off. They weren't encouraged to stop drinking, and their substance abuse was becoming a plot point on series at producers' direction.
Jen A falling on her
Eva
face.
Drescher, who starred on 2 seasons of Real Housewives of New York City, claims that she was pressured by producers to drink a lot.
I was in this big fight with Ramona, and production asked me to go meet her at a restaurant, do a shot. You want to do a shot of tequila? Let's move forward. Make up with her and move on. I said to the showrunner at the time, I have strep throat, I'm taking antibiotics, I really don't want to do a shot. I said, can you just fill the shot up with water when you bring it to my table? And he said no. He said, no, we cannot.
Is this your first shot you've ever done?
Wow.
I think it is. In that scenario, I was forced to drink.
Wow.
And that story is as true can be.
I
Both
believe her.
Bravo and Andy Cohen have consistently denied these allegations.
The head kahuna, Andy Cohen said, Aviva's claims are dumb and said this is just a lot of Aviva complaining. So what you have,
I think people tend to say, you know, you sign up for this, so whatever happens to you, you signed up for it. You wanted to be a Real Housewife and you got it.
These women sign
might be
a
cilantro in
very
this.
thick contract. They know what they're signing up for.
I know, but
they're grown
they might mess it
ass
up.
women. So if they
I don't know.
want to drink, then they're going to drink, and it's not our job to tell them when to
How's it
stop.
taste?
That's
That's weird.
all on them.
A little bit heavier pour than you did.
Can people
like, I don't
really
see
consent to
cilantro. Do you
being
know what I
filmed
mean?
when they're drunk is one question. And the concept of somebody being drunk and the camera zooming in on that person instead of helping them is just really lacking all decency. And it really reminds me of the stadium with the gladiators. When the animal bites into the person's leg, does anybody give a shit about that person?
Vanity Fair isn't the only one looking to expose Bravo's practices. In early 2024, ABC's Nightline airs an interview detailing a lawsuit that will rock the Housewives multiverse to its core.
Former Real Housewife of New York, Leah McSweeney, is pulling back the curtain, disclosing what she says really went on behind the scenes of the Bravo reality TV shows she worked on.
Turmoil in the reality TV universe. Former star of Bravo's Real Housewives of New York City, Leah McSweeney, is suing Andy Cohen, Bravo, and others over what she calls a hostile work environment.
Leah McSweeney was a cast member on seasons 12 and 13 of The Real Housewives of New York City.
Part of the demise of
McSweeney
original
alleges
Roni.
Production engaged in psychological warfare and retaliated against her because of her disabilities, including alcohol use disorder. Some of the most jaw-dropping claims in McSweeney's suit are directed at Cohen.
She describes Andy Cohen allegedly doing cocaine with Bravo cast members, and then those cast members getting preferential treatment.
McSweeney alleges that drug and alcohol abuse runs rampant behind the scenes and claims that production pushed her to drink, even though they knew she was a recovering alcoholic.
Leah's drinking was certainly glamorized on season 12 of Roni.
This is my weekend to do whatever I want. I don't even actually know what day it is. Am I gonna get thrown out of Rhode Island, Tinsley?
I don't remember what I did. I don't know what I said.
What you're describing, though, is the definition of blackout drunk.
Oh, I was totally blackout drunk.
She even goes a step further, alleging she was gaslit into drinking by producers who told her she wasn't as much fun to watch when sober.
Her lawsuit claims the episode was the highest rated from season 12, adding to the pressure she says she felt to keep drinking.
Leah says a producer told her that viewers didn't like her as much as they had when she'd been drinking. She would often get texts or verbal commands saying, like, this is boring. So there was this pressure to have it be fun and for things to be happening, for people to be loose.
Here comes Leah. Let's get Leah drunk, you guys. Let's get Leah drunk.
Spiraling out of control, Leah leaves the show in 2021.
McSweeney says that the hostile work environment on season 13 ultimately made her check into a psychiatric care facility.
Bravo is contesting all of Leah's claims. They've also cleared Andy Cohen of alleged drug use. And while Cohen hasn't commented publicly, the housewives' reaction to Leah's claims is divided.
What I will say about Andy Cohen is he has always been nothing but professional with me. I've never seen Andy do cocaine, nor has he ever offered me any cocaine. I've never seen him do any drugs.
If Leah McSweeney is saying that she was trying to stay sober on set and that production was coming to her and saying, we really miss the old hurricane, Leah, and they were constantly having the alcohol flowing, I would believe it. I don't think that the producers gave two shits about the cast, their health, their well-being, their personal lives.
You like it!
In fact, it was the opposite. The more we faltered, the ratings just skyrocket. They have no scruples.
Orange County's OG knows this all too well.
If you just go and find your name, that's where
We were playing bunco at Shannon's, and my brother, my sister, my daughter, my son, everybody was trying to call me, and the phone was not working, so they called production. Brianna had been calling, and they kept telling her, well, she's filming right now, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I need to talk to my mom right now. And they're like, okay, we're gonna have her call you from Shannon's wrapping paper room. They had
The
set
wrapping
up
paper
filming
room?
Lights and
Imagine being
cameramen.
so rich you have a wrapping paper room with a phone in it.
What's going on?
No, this was so raw, her mom died.
I was really upset that production knew for an hour, and they didn't tell me. They were out of line, and I think they should have taken me aside and said, your mom has passed. Talk to your daughter off camera.
What's wrong? What happened?
My mom just died.
Yeah, it was really fucked up of them to make this a
If I
moment.
was a producer, that's what I would have done. Let me scream
This
and
whole
cry on
thing.
my own and be mad. It was
Not telling her for
very,
an
very
hour.
traumatic. I want my mom back. I want my mom here. I want my mom. I'm gonna go call her. I want my mom. I will never forgive Bravo for that.
Shannon looked so different in that season. Wow.
It's because of experiences like this that some housewives are now calling for a complete overhaul of the industry, a reality reckoning.
Former Real Housewife of New York, Bethany Frankel, says reality stars should unionize and go on strike.
She's fired up and leading the fight to bring change to the way reality show stars are treated.
Reality television is the wild, wild west.
There is a new fight taking shape in the entertainment world. Bethany Frankel is calling for reality TV stars to unionize and fight against alleged exploitation by networks and the studios.
In 2023, former New York housewife Bethany Frankel started a campaign for better treatment of those working in reality TV.
This group of talent is the most overworked, overexploited, and least compensated. There's no group that has a greater risk.
I don't want to piss anybody off, but I do believe she's got a very valid point about unionizing. Why can other people that are on TV get health benefits, they get a pension, and they get residuals every time that show airs? Why are we different? Because we don't have a script?
Please help me welcome from the Real Housewives of Orange County.
I believe that there's value in what we do, and I believe that the advertisers and the network and everybody making a ton of money. I think it should be passed down to us.
It's an industry that just because people sign up for it doesn't mean that they should be abused and exploited for years.
Do I think that reality TV needs to be unionized?
Here we go. Arms out. Good. Oh, that's great.
Absolutely. They can play my scenes over and over for the rest of their lives, and I do not get a dime for it.
And it's not just the cast who are demanding change.
I can't tell you how many times I see flashbacks of scenes that I shot, that I produced, and no one makes a penny off of that, except for Bravo.
Protections for cast and crew is 100% necessary. There need to be proper contracts in place that are fair, and there need to be provisions created whereby human beings are protected and respected, and their dignity is kept intact.
Reality TV has yet to have its reckoning. Meanwhile, the Housewives show no sign of slowing down as more franchises keep popping up around the world. There are now housewives in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Poland, Germany, Dubai, and a dozen other countries.
The Real Housewives has been around for as long as it has been and is so popular really because there's something that
I can move the mic closer again. I just want to be like munching on a salad in your ears.
On television for 10 years and sort of feel like you have been right there with them through marriage and divorce and kids leaving home. And I think that as long as viewers tend to feel that type of connection, The Housewives will be a successful television show.
I think people really want to be Real Housewives. Even people who described the atmosphere as abusive love being cast members at Bravo. Even while acknowledging that it was extremely damaging to them, they love it.
The Real Housewives have transformed the TV landscape on a global scale, creating a cult-like legacy.
We're Bravo-holics.
Thanks to these iconic characters and their legendary antics.
And I think all of us at the table think that there are much bigger issues that you're not facing.
I felt a very big calling to entertain people. I just didn't realize at what expense. I felt like the audience didn't get to see me as who I am. And my friends and people who meet me always say, I'm nothing like what they think I was on the show.
Let me tell you something, Heather. The only thing,
Keep it together, Aviva.
the only
The only
thing
thing fake
that
about
is
me
artificial
is
or
this.
fake about me.
I knew
I remember we stopped and
This is like watching
some of the
Wayne's
girls
World
were
with me.
laughing,
I know
was
all the
laughing.
lines and I will
This is
say 'em.
really a funny scene. There's a leg flying around the room. I mean, great.
Oh my God.
When I was done with the drama nonsense, the partygoers applauded. And if that doesn't also speak to the fact that this is theater, I don't know what does. But that was my last season.
This is Watch What Happens Live. I'm Andy Cohen. As of tonight, well, I wouldn't say you're a former Orange County housewife. Gina, you are one of the first ladies of Bravo and always will be. How about that?
If Bravo wanted me to go back on The Housewives now, I would probably do it. I'm very proud to have been part of the Real Housewives of Orange County. I love the fact that you can look back on any channel any night, turn it on, and take a look back at your kids when they were little. It was just really nice to have video of those 6 years of the kids' lives.
You have a little family van. When do you ever bring a family van to pick up 6 people?
I never really liked being on camera. God, I can't believe I'm saying this 19 years later. I still don't like it.
Vicky, we got it loaded in here. Let's go. Come on.
It's a documentary of my life, and my life has been really, really good and really, really bad. Still filming now, but I'm very cautious on what I will showcase. I want happiness and peace and love and kindness, and it might be boring to some of you, but to me, it's everything I've ever wanted. And I realize that as you get older, you don't want conflict. You push it away, carve it out of your life.
Me, bitch. Okay. What? Are they fighting? What the is happening?
I still can't believe it happened, honestly. I have to just try to like laugh and make light of it. So long ago, wow.
I'm gonna catch that bitch. She's about on me.
How do I look back on my time as a housewife? I feel incredibly proud of myself. I feel like I didn't really compromise myself, and I really gave my truth, and I was transparent, and I was authentic. So I look back with good memories.
All the women were just all beyond lovely, hardworking, doing their best in a very difficult reality arena. It's a hustle like no other. And I have nothing but respect and admiration for all of them. And I don't regret doing it. But I think if I hadn't done it, I may have regretted not doing it.
I'm gonna take a break because I need to get this stuff out of my teeth. And there's an ad coming too.
No! Oh my god. It knows that I just want to like end stream. It's like, but what if I just dragged this out instead? I was like, how do I get up there? Oh my god, wait, what? I fucking did it! I got the H! We can end the stream! Literally as I was saying that! Oh my god. Oh my god. That was great. I will take it. 5.5 exits. Very proud of that.
The Rumblies stopped. What's going on here?
So let's go shuffle. Super fun.
It's beautiful.
Okay. If I could encore it into super fang, we're good. Oh shit.
I did it!
Sketch. And now it's lost.
We hit credits.
Investigate, interrogate, checkmate.
What?
Objection! 2 Ace Attorney spin-off games, including a sequel that was previously unreleased outside of Japan, are coming to Nintendo Switch as one collection. As the prolific prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, take the case out of the courtroom and investigate crime scenes. Gather information by interviewing people and inspecting evidence. Then use the power of logic to solve challenging cases. Enjoy all new hand-drawn character visuals from the original series character designer, or swap to the original sprites for a more classic look.
How cute.
Take a break from your investigation to explore the gallery, where you'll
Oh, this poor little bear is just on the floor. The little bun maid. It's me. I do have a bunch of little collections, so that's pretty accurate. Okay, I think we're gonna take a break. There's an ad that will run, so that
We do know him IRL. But yeah, he's awesome. If y'all like Pokemon, you should check him out.
What?
Hey, good job, everyone.
I'm so sorry. a penny for their thoughts, I would get change back. Momo, is my brain not working? It sounds like you're insulting the penny. Wait, for the person's... Answer. We're not really processing things right now. No, Momo, I got it. I can't. I was like, are you insulting the penny?
What did that penny do to you, man?
Way to fight. Pew! Knock him off the edge, bitch! Ha ha ha. I like games where I can knock people off the edge. No, they could knock me off the edge! Woo! Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Oh, get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Die! I thought that was music playing because we inserted the disc.
I thought it was too. I was like, or else I'm gonna die. Wiz, thank you.
Wiz!
GLaDOS is just a big fan of Big Mountain Punch Cake. Who knew?
Wiz, thank you so much. I know we need to get Wiz's balloon now.
Wiz, what color balloon do you want?
Wiz, thank you.
Also, that officially means Hades is.
Yeah.
So it means, for instance, like mostly thumb mashing and stuff.
Surgery recovery. Oops.
Hope it's nothing serious.
That seemed important and I skipped over it.
Oops.
What did she say? She said, well, my daughter Corey disappeared, and I said, bye.
Yeah, whatever, boobs.
There we are.
Yo.
Sorry, messing up.
Yo.
Whee! We're going through a town!
Is this the town that we were in before?
This part feels like Goose Game too. Oh my god, when we had to only climb on the rails and yeah!
Well, that was adorable. Now we're back here.
Oh, so cute. Why is he wearing a shirt? Rabbit's not wearing a shirt. No one else is wearing clothes. Why is he the only one in a shirt?
What the fuck just happened there?
I am beyond upset. Why is... We were having to talk about the big D, apparently. I'm dying. Oh my god. Algie! Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for the G. Oh my goodness. But... Oh, I could hear that one coming from a mile away. I didn't know what it was. Whoa. Oh, the mines. Oh. Stardew horror game confirmed. Bun speed. It's literally not even yours either. Where are you taking it? It doesn't belong to you.
That was the most, like, satisfied laugh.
baby bun.
What?
Let me hit save for you.
Oh my god, oh my god.
You did it! So if you want, before you grab the key, you can actually kill those fish first.
Oh. Because I'm already down here. The fucking let go!
Back, but
Shit, I keep pressing the wrong button. Pew, pew, pew. Get out of here. Get out of here. Why can I not get him? His sword?
Yep.
Got you. No. He gonna get me. He gonna get me. Pew. No. Pew. What are these sounds? Hi, I'm Bun. All I do is make weird sounds. Welcome to my stream. Woo-wee, oh mama.
wrist crunch.
Like, can it go another direction? Start with Boy Howdy. That's the voice I gave him? Please use my handkerchief. There's nothing in your hand. You freeze up. Colonel Sanders is talking to you. Why is he blowing me a kiss? Why do I like it? Why do I want this as an emote now?
I kissed the Colonel and I liked it.
See how this stream art.
Oh, it's 11:11. Give me a shooting star to make a wish. Yes. No. I was trying to. If that was not the most me shit I've ever seen in my life.
I was trying to say best part of phone. Cameras. That's what came next. I combined part and phone and just said fart. And it wasn't even fart. It was... Best fart. Ooh-wee. We've had first stream, yes, but what about second stream? Wait, what do you mean?
Best fart.
Oh, Happy New Year, East Coast. We're still in the past.
Welcome
You're in the
to
future.
the world of tomorrow. We're in space just for you.
Oh. What? I just threw that in the lava and it's just sitting on top of it. What is happening?
How interesting that you could do that.
Okay. See with the dunk from across the room? What did Theo dunk? Me? What do you even mean?
I don't even remember what I said.
Immediately said the Clifton bread so you're I have a hard time reading all caps if it's like all the time. Oh my god, Liam. Ine meal. Thank you for I am in tears. Scream. Oh my god, do you have your fucking scream emote, Amanda? Honk? Is that what it is? I'm just really excited, okay? Trying to kill the hype vibe. Okay. OMG, stop cape physicking on here. Physicking. I remember saying that. Oh!
Me?
Yes, but what happens?
There's
Do you have to wait
be-
for him to respawn?
No, there's supposed to be another bullet for you to bounce off of right there.
CO also, thank you for the 17 months in a row. Who knew you could be subbed to me that long? I didn't know. Now we know. I love you. Thank you. For all of the support of this stream. This stream wouldn't happen without CO. In case you didn't know, in case you don't follow him, the wonderful CO Cadelic! Bow, bow, bow. He doesn't even look over. I gave him a whole introduction and everything, and he didn't even look. He's busy. He's doing Bun Bun 3 design. It's okay. I just thought you were gonna look over at some point. Me. Wait a minute. What is this super cute emote? Hold on. That is adorable. You get to smoke tonight, though? Oh, wait. I'm doing the wrong thing. I remember now that you said you were going on Sunday to the store. Keep the tea bag in there, and you know that they're keeping the tea bag in there because it has the little dangle coming out. Oh no.
On mobile and your stream won't load for me, but since you're live I thought I'd pop in and say WHO has 2 thumbs and a legal decree changing their name. Ah! This CNBY. Okay, someone clip Bun's reaction so I can see it later.
Tillery! I have pizza in my mouth. Oh no. Tillery, that's amazing! All of the hype for Tillery. All of the hype. Bum, bum, bum. That is so incredible. I'm so happy for you. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for telling me. I'm sorry you can't see my stream. It is driving me crazy that it's sitting at something that is not 69. It's making me mad. It's just making me like irrationally upset.
Subscriptions are making me
I will pay $5 for this nice number. Wait. We missed it. Mees.
You know what?
Maybe we just don't count mine. Only count Kevin's. Mine was fake. It was from the streamer.
Reggie's
To help insulate.
braid on his hat.
Okay, we're back. Zorio, hi! How are you? Cozy and eepy? Eepy and cozy? Okay, I want both of these.
So,
No.
fun fact.
Let's see if we want this one.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're
clicked the wrong
counting
thing.
down our picks for 50 retail outlets from your childhood that we lost along
Okay.
the way.
We're watching 50 stores that don't exist anymore. This might be too old though. This looks really old.
Number 50, Rexall. These stores
I don't
became
even know
a
what that is.
revolutionary concept for 1903.
No longer
Independent
care.
Pharmacists could use their collective market strength to purchase supplies and resell them under a single store name. The modernization of the 20th century.
Nope. We'll watch the rise and fall of America's Next Top Model.
For me, I have seen every single episode of America's Next Top Model.
ANTM, baby.
There's a lot of episodes. Actually, how many episodes are there? There's 315 episodes. There's 315 episodes. Kind of makes me think of myself a bit differently. Anyways, I started watching when I was like 10 or 11. So good for the developing tween brain. Now I recognize that it was probably a little bit of a hyperfixation of my youth. All of this is to say that I am a self-proclaimed expert of ANTM, and God knows I put in the hours to get there. ANTM, as us locals call it, was the pinnacle of reality competition TV, and in its 15-year runtime, it really cemented itself as a cornerstone of the culture. What culture? The culture. The culture. It had its highs.
This girl's kind of annoying.
had its lows.
Oh no.
It had a lot of lows. And I think it's time that we look back
do not remember
at the
that.
rise and fall, and also second retrospective fall of America's Next Top Model.
If you want to be on top. No.
A lot of these clips are not great quality. So sorry, it is an old TV show. And even when it was released, we're only working with standard definition, baby. We're only working with standard definition. Antiem is the brainchild of supermodel, actress, talk show host.
You don't usually see the person is maybe why she's
girl boss,
annoying.
Tyra Banks. Tyra is central to Antiem and understanding Antiem, so it's important to know a little bit about the woman herself if we are to truly understand the Antiem cinematic universe. Tyra Banks was a highly
Drink
successful
every time she says
supermodel
Antiem.
of the 90s and early aughts. In 1991, at her first runway season at the age of 16, she booked 25 shows for Paris Fashion Week, and over her career, she's walked the runways of major designers like Chanel, Dior, Yves Saint Laurent, Valentino, Oscar de la Renta, the list goes on. She was the first black woman on the cover of Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition and GQ. She was one of the original Victoria's Secret angels, again being the first African-American woman to be an angel, and she was an angel from 1997 to 2005. Tyra was groundbreaking in that she was the first black American woman to reach supermodel status, the only other at the time being Naomi Campbell from England. Tyra acted on TV and film before establishing a production company called Bankable Productions. And amidst reality shows like American Idol, Big Brother, Survivor, Banks spotted a gap in the TV market for a reality competition about models. Thus, in 2003, America's Next Top Model was born. The first cycle of Antiem is unlike any other. By the way, Antiem has cycles, not seasons, so that's how you separate the fans from the fakes. Tyra had big dreams for a top model, which in the first season, I self-incriminated by, wow, sorry. Tyra had big dreams.
Stop, that's so funny.
The first cycle, which was not matched by the budget. The first cycle is much more grounded in reality and trying to find an actual working model than the later cycles, which were dominated by like spectacles and scandals. The show was on the CW for much of its run, and it was the most watched show on the network between 2007 and 2010.
Start off super real, then get
viewers.
overly produced.
When we look at Antiem's evolution over time and how it became
Well,
less
maybe they
and
don't
less
start off
grounded
super
in
real, but they
the
always start
reality
off
of
more
the fashion
real
industry,
and then
it's
become
tough
more
to know
produced.
whether Tyra truly began with the intention of finding working models and then was corrupted by network executives, or whether she was always driven by ratings, because she was also an executive producer on the show and she had a lot of creative control and a lot of say over what went on in the show. The show also
Doing this
started
until we get to the
employing
red
various
one again.
gimmicks and format changes to try to shake things up a little. There was a petite cycle, a college cycle, a British invasion cycle. In that cycle, half of the contestants were former Britain and Ireland's Next Top Model contestants. There were also
remember that one.
boys and girls
I remember that one.
cycles. There was a cycle hosted by Rita Ora, but we actually don't talk about that. We don't talk about that one. And then there was also an all-star cycle. They tried to modernize the show in later cycles by introducing social media voting, but they quickly did away with that. The show's ratings steadily declined, and in 2018, after 24 cycles, Antiem catwalked to a close. Each cycle follows a pretty similar formula. The first episode revolves around casting, in which a group of around 24 hopefuls are cut in half to form the final group of contestants. They do interviews with Tyra, Miss J. Alexander, runway coach diva extraordinaire, and Mr. J. Manuel, the creative director of all of Antiem's shoots as far as cycle 18. From these interviews, of course, we get the iconic,
I don't know, I just don't think this is like right for me. I don't want to do it. I want to go home. Like, I can't take the pressure of it. I don't have to pick any job interview.
The aspiring models also take part in runway and photo shoot challenges before the final 10 to 15 are chosen. They compete for prizes, which are typically a makeup contract, a magazine spread, and a modeling agency contract. let's try that again. A modeling agency contract. For most of its run, ANTM was sponsored by CoverGirl and 17 magazine, so the contracts were with CoverGirl and the spread was in 17 magazine. The models then move into the model house, which is either in New York City or LA, and this is where the true formula of ANTM begins. In pretty much every episode, there's a lesson in something like runway, makeup, acting, twirling, acrobatics. God knows what else Tyra came up with as the cycles went on.
Haven't you noticed? The suns are shining, the skies are sparkling blue. There's a better day than this.
Then they'll have a challenge where they put their new skills to the test. But the most crucial part of any ANTM episode is the photo shoot. Shoots are typically themed. Fairy tale, star signs, 7 deadly sins, blackface. We'll get into that later.
Yeah,
we see
I
the
forgot
girls
they did
struggle
that.
or soar, and their photos are judged a panel where the worst photo or worst personality or, again, whatever excuse
really blocked
Tyra
it out.
employs is sent home.
Hi, Star!
The end of the episode is where we get the iconic 11 beautiful girls stand before me, but only 10 will continue.
Stop holding the
to
fake
be
folder.
America's next top model. And
You've
the
seen this
girls
video?
in
It's
Rainbow
excellent.
Hall
Oh, I'm glad that
must
you've seen
return
it.
to the house, pack their bags, and go home.
I've been having a hard time
Tyra's
finding things I want to
intonations
watch.
Are so specific, and I didn't
on
realize how
YouTube.
much they'd like burn themselves into my brain until I was writing this. Every single episode
All right, you
of
Star, we
ANTM
love
is
you.
virtually the same. I don't even know if I realized that watching it when I was growing up, but I don't know how I watched over 300 episodes. I'm still getting over that. That is insane.
Yeah, no,
So
she really
every
found that out
episode
while she was
starts
filming
with
this. That's
the
so
girls
funny.
talking about last week's elimination, the fallout, and it would always be like, there's the other girl who was in the bottom 2, and she was like, I really thought I was gonna go home, and then all of a sudden there will be a strong focus on one girl, and she'll be telling details about her home life, potentially a sob story. She'll be saying how much the competition means to her and how much it would change her life to win, and that girl's probably gonna go home that episode, or else she's gonna win the entire competition. But most of the time
they go home.
It will start off with, this would mean so much to me, it would change my life, it would change my children's lives, I could maybe change the world with this money. Half an hour later, she's sent home. Heartless. Absolutely heartless. There's some standard beats of the ANTM cycle, and it usually goes episode 1, casting, episode 2, regular episode, 3, makeovers, and then it'll go along as normal until there's like 5 or 6.
They really do the makeovers
Then,
too
all of a
early.
sudden, they're going abroad. They're going to
Especially
Milan.
for people
They're
that they
going
make
to
really
Paris.
chop
They're
their
going to
hair, do a
Tokyo.
dramatic
They're going to
change.
South Africa. All of the fashion capitals of the world.
Remember
And
the
when they're
meltdowns
done,
over
they have a
those?
go-to challenge, which is when they all have to go and meet with designers and like
Wanting
pitch
a girl to
themselves and
cut
try
her
to
like
get booked.
long blonde hair to be
Those
like
are always my
short dark
favorite 'cause
hair.
They're always so full of drama because they're in a foreign city and they have to like navigate around the city by themselves. They're like are
go
given a
on
map,
the
or
on-calls
they
or whatever,
have a driver and
or
they
the-
have to like go through jam-packed streets and then
What are they called?
you know be getting close to the end of the time limit and there's girls running through the streets. They're trying to get through. It's actually riveting. It's actually
Oh my God, what are they
riveting
called?
cinema. The judges value this challenge like way more than any others. They don't really care about the other challenges. So if a girl
You should watch
returns
Jenny
late,
Nicholson.
she's automatically
Is
eliminated
that
from
the
challenge, and they
YouTuber
take that seriously a panel
name?
They do. And so of course there's the iconic clip.
I asked him to meet me over there. I just want to tell you that some people have war in their countries.
Cool. I'll check them out after this one.
Which has the same energy as
Diamond earring came off in the ocean and it's gone.
Maybe I'll end stream after this one, but maybe tomorrow we'll watch them.
the final 3 shoot a commercial for
Help me remember
the makeup
tomorrow.
sponsor, typically CoverGirl, and then the final 2 stomp to the death in order to win the crown.
In the
So
runway.
let's talk about how, as ANTM went along,
Oh my God, what were those
it
meet and
just
greet
became
things called?
absolutely unhinged and
Where they would be in like another country and they would have to go
any
to
semblance
the
of
like
reality. The photo shoots at the start of the show were grounded in
Ugh.
something that Tyra had actually
on the tip of my
experienced,
tongue.
or,
It's bothering me so
you know,
much.
what you might expect
Go
from
Seas,
a
thank you.
professional photo shoot. And something fun that I loved in the first
I knew it
cycle
was
is
2
that
words.
Tyra would do a photo shoot,
And I could
along
not
with the
fucking remember what it
girls
was
in the
called.
same theme,
It was
so you'd
just
always
right
see
there,
her
but I
picture
couldn't.
before we went to panel,
And I couldn't let it go.
and
Thank
we
you.
never discussed.
Now I can pay
But one
attention to
cycle,
the video
that
again.
was over. And I kind of missed it, to be honest.
Love you, Star.
As the show evolved, it became less about modeling and fashion and more about drama and degradation of the contestants. They would do crazy challenges. Like, there would be a loose mention of how it would relate to modeling, but honestly, we all know it's for the drama. Like, let's not pretend here. Tyra, we both know what is going on.
My brother used to model and go on Go Seas. Oh my God, how cute! I just
Like,
watch this
obviously
show
there
a
are
lot.
some elements of, acting or
I've always loved
dancing or
reality
whatever
TV. It's
that
a
go with
problem.
modeling, but let's not pretend that writing a rap song
I'm just a
is
product
something
of my
that's
era.
necessary for becoming a supermodel. The runway challenges
Jade?
became not
Is that
only
Jade?
more dramatic but downright dangerous. Contestants had to walk blindfolded. They were walking down the sides of buildings, crossing a tightrope, trapped in a hamster ball. They had their hands set on fire. They were walking on
Wow.
treadmills, walking
I
between
like some
giant
reality TV,
swinging
some I cannot do.
pendulums.
Same. There's definitely a line I draw somewhere.
Things that would absolutely not happen in the real world of modeling. And
What the line is
actually
specifically,
pose
I'm not
threats
sure,
to
but
their safety.
there's certain things
And
that
I'm
I
gonna
am not
dive
into.
into the kind of safety and ethics of ANTM's treatment of the models in the next section, but there's a weird
Like, I never
dichotomy
watched
where
Big
at
Brother.
times
I'm
the
not really
show
into,
seems to
like,
take
the
itself
challenge
so
or any of
seriously,
the stuff like
and
that.
they'll be saying things like, this would never fly in the modeling world, you can't do this if you're going to be in a model, and then at the same time they have people walking down the sides of buildings. Like, that is something that would never happen in the fashion industry. So it's hard to take the show
Like, they do
seriously
like having fashion
when
shows
the
in,
models are
like,
judged
weird,
for
memorable
song that they wrote
places, but I don't think they would have you walk down the side
instead
of
of
a
a high
building for
fashion
real
photo
ever.
shoot.
Same, yeah. I feel like probably we would have similar tastes, if not the same, at least similar.
More scared. Me too. I was really, really scared.
Some of that disconnect is fun and camp, but it's pretty clear looking at the show as a whole that it's much more about Tyra than the models. Instead of a sincere attempt to scout and mold a working model, it's a branding vehicle for Tyra Banks. She talks a lot about her background and her modeling experience in a quintessential rags to riches story. She also uses the show to spotlight herself and her ventures outside of modeling. In cycle 2, she records a pop song, Shake Your Body, and dedicates an entire ANTM episode to shooting the
Oh
music video.
my god,
She
I
promoted
forgot
her
about that,
MLM
but yeah, she made
makeup
everyone
line,
be
Tyra
in it.
Beauty, on the show in cycle 21. In cycle 22, there's a Tyra Banks Girl Boss Universe crossover where she records a song which is the theme song for her MLM makeup company, Tyra Beauty.
A theme song for her MLM?
Has the models record the music video for it. The song is called Bougieful, of course, and up to this point, I wasn't aware that makeup companies had theme songs, but Tyra's always been ahead of the curve, so...
You're not streets ahead, you're streets behind.
Wow, that was so powerful.
Yeah, I forgot about that because it was so bad. I blocked it out. Okay, this is way too long of a
I
reaction.
think one of the peak examples of Tyra's narcissism is
This
that
girl is
former
not my favorite.
contestants have revealed that when they would film scenes where Tyra would come out and greet them, they would sometimes have to refilm them if their response wasn't enthusiastic enough.
Oh my
So if they're
god.
like, "Yay, Tyra!" They'd be like,
No, you need to scream, you need to lose your mind.
it's so funny to
Do you
think of
know
the
who I
contestants being
am?
Like, why are we refilming this? And Tyra's like, oh, there's no reason. No reason. Well, that's actually assuming that Tyra would talk to them behind the scenes, which all of them have said that once the cameras go off, Tyra goes off. Former contestants talk
Wow.
about how difficult it was to find modeling work after the show wrapped and how there was a big stigma attached to them competing in reality shows. And a
Wow.
few former contestants
So
actually
many
made it
reality shows are like that, where like you go on the show and then you're kind of
Acosta,
shunned in the
Danielle Evans,
industry.
Alison
Like Below Deck
Harvard,
is like that, I've
Isis
heard.
King, Winnie Harlow, among others. Winnie Harlow actually said that ANTM did nothing for her career and that wasn't how she made her start.
So I really started after the show because that really didn't do anything for my career.
Uh-huh.
Which it doesn't do anything for any model's career, realistically.
Whether or not you agree with that sentiment, it is highly indicative of how the contestants feel about their time in the show. A few also went on to have successful acting careers like Annalie Tipton and Ava Pigford, but a majority of contestants have
I was gonna
their
say Eva was a
modeling
Real Housewife
careers
for a
end
while.
with their elimination from ANTM. ANTM had a
Also.
huge resurgence in 2020 because of the pandemic and also because it got added to streaming services. Part of the resurgence was people looking back at the insane challenges and laughing at how ridiculous they are.
No, why was that Ramona doing a runway? Stop.
The show also got a lot of attention and renewed criticism
That was
for
Ramona.
the mistreatment of contestants, the damaging messages of the show surrounding body image, and its
It was
clumsy,
definitely very early
problematic treatments of
2000s
issues
around body
like
image, for
race,
sure.
queerness, disability, etc. So now that I've gone through the rise of ANTM, it's time to talk about its fall.
The
and
fall.
all of the controversies and criticism it has been.
Apparently, I
embroiled
do
in.
like the rise and fall format.
ANTM,
But I like one
a
like
lot
this
of
where it's not
reality
super
shows,
dark,
toes
you
the line
know?
between representation and exploitation. Tyra
I don't need to know
and
about, like,
others
abuse
involved
people
with the show
endured.
always say that it was the aim of the show to kind of push the boundaries and expand the fashion industry's definition of beautiful.
So it was our mission to be diverse and to push back when we were told that we couldn't be as diverse.
But while touting inclusion and championing this aim, the show actually perpetuates and upholds a lot of rigid beauty standards that it claims to challenge.
You are dumb, unattractive, overweight, unworthy, untalented.
You could argue that Tyra is trying to prepare models for the real world of the fashion industry, but as we just discussed, Tyra was not actually concerned with trying to find working models. It often feels like it is undercutting its own message. It promotes diversity and a celebration of people of all different backgrounds, but it fails to accommodate disabled contestants, and it treats the women of color absolutely horribly. And when issues arise from those very diverse backgrounds, whether it be racism or transphobia or bullying, etc., the contestants are encouraged to push through and not let adversity stop them. To be fair, considering the landscape of TV that ANTM was airing in, they actually were a lot more progressive and diverse than any other show. They featured a model with vitiligo, Winnie Harlow, a model with alopecia, Gina Turner, and a transgender model, Isis King. So I want to look at the diverse pool
Remember
of contestants
Isis.
and how they were actually treated. There was a weird moment that resurfaced in 2020 in Cycle 5 where Kim, a lesbian contestant, is talking about gay pride, and Tyra chastises her overtness.
I want to be out, like I'm gay, and I'm really proud of it. I think this sort of thing of being proud, like I'm black and proud, you know what I mean? But I'm not like walking on the red carpet, I'm black, yeah, I'm proud. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Gina talked about her alopecia in an interview with
She
ID,
couldn't have just refilmed
and
that?
revealed how
I guess she would have been
production
wearing something
misled
different and,
and
like, different
manipulated
makeup.
her. Alopecia is an
I'll allow it.
autoimmune condition where you lose the hair on your body. So Gina entered the competition wearing a wig, and she said, when it came to getting our show makeovers, I was originally told I was getting a pixie cut, which they made for me. But ultimately, their plan was to razor my entire head. So I went into the salon with a different idea than one I ended up leaving with. I wasn't upset. I knew I could do it. I was upset that they had lied in order to make that happen when it was something so close to my heart. I don't think I should have been manipulated to give them the outcome of having an alopecian in the show who accepts their defect. It's a beautiful story, don't get me wrong, but the process of getting there could have been achieved in a less malicious way. Gina also spoke about how she had appeared in Playboy magazine prior to getting on the show, and she said that Tyra just completely denigrated and humiliated her for that.
She crossed her arms. Tyra Banks crossed her arms and looked at me and said, I don't like that. You sound like a f***ing prostitute. And turns and looks this way.
Ew.
And would not make eye contact with me the entire time. And
Ew.
I had 4 judges at that point, 4 different people yelling different slandering things back to me, basically telling me that I sounded slutty or I sounded whorish or that I was wrong. The only person that didn't bash me was Ashley Graham. Bawling, trying to defend myself, Tyra uncrossed her arms and goes, now tell me about alopecia. And that's where you guys see my interviews start.
That's not the only time that ANTM
Wow.
partakes in this kind of rhetoric. They often shame strippers and sex workers. Exotic dancing and stripping is always brought up if it's a part of a contestant's past. And if a model
Always.
ever alludes
Why
to
do they
the
have to
similarity
slut shame
between that job
people?
and modeling, you can see
Like,
Tyra
sex
go
work is the
ice cold,
oldest
where
job
she's
in the
completely,
book.
like,
Please
the same.
stop
Angela
stop
Preston
shaming them.
was the runner-up of
Stop
Cycle
it.
14, and she spoke about how she found it extremely
Stop.
difficult to book modeling jobs after the show wrapped because of the stigma attached to reality TV competitions.
I couldn't book work after Cycle 14
because of how I was portrayed.
I feel like there's a
People
worse
viewed me
stigma
as,
of
oh,
being
she's
on a
dumb,
reality
oh,
show
she's
than
a
being in
bitch,
Playboy
oh,
now.
we can't work with her. She's impossible to work with.
She turned to
Used to me.
escorting for money, and her pimp took her around the country and
Why would
was
she agree to
abusive
do
towards her.
this? I
The
wonder
winner
about a
of Cycle
housewife.
14, Krista White, reached out to
Denise
Tyra
Richards
Banks and
specifically.
the A&TM production, asking if they could try to help Angeli in some way, which they didn't. And Angeli ended up getting out of the situation herself. But then for Cycle 17, the All-Star season, Angeli was contacted by production and asked if she would return. She spoke to an executive producer about her escorting before the shooting began, and then she ended up winning the cycle. But a few weeks after she won, she was contacted by production and told that she was having her title stripped because they found out about her escorting.
I won Cycle 17.
And what happened after that?
They took everything from me. My title, the winnings.
Wow.
It was a stupid decision that I made, and then it came back to bite me with them decrowning me.
She wasn't even currently doing it. Who cares then?
It was awful because it kind of made me feel shameful. It made me feel like that I should be ashamed of this thing.
Ain't no
that I
shame in your
did,
game, girl.
Because now look, I'm being punished for it. When
Shame on Tyra.
Realistically,
Shame on
escorted for 3
Tyra.
weeks.
Which, again, to be clear, they had already known about before shooting. So she was lied to and manipulated, and she sued Tyra Banks and Ken Mock, who is the other major executive
I
producer,
hope she won.
for $3 million. She also was talking about the horrific filming conditions
Oh, I'm sure.
the models were put through.
There were times when we didn't get fed. We had to film straight through 15, 18 hours without eating. So we're starving. So then that plays on
so
your
unsafe.
mental attitude, because it's almost like they want us to go in there angry so they can have drama. So okay, let's starve them. Let's
I mean, that is what
food,
they
let's
want,
withhold water,
but
because you know how you get when you're hungry.
She thought that other models
You'll get
might join
hangry
her
sooner than
to
15
form a class
hours, I
action
promise.
lawsuit. But when she realized that she'd be facing the behemoths of the A&TM legal team alone, she dropped the case. A&TM was hailed for its inclusion of Isis King, a transgender model, and it even won a GLAAD award. But Isis's appearances on Top Model aren't wholly positive. Isis actually worked as a background extra on a shoot in Cycle 10, where, side note, it was a homeless photo shoot.
Oh no.
Isis was actually homeless at the time, and I don't know if they specifically contacted homeless youth to model, or if that was a coincidence, but crazy concept. But
Very
during and
weird
after the
choice.
shoot, Isis was spotted by production, and so she was asked to come back to audition for Cycle 11. Cycle 11 was aired in 2008, and it was quite radical for a trans person to be featured prominently in the media. At the time, trans people were rarely seen on screen, and
Yeah,
there
that was
wasn't the
earlier than I
same
remember.
awareness or education or empathy that exists around transness today.
Oh.
And you can see the ignorance and hostility in the way that I
Skip the transphobia.
very stressed about not being able to
Don't
see
care what
anything.
else I accidentally
But
skipped.
production didn't let her see the runway, and
Shout
in an
out
interview with Oliver
to her
Twist,
for
she said
including
that she wasn't
what
even
a
allowed
trigger
to go to
warning
the
was
bathroom
for and where to
beforehand,
skip
and that she was
to.
kept separate from the other contestants. Niall DeMarco of Cycle 22 was deaf, and he talked about how isolating it was in the house, not having anyone to speak his native language ASL with.
In this competition, I do feel more disabled, you
I
know?
remember him.
I'm the one person who hasn't been able to use my native language, American Sign Language, and I do feel lonely in this competition.
He had to rely on lip reading and typing into a phone to communicate much of the time. One photo shoot of that cycle took place in pitch dark, with
Why?
contestants standing on a platform and posing for a split second when the camera flash went off. Other contestants were counted in verbally, but for Niall they tried flashing a flashlight to count him in, which didn't work. So the creative director, Yusai, had to bang on the platform to try to signal him, and you can see Niall getting increasingly frustrated at being able to time his shots correctly. It's baffling in the first place that they conceived of a shoot that would deprive a deaf person of yet another
No,
sense,
really,
but
why would they do that
the
on
fact
his
that they
season specifically?
failed to
That's
even properly
insane.
think through how they were going to accommodate him shows a complete disregard for him. And in that week, he was even in the bottom 2 because his photo was bad. Like, I don't understand how they were trying to judge him against the other
No,
contestants when he was
that's-
literally deaf and blind for that photo shoot. So it's important
mm-mm.
to recognize that A&TM was groundbreaking in its diversity, but despite devoting a lot of attention to the importance of representation, Tyra and Top Model production failed to actually accommodate the needs of their contestants. Instead, they exploited their contestants for entertainment, and the facade of caring for people of all different backgrounds quickly dissipates when the curtain is pulled back. As one might expect from a show about modeling and the fashion industry, ANTM had a lot of messed up representation and messaging surrounding body image, weight, and eating disorders. I also want to point out that some of the contestants were teenagers at the time of filming, and a lot of them were in their early 20s. And the target demographic and the most popular demographic of ANTM was women between the age of 18 and 35. Young women and teenage girls are particularly susceptible to getting eating disorders, and I can only imagine the amount of damage that ANTM has caused in the psyche of thousands of people.
I mean, somehow it didn't for me, but
the show pretends at times to care about eating disorders.
I'll be honest, I was just skinny at the time, even though I ate whatever I wanted. So
beauty that spark
I never
body image issues that can
was affected by
result
any of that.
in eating disorders. For example, one girl wasn't selected as part of the
to,
final
brag,
dozen because
but
Tyra
just to
said
try
that
to
she
understand
looked
why, I
unhealthily
guess.
thin and that she didn't want to promote the wrong image.
I do feel like you are too thin. Of course, people know that fashion models are slender, but your body, I think, does send a little negative image to women.
But she wasn't that different from a lot of other thin contestants who were featured very prominently on the show. So it seems like this one contestant was used as a way to kind of dodge accountability and to act as if they cared about eating disorders, which they did not. There's always a lot of discussion about weight in ANTM. Whether or not a contestant has lost or gained weight becomes an issue not only for the contestant, but it's something that the judges will also constantly bring up.
You seem to be disappearing slightly in front of us. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight.
People have said that, and and I haven't been trying to, but people keep mentioning it.
We all think so.
You know, you have to actually be the size to be a plus-size model.
Girls monitor each other's bodies, gossiping and talking about the
fact that that girl
eating
was ever
habits
considered
and
plus size
bodies.
is wild to me.
People speculate about who might have an eating disorder, but
You're
no
size 6,
real
you're
steps
plus
are taken
size,
to educate
basically.
viewers on the dangers of eating disorders. And Tyra and production don't do anything to help contestants who potentially have eating disorders. Instead, these issues are made into storylines about the contestants' body image, their weight, their relation to food, and instead of counteracting this message and trying to cultivate a culture of healthy body image and healthy relationships with food, they just let this play out on TV.
I am a little. Should probably get some tea.
Just go to bed. No. Example. Okay, why did that face come out?
Ask her when she comes back.
Why?
Let's go to the bathroom. Huh?
Do you think she always disappear to the bathroom at dinner?
What? No.
No.
She, disappears and...
After every meal.
No, not after every meal. Just she goes to the bathroom a lot.
Well, the eating disorder thing is very sensitive to me. I've never experienced it personally, but I know a lot of
I
people
had a
have.
friend that...
So if you guys just keep an eye on that, if you can watch it for me.
In cycle 3, Cassie appears to have an eating disorder and other contestants make jokes about it. She repeatedly talks about her desire to be thinner and ultimately reveals that she has bulimia. When she visits a designer, he measures her hips and says that they're too big, leaving her humiliated. Despite her own revelation and other contestants noticing her eating disorder, she's still allowed to compete for several more episodes, and the production make her illness a point of entertainment rather than bringing
trying to,
awareness
get
to
her
eating
help.
disorders or helping Cassie. And this is a pattern throughout ANTM. Several girls are either revealed to have or speculated to have eating disorders, and if it's brought to Tyra's attention, she acts like it's something that she cares about, but she never actually talks to the contestants about it or steps in to try to help their mental health or safety. Instead, they're allowed to potentially continue harming themselves with the aim of staying in the competition. And so allowing these girls to continue sends the message that an eating disorder could be a minor inconvenience in the pursuit of success and beauty rather than something that is life-altering and potentially life-threatening. As well as focusing contestants that lose weight, they also shame contestants who gain weight over the course of the cycle. Kenya of Cycle 4 is said to have gained weight over the filming, something that she points out herself. It's repeatedly noted by the judges, and it seems like they pick her role in photo shoots to exasperate the storyline. For the 7 Deadly Sins shoot, she's assigned gluttony and is made to pose in a coffin full of donuts and bacon. In a later shoot, each girl dresses as an animal, and Kenya is styled as an elephant.
So I picked an animal that I think represents each and all of you. Kenya, you get to be the elephant.
Other girls are styled as a deer, a cheetah, a zebra, a giraffe. All
Gazelle.
lithe, lean, graceful animals that completely contrast Kenya's assignment. And at panel, she's criticized for having her stomach out.
This photo is really beautiful, Kenya, but I hate to say it, they had to do a lot of body work on you and retouching. For at home, pretty much I try to, eat right. And we come here, my metabolism, everything is thrown off.
Stop! If you're sporting a gut, then you turn to the side and disguise it.
There's one scene where all the girls are eating, and Kenya
Janice
goes up
was
to get
crazy
yogurt,
on
and
there. She was so
another
mean.
contestant, Brittany, shames her for eating and says that she's constantly stuffing her face, and
she's
no
full of so
wonder
much
she's
plastic
gained weight,
surgery
stuff
now,
like
by the
this.
way.
And this messaging is coming from
She
all sides,
appeared
and this is
on
just
House of
one
Villains for a
example that I
minute,
can pick out from the
and I
show.
almost didn't
From
recognize
looking at
her.
all
It
the
took me a
models,
minute.
It's clear that there's almost no variation in body size, with almost all of the contestants being very tall and thin. Tyra has done a short cycle where all of the contestants are 5'7" or under, despite the lack of industry demand for short models. But even with the plus size sector of fashion modeling growing over the past decade, she never once did a plus size cycle. Over the 24 cycles that aired, there's only ever one plus size winner, Whitney of cycle 10. Often cycles didn't even include a single plus size contestant, and if they were included, they tended to be the only plus size model of the cycle. ANTM's plus size contestants are repeatedly told they need to look thinner, and Janice Dickinson in particular would tear these women apart.
This is a little weak on one side of the picture.
A little weak. The car looks better than she does. If the body could just slim down 150 pounds, that would be good.
And she'd be 30 pounds.
That would be better.
She's huge, but she's so beautiful. She's a mammoth, of course.
In cycle 3, Takara Jones, the only plus-size model that cycle, is treated horribly by the wardrobe director at the photo shoot. She's fat-shamed and told it's impossible to get a rack of size 14 clothes.
Do you think that I'm going to be able to get a rack like this loaded with clothes in your size?
You can't find something in my size, so I'm supposed to feel bad because
You're taking everything as a negative. I don't think that you realize how this whole modeling thing works.
I mean, that's also saying that you don't know how to do your job if you can't find a rack of clothes in her
was eventually
size.
eliminated because the judges thought she'd lost her bubbly personality. And it's so ironic and cruel that the show subjects these women to endless criticism and cruelty and shame, and then they turn around and criticize them for not being like smiley and bubbly. Nevertheless, Takara was a fan favorite, and she went on to become a successful working model. Even if Tyra speaks back against the judges when they say things like there'll never be a plus size successful working model, or that plus size women need to lose weight.
I waste her time and tell her that she could be the only girl that could ever win America's Next Top Model that's a plus size.
You're the first plus-size girl that I could say could make it.
It's fine to have a stance, but for you to say one thing and then say something the next, stick with it.
I give up.
I just see a lot of discrimination.
She doesn't actually do anything to challenge their ideas, so her message of inclusion becomes redundant. There's also one photo shoot where the contestants do a beauty shot, which is like a close-up shot with typically like little to no makeup. And at the panel, the unretouched versus the retouched photo is shown. The reactions to the unretouched photos are exaggerated and cruel. These pictures are just what people look like, and it's just a face. And it's crazy that they're trying to send this message that you need to look absolutely perfect with no makeup or no retouching, especially when we all know that any professional photo will have a lot of both of those things. Again, instead of using the shoot to highlight unrealistic beauty standards, it does the complete opposite by upholding this perfect ideal. I can only imagine the amount of people who saw all of these things and how damaging it was to their perception of their bodies, their relationship to food, their image of beauty. Again, like Tyra has stated time and time again that the aim of ANTM is to expand the industry definition of beauty, but then at the same time, upholding those exact same standards of beauty. And you can't claim to challenge something while perpetuating those ideals. Top Model could have been a place to showcase the diversity of beauty and prove that models don't have to fit the narrow definition of beauty that's prescribed to them. And it did do that at times, but it was so inconsistent in its messaging that sometimes that positivity gets lost in the sea of judgment, criticism, and reinforcement of narrow beauty standards. Recently, there's been a lot more conversations about the treatment of reality TV contestants, the psychological toll of sudden fame, and the lack of preparation and aftercare that surrounds reality competitions. This has really come to the fore in relation to Love Island, but it's equally true of ANTM. It's easy to watch contestants break down, cry, throw tantrums, and have fights, and position it in your head as entertainment, separating it from the very real human roots. But when we look at how these people were treated, it raises a lot of concerns around the ethics and exploitation of ANTM. Of course, when you have a dozen girls living together, a lot with strong personalities, fights are bound to break out, whether it's about who ate another girl's granola bars or who got the key to unlock Nelson Mandela's cell. The show is truly of another world. Tensions run high. The producers intentionally manipulate the contestants in order to get as much sadness, anger, emotion from them as possible. This isn't unusual in reality TV. There's often producer manipulation to get drama.
Always.
But the levels that ANTM goes to is completely unethical. A expose came out where a former contestant described ANTM as psychological warfare. The contestants work 20 plus hours a day. They sometimes go 12 hours with no food and no breaks. They're forced to stand around and wait for 9 hours at the panel shoots. They get very little sleep. They have no contact with the outside world except 5-minute phone calls with their loved ones. They're filmed constantly, and when the cameras are off, they're not allowed to talk to each other. And they're only given $40 a day.
They're not allowed to talk to each other when the
was to be
cameras are
used
off?
for their groceries.
What?
There's times when we see the sheer physical toll of the show when contestants collapse because of exhaustion, hunger, dehydration. If a contestant gets sick, it didn't matter how ill, they were never given an exemption, and they were expected to still go to photo shoots and panel. Adrian Curry from Cycle 1 and Daniel Evans from Cycle 6 both said that they left hospitals against doctors' advice because they knew that they would be eliminated if they didn't show up. The show partakes in a lot of mind games and psychological manipulation. Lisa D'Amato, who appeared in Cycle 5 and won the All-Star Cycle, said that information that she shared in her psychological evaluation about abuse that she had suffered was used against her in producer interviews. She was trying to stay positive at the end of a long day, and the producers goaded her into extreme emotional reactions. The interviewer brought that up. Is that the way you felt when your mom would tell you to kill yourself? Is that why this is affecting you so badly? D'Amato said. They don't stop. It just keeps going and going. The show exploits the contestants' traumas but don't actually care about their well-being. Kaylin in Cycle 4 is forced to do a shoot in a grave days after discovering her childhood friend died.
What?
And in the same cycle, during a shoot in South Africa with male models, Kenya speaks up about how a male model groped her and started saying sexually explicit things to her, but she's told to move on.
Man, the thing is that this male model, Bertini, he was flirting with me. He was grinding on me. I felt like he really crossed the line.
There has to be a way that you can handle it. You know, you have to be able to be in control.
Like with your feminine wiles, like, boy, you best to back up before I knock you upside the head. But you do it in a fun way where he knows to back the heck up, but it doesn't really put static in the air because then it makes you uncomfortable.
In Cycle 15, Kayla opens up about how she was SA'd as a child and is afraid of men, but she's still forced to kiss a man at a commercial shoot. A biracial model, Jada, is similarly forced to kiss a male model for a commercial, even after he tells her that he doesn't like black women. And at panel, she's told to get over it.
Tell me that this is the guy that said that he didn't want to kiss a black girl?
He doesn't like black girls.
Oh.
That guy said that? He told me that to me the night before, and I feel like he's crawling in his skin just to kiss me.
Bottom line is you've got to take control. It's not about him. He's just an extra.
That should not have stopped her from doing the job that she was sent there to do.
They also purposefully cast people who are homophobic, transphobic, racist, etc., in order to create conflict. I mentioned this in relation to ISIS's experience, but minority contestants are often subject to microaggressions and bigotry that easily could have been avoided or eradicated.
It was like 95% black girls. It was all black girls. Really? I didn't realize it was gonna be like that. Like, whenever I went, I was like, okay. Yeah. I mean, what's your point, though? Like, there's a lot of black girls.
I have my opinion, and I try to stay to it.
I am the most uber conservative, Republican, hardcore Baptist you can ever imagine
Yeah, I
in
remember
your
this
whole
girl.
life. I don't like gay people. I don't like Muslims. I don't like abortions. I don't like anything liberal. But other than that, I really like to get along with people.
But other than that, I really like to get along with
Racist
people.
contestant, but then also feature women of color in the same cycle, knowing that it will likely present conflict. And thousands of girls applied to be on Top Model, like thousands. They easily could have weeded out people who were openly bigoted, but chose to include them in order to create drama. Tyra speaks about empowering women with the show. Then why not make ANTM a safe space for everyone? Why not make it a safe space for people that have to deal with ignorance and hatred in their day-to-day lives? All the contestants have to live in a house together, so I can only imagine the weight of having to live with someone who you know like has this bias and potentially hatred against you. There's so much drama and exploitation on the show anyways, and it's just another layer of cruelty laid onto everything else. Dealing with harassment, racism, manipulation, etc. shouldn't be something that the contestants have to deal with. In an industry that is notoriously cruel to women, especially women of color, ANTM had an opportunity to speak out against mistreatment and abuse and set a good example, but instead it brushed everything off with a shrug and that's how it is in the fashion industry. Like I mentioned before, the contestants participated in dangerous and potentially life-threatening challenges. One photo shoot had them dangling high in the air with no net, and they also walked down the side of a building. If the harnesses had malfunctioned in either of these activities, it would have resulted in serious injury and potentially death. At one panel, they did a challenge walking in 12-inch heels, during which Danielle sprained her ankle. They did a runway on wobbly planks, where one contestant, Eugenia Washington, fell and cracked her knee, and she says that she still has scars to this day. In Cycle 7, the girls did a shoot in a freezing pool with Tyra telling them to push through the cold for a good shot.
Carrie D, you're from Fargo. Come on.
Carrie D, English, started convulsing and developing hypothermia, and while she was being treated by on-set medics, Tyra and Jay chastised her for not speaking up.
You have to listen to your body and you have to tell us. Okay?
Wow.
Because all we know is go, 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 go.
He tried to fucking tell you, bitch.
They were like, it's your responsibility to tell us when you're developing hypothermia. Just don't put these models who have no body fat on them, first of all, to insulate themselves. Don't put them in a freezing pool. I'm sure that could have
heated the pool.
That could easily have been controlled.
It wasn't like the ocean.
It's insane the lack of care and the cruelty that went into this show. It actually like makes me angry.
No, it makes me mad that like I watched it and stuff, you know what I mean?
Mr. J, Miss J.
What is it, T?
Here's your mission, if you choose to accept it. In your hands are 12 dossiers of 12 busted up models. I need you to transform these wannabes into high fashion, top, fierce, femme, Italian models.
The makeover episode was something that would make or break the models, not in terms of their performance in their competition, but in terms of their spirit, in terms of their emotional well-being. And the makeover episodes are so entertaining to watch. It's so fun to watch a girl crying about her hair, but it's also, looking back, so cruel. And some of the makeovers are genuinely physically torturous for the contestants. Sometimes it definitely seemed like models were given a dramatic transformation in order to provoke a strong reaction. Like, if you ever saw a girl saying,
I love my long hair, like I really hope I get to keep my long hair,
she's probably getting a pixie cut. Like, she's probably getting it completely chopped off. And maybe some of it is to make her look more like a model, but most of it is just so that we can watch her cry. There's one contestant, Cassandra, who had all her hair chopped off,
Mhm.
and then she refused to have like 1 more inch chopped off because it wasn't quite what Tyra wanted, and so she was sent home because she didn't want to get her hair cut more, which I
She
understand.
already cut it
like,
that much.
people are,
That's
like,
insane.
People are dismissive and saying like it was only 1 more inch of hair.
No,
when she had gone.
it was already
from
so
length
short.
to pixie cut, but I also understand. I'm like, that could have been the final straw, you know. That could have been it for her. Some contestants would go from dark brown to bleach blonde in one session. Normally, these kinds of changes
Yeah,
in the
that's
real
really
world
bad for your hair.
would be across several different sessions. If you've ever had your hair bleached, you'll know how hard it is on your scalp, how it burns and it itches and it really like dries out the skin on your scalp. Michelle of Cycle 4 had open sores on her scalp after her makeover where she went bleach blonde. Brittany of Cycle 8 developed welts on her head because of her weave. There was one brutal moment in Cycle 8 where JL sat for 8 or 9 hours getting a weave, and then at the end of it the judges decided, we don't like it, we're gonna take it out. So she
No.
had to sit the same day for hours as they took it all out of her
I
head.
remember
It was
this.
also always crazy seeing Tyra put weaves on all these white women. It was always evident that no one told them how to take care of their hair. There was no mention of like bonnets or head wraps for the girls with the weaves, and then the other girls, especially the ones who would go bleach blonde, they would never like re-dye the roots, so you just see the roots grow out
Oh
over
my
the cycle.
God.
And also purple shampoo was just not a thing, so you just see the blonde hair go super brassy
Mhm.
over the weeks, and overall all of their hair would just
No,
get
like
worse
blonde
and worse
repair.
and worse. And also, like, I don't know if this was a thing in relation to their well-being because I actually didn't go back and rewatch this episode, but I remember there was one cycle where a guy got a beard weave. Like,
A
he had
beard
just a
weave?
thing stuck onto his face. First of all, it looked
Horrible.
so bad, but also I can only imagine that that was probably really uncomfortable. There are also racial dynamics to unpack here in relation to the makeovers. As a whole, Black contestants in particular were horribly treated at makeovers and otherwise, which brings me to my next section. There was a clear racial bias in ANTM, and the makeovers were the clearest example of this. A lot of the Black contestants get straight weaves put in, and it's extremely rare that Tyra lets a girl wear their hair natural or puts them in braids. Obviously, I'm not a Black woman, but from what I understand, hair has an extreme cultural and personal significance to Black people, especially Black women. So the makeovers are like all the more impactful and excruciating for the Black women on the show. Susanna Walker writes, African American hair has historically symbolized and continues to reflect struggles over race and gender in the United States. This has been demonstrated in news stories about Black women being fired from their jobs, or girls being sent home from school for wearing braids, dreadlocks, or other hairstyles deemed extreme by employers and principals. Even if a Black woman enters the competition with her natural hair, her hair will quickly be covered by a straight weave, or it'll be shaved off completely. And Tyra does this in the name of making
One ad's about to start, sorry.
more model-esque or universal. And she sends the message that to be a marketable model is to strip oneself of aspects of Blackness. As well as that, it was clear from contestants' experiences that no thought or
I mean,
care
sadly, that's
or
probably what
effort
she was
put
taught when
into
she came into
accommodating
the modeling
textured hair.
world.
Ebony of Cycle 1 entered the competition with short natural hair, and her makeover was to shave it off. She revealed in interviews after the show that the stylists couldn't cut her hair properly. They didn't even wash the gel out of it before they started trying to cut it.
The people did not have the correct clippers. Everybody basically sat and they didn't know what to do.
So we leave a little tough?
I didn't even like the way the woman was cutting my hair and the way they were having a conversation in front of me.
Should we write her name?
Yeah.
It is uneven. Yeah. They messed up shaving her head that bad.
It is very upsetting to an African-American woman to go into a salon and the person to do her hair incorrectly. It is very inappropriate. It doesn't make any sense to me.
After they left the salon, she ended up buying a razor and shaving it herself. Ebony also said that a Black stylist had to be called in order to fix numerous other makeovers on women of color before they left the salon. My camera just died, but I think this is where we were. Amina of Cycle 12 said that the same thing happened in her cycle, and that Amina and Tiana were sent to Harlem to have their hair fixed off camera after their makeover. Amina's makeover included relaxing her hair and getting getting a weave, and she told stylists that she was allergic to relaxers. But without Tyra present, the stylist couldn't or wouldn't disobey the orders that Tyra gave. Amina said that she felt her scalp burning during the process, and after she was eliminated and took out her extensions, she found a 2-inch bald spot on her scalp that took 3 years to grow back. Like I talked about with the disabled contestants, there's a complete lack of thought and care put into thinking about how they're going to accommodate the various contestants, and in this case it was the Black women. These are issues that could very easily have been avoided or overcome, and it's crazy that things like having to call in Black stylists to the set happened more than once. Like, you think that that would be something that they might consider, but you would also think that maybe they would listen to a contestant when they said that they were allergic to relaxers, but maybe that was asking too much. The makeovers were a part of making the models more model-esque and kind of universally marketable, and as I said before, a lot of this involved invoking white standards.
Yeah, I'm finishing this right now,
and
so
imposing them on the models. And there are 2 quotes that I think are helpful in understanding ANTM's attitude towards race and beauty. Mary Thompson writes, "The model femininity sought by the ANTM judges is defined by contestants whose look is a blank palette or androgynous, descriptors that signal unmarked whiteness, while non-white women are most often marked as exotic or eliminated for being too ethnic." In a study of various ethnic Barbies, Andu Seal writes, "In today's world, race and ethnicity have fallen into the category of precious ready-to-wear difference. To be profitable, racial and cultural diversity, global heterogeneity, must be reducible to such common, reproducible denominators as color and costume." Crafting ethnicity and race as something marketable and depoliticizing it is an interesting ideological move, considering that Tyra Banks herself is Black, and she often spoke about her experience as a Black woman in the fashion industry.
That was the
But
craziest
there's
part to
little
me.
conversation in ANTM about how a contestant's race impacts their life and impacts their experience on the show. The conversations about race in ANTM are instead positioned as whether or not a contestant embraces their ethnicity. Identity is flattened to be something that is solely visible, and like the Barbie dolls, the models are encouraged to turn their ethnicity into a marketing tool. ANTM engages in a lot of colorism, where dark-skinned contestants are repeatedly denigrated and encouraged to become more universal, while mixed-race and light-skinned contestants are held up as valuable because of their ambiguity, their ability to adapt, and their ability to pass as different races. Much like every other aspect of the show, there's so much mixed messaging, where on one hand, Tyra encourages the contestants to own their ethnicity, and she praises Mercedes in Cycle 2 for wearing a flower in her hair as an expression of her Latina heritage. But then she also criticizes other contestants for being too proud of their heritage. Yaya DaCosta was criticized for trying too hard to prove her Africanness, and Tyra suggests that she show Black pride in more subtle ways.
Why did you choose the cowboy hat?
It's more on the simple side compared to the other hats, so that I can go crazy with accessories and express myself without being cliche.
Yeah, I think you look beautiful. I think everyone probably pegged you as going for the typical African hat.
Yeah, you're, I feel, half African, half cowgirl. Looks like you're about to ride a giraffe. I think I'm not feeling it.
You have this intensity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be done in the next 5-10 minutes.
Sometimes it's overbearing. It's just too much.
I-
It's sort of a layer on top of a layer.
In response
Probably
to
5,
trying
but
to prove myself as an
yeah,
African,
just
that's
read me
what
and I'll
comes
figure
from.
out where to
It's
go
very natural
after.
to me. And I did not choose that hat for the very specific reason that it's very cliche. The fabric that it's made
Yeah, I'm
from
finishing
is
it
very
up.
artificial, very cheap, fake kente.
Yeah.
I didn't have the time. I know I'm running on.
There's a different way of explaining yourself and being defensive.
I did this whole scarf today.
And it's not attractive.
Just because we had to talk about,
I have 4 done.
before, and it's
I'm
kind
done with
of
this one.
misunderstood.
I'm all about, like, expressing yourself and your culture, but it's still done in a fashion way. You want your outfit to be, look at me. And this outfit is, look over there.
During her makeover, Yaya has
Yeah, we're
her
getting a
braids
lot
taken out
done.
because Tyra says it will make her more versatile.
Yeah, I love the fact that you keep your hair natural. It shows the pride that you have as a Black woman. But I am going to take your braids out to make you more versatile.
In Cycle 2, Camille says that she wears the colors of Jamaica to express her heritage, but Tyra tells her
My parents are from Jamaica, West Indies. My personal style is normally just wearing like the colors of the flag from the country that I'm from. Red is for the blood that was shed, yellow is for the sunshine, and green is for the land.
I think you're probably thinking about the colors too much as opposed to expressing your culture through other ways. I've seen you express it through putting your hair up.
This might be a little too theoretical.
Camille was also singled out and bullied by the other girls in the house because
Sia with the raid, I'm shocked.
demanding,
Welcome, friends. We're watching the rise and fall of America's Next Top Model. It's towards the end. We're definitely at the fall.
has other people trying to tear her down. The same thing
I'm
happens to
finishing up
Dominique in
this
Cycle 10,
beautiful
and Ebony in
autumn-colored
Cycle 9
scarf.
is criticized by the judges for not
sewing it up
being
at the end to make it an
smiley
infinity
and
scarf.
bubbly enough. It seems like there is a consistent issue
Hope
in
you had
the
a great
show
stream,
where
Love Bug.
confident black girls are called arrogant and
Wow,
snooty,
good job.
whereas the white girls who act the same way don't face the same ostracization
Yeah,
and
we're almost
criticism.
done for the
black
night too,
contestants are
but
also
I
disproportionately
understand Sue
criticized
needed to just
for
wrap it
their
up.
appearance, specifically their skin. In Cycle 1, Ebony is accused of neglecting her skin.
Well, I like my skin.
And with your skin texture, being an African American woman, it should be like butter. At the retouching session, your photo was the hardest that we had to do.
I love the color of her skin, I really do, but up close she just looked so old.
Yaya, what is your biggest insecurity?
My skin.
I found one of the best dermatologists in New York City. And you're going to be seeing her today.
Un petit bouton. Do you have a little skin problem? Just a little?
It's a menstrual breakout.
You have to work on that skin. You drink more water. Water, water, water.
You can get there, but it's gonna take some work.
In the photo shoot that I talked about before, where they showed the unretouched and retouched photo, Kelly is absolutely torn to shreds.
Let's see your unretouched shot.
It's like a Hitchcock film. Go back and forth really fast to see what I mean.
What are you feeling right now, Kelly? You look a little...
It's very shocking to see it like this. The people that usually see my skin tell me that I have beautiful skin.
It's so baffling because there's genuinely nothing wrong with her photo.
No, like,
After
what's
the
wrong with her
competition,
skin? I don't
Kelly
understand.
said that she felt like her confidence was completely destroyed and she left A&TM thinking that she was ugly. Black contestants are also critiqued for being too ghetto and are encouraged to tone down their blackness and their personality to become more marketable. One notable instance of this was in Cycle 6 with Danielle Evans. Danielle was one of the only dark-skinned winners, but she had to go through this whole de-racialization process. In another moment that resurfaced in 2020 with a lot of dialogue and criticism around it, Tyra pressures Danielle to close the gap between her front teeth.
Danielle, you went to the dentist, but you refused to have your gap closed. Do you really think you can have a CoverGirl contract with a gap in your mouth?
Yes, why not?
This is all people see. It's easy to reach beautiful CoverGirl. It's not marketable.
Yeah, just a little bit is okay, but I don't want to completely close it.
Danielle likes the gap and she doesn't see anything wrong with it, but she knows that she will be eliminated if she refuses altogether. So she concedes and allows her gap to be partially closed.
You get them teeth done?
All the way, completely
I think all the way.
It's important to note that though they ridicule her for her gap and they say that she'll never make it in the modeling industry, Lauren Hutton was a hugely successful model from the 1970s onwards who had a gap in her smile. And the racial elements of this makeover are all the more apparent when, in Cycle 15, Tyra widened the gap of Chelsea, who was a white model, as a part of her makeover. But that's not the only thing that the judges critiqued her for. Wow. Danielle is from rural Arkansas, and she got endless criticism on her speech, and the judges kept telling her that she needed to get rid of her accent.
I don't know what to tell you, because where we come from and the neighborhood that we come from, it's ingrained in us, but you have to know how to leave it behind and turn it on for television. I'm not saying to say, CoverGirl Lash Exact is so nice. You could still use Soul. You could still say, and it won't clump. You could still do that, but it's not, but it won't clump. Do you understand the difference? Danielle, as beautiful as your pictures are, that voice cannot necessarily sell makeup. I've never seen it done in my entire career.
What is Danielle's life as a CoverGirl?
Presumably, she will work on that and can work.
And this is a criticism that, to my knowledge, the white contestants weren't subjected to, despite coming from all across America. It seemed like with the white contestants, if they were like super southern or something, it would kind of be poked fun at and kind of like, haha, cute little country bumpkin.
Hi, you are just a country girl. I'm country, but I am high fashion.
But with Danielle, it was like, no, if you continue speaking like this, you will not be a cover girl. It's also strange to consider, given that the judges loved Nana, who was a contestant who grew up in Nigeria.
I feel like the fashion industry is in love with and obsessed with girls from Africa.
This is Eddie Murphy and Iman's baby.
It is coming to America.
Yeah, exactly.
And Tyra repeatedly referred to Nana as like an African queen, and it seemed to identify a marketing potential. But Danielle, on the other hand, an African American woman, needed to tone down her blackness in order to become marketable. Her accent, in the eyes of Tyra, was a marker of someone untrustworthy and uneducated. And that is literally something that Tyra says, that she's like, oh, you're so beautiful, but when you open your mouth, I don't trust you.
So I finished the scarf.
Using Antiem to challenge the stereotype of the kind of uneducated or untrustworthy like black woman, Tyra reinforces it, and even after Danielle wins, Tyra says, like, we're going to get you some voice lessons.
But I had to do 2 of each color, otherwise it wouldn't have looked right.
A prime example of the mistreatment of black women on the show.
Here's kind of what it looks like
can be
around
seen with
twice.
Tiffany Richardson, from which the iconic
I'll
"We were
around a
rooting for
third
you"
time.
speech comes.
It's really cold.
Tiffany was initially introduced in cycle 3, but at the casting, she got into a bar fight after a girl who wasn't a contestant dumped a beer on her. Production allowed her to go back onto the show, provided that she attended anger management. And in cycle 4, she got the reformed ghetto girl edit, which is something that Tyra literally says in a voiceover. But in recent years, Tiffany revealed that she lied in her psych evaluation and in interviews.
Turns out this was too long. I'm EP. Let's find somewhere to read.